Hi Jazz, hi Galaxy, hi Get Isekai, hi Wednesday, hi Vancouver, hi Park J Bomb, hi Unknowness, hi Vancouver, hi Beyonce, hi Mayton, good luck in the meeting, hi Golden Boy, hi Slick, 2001, hi Leo Snowfake, hi NQ Man. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Joey. I feel pretty good. I will not lie. So this might be one of the days where I actually stream past the watch parties, but I'll tell you how I feel in like a couple hours. I don't know. Does a 2 in your year of birth? Oh, now I'm a baby. Now I'm a baby. Hi Poro Pore. Hi King Maru. Hi Silent Spades. I'm skipping school for this shit. Send better win. We'll see. That's crazy that you're skipping school for this. I nothing like you. Hi Rainy Day. You know what? I respect it. Good morning, Athena. Hi Luffy. Hi Alu. Hi Fosh. You were born 1 year before the 2000s. I don't know if that counts. Cause we were raised in the same era. Hi Hey Young. It's 7:30 a.m.
Please be coach me at Val one day. You're the best gamma on earth at this point.
Wait, Gamma? I'm the best Gamma? Wait, what does that mean? Thank you for the $3, by the way. Mudkip. Man, I'm going back to sleep. Hi, Carls. Oh, gamer. I don't know about all that. Would anyone from 95 to 2004 be technically raised in the same era? I don't know. 95 is kind of old. Maybe like 98. Hi, Pancham. Hi, Leonity. Hi, Seamer. Hi, Vigo. Hi, Junio. Hi, Moon. Who are you rooting for? Dude, I don't know. I want Sen to win, but like Genji looks so fucking good right now. Hi, Bae. Hi, your boy. Hi, Curix. Thank you. All right, let's get this game going. Oh my god, I almost stopped stream.
How hard they've been working after how many kind of matches in a row, but this is
they don't care about them bans.
It's the same for Gen G, right? Like those guys have also had a long run to get here, so that day off, that double ban, I mean, it's kind of the make or break in a grand finals. It's such a huge advantage, so both these teams are going to be putting everything out there today.
And also for the mental and the expectations for people, for
Thank
you
you,
to come out as the seed number one, but also having a clean, some maps here and there, but a clean run overall to make it to the finals, of course, is a statement on itself.
Yeah, for sure. And what I think is really fascinating too is both of these teams have, you know, similar-ish journeys, you know, obviously putting that work in, but really I think what's really standing out for me, Mimi, is just the fundamentals of these both teams. Phenomenal.
Yeah, their fundamentals, I think they clearly have the two best in the tournament right now. The way that these teams coordinate, the way in the late round, you'll see them kind of take that pause to set up a double switch, set up a play together is excellent. But they also both have this similarity in that they're not just wildly structured teams, right? You see both of these teams having players that will be given the freedom to take over the map, be it Charon, be it Tens. They'll take the risks when they need to, and I think that's the style that has won both of these squads.
I'm not sick. I just get morning sniffles.
Being able to play structured against the looser teams and being able to take risks when you need to.
But that's the flexibility, right? That's what you need to make it further into the tournament.
Yeah.
We know that Sentinels has been able to take down EMEA, but it hasn't been since 2021 that they won against a Pacific team, right, in VCT.
Wow.
Thanks to the off-season, they were able to play against PRX and PRX, but here, in the bigger stage, in VCT, it's been 3 years since they take up an opponent with, you know, I think it's
Dude, I didn't realize how, like, I actually sounded very sick. So, like, I before I was like, I sound normal. Like, why are people like, Anita, get better soon? And I'm like, I'm not sick. And then I watched the VOD yesterday. I was like, damn.
Plays a lot of like old Valorant. They're still rocking with the double duelist on split. They still play a very Pacific style, even if it is more well structured than maybe their friends over at PRX. Whereas Sentinels has implemented a lot of new stuff.
Right, the predictions are up.
Running a lot of crazy
Part of that is the changes,
Uppity
right?
up.
Who they bring into the roster. They got guys like John QT that really are, I think, like, really shaping the identity, Kakuka, of this team.
Yeah, exactly. When we talk about the flexibility, the fundamentals, and how everything is working in that fluidity, we have to talk about John QT. And it's not only the individual plays that definitely are there, and we see in every single match, is the fact that he is able to translate everything that happens in scrims. You know how we always say, oh, if the teams play that,
all my points have been drained because of these predictions.
Crazy, but you can see it in the vibes and how everybody is responding, even to the rounds that they lose. I feel like this Sentinel squad is going to be on top.
Simply put, they don't win against Loud if they don't have John QT winning as many clutches as he did. He won a ridiculous amount of late rounds for this squad, and that's even.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm putting together all the clips for my editor,
it's his first global event,
and the amount of post plants and clutches Jonathan Q-Tip has is insane.
From making it to the finals of a Masters stage in his first year as a Tier 1 player, John QT has immediately proved his worth.
I think most of the Sun games that I have clips of is just him clutching. Hi Kyoto, good morning. How you doing? Hi Kong.
This is the early steps. This is how it
A-mine is Jonathan.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, guys. There is so much really to break down, so much to discuss.
Your dad is gonna show John QT what's up.
Who actually had an opportunity to catch up with Sentinel's very own duelist, the one and only Zek, and you see him on screen. Mika, what you got?
Yeah.
Hey Zekin, how are you feeling?
How's Avatar?
Feeling good.
Yeah, feeling good. Well, you're one of the superstars of this tournament. Everybody's saying that you're shaking your head, but it's true. Everybody's calling you one of the best duelists of the event, if not the best duelist. How do you feel now going up against Texture and potentially Meteor for this match?
No, I'm not gonna lie. I used to do it too. It's because it's so accurate.
I'm also really confident in my play right now.
It's very accurate. The knives are very accurate,
so
so
excited to see it.
I think they're good to warm up with.
And you know, look, Zek is
Archon.
gonna have a tall task ahead of him today. I mean, this kid's
Thank you
had
for the
so
raid, Mark.
many challenges laid
Thank
out
you.
in
I
front of him,
appreciate
Kakuka,
it.
but today,
John
my guy's
QT's
running
name
up
is
against
A-mine.
Texture, and this is gonna be a fun one to watch unfold.
Hear me out. Out of the four teams that
I just say
have
Jonathan
still in the tournament,
because it's
Zekin
funny.
is
I was like, why did he name
ADR,
himself
and
John
first
if his
kill
name
per
isn't
round, like, the impact that he
actually
gets.
John?
And this is also having some maps where he's not the star, okay? Because we're talking about Sentinels and going up against Texture, another one of the duelists that we have seen pop off in this competition. I think it's going to be very complicated to keep the pace on the two of them.
But the difference between them, despite both being young stars showing up to the global stage and going absolutely insane,
Good morning,
is the
Dana.
agents they're playing.
No spicy
Zekin has been the
noodles.
best
Yeah, I
race
probably
player of
won't
the
eat
event, while
spicy
Texture has
noodles.
clearly been the best jet
I
player
can't be
of
eating
the
it 2
event.
times in a row. Yeah, his
I
name
mean, I
isn't
think
John.
a lot of that comes down to what agents they
That's why I
play,
keep
right?
calling him
Zekin does so
Jonathan,
much
'cause
around his nades, his boombots,
I
how
just
he's
think it's funny
implementing
that
stuff
that's
with
not
his
his
team, how he's
name.
comboing utility. You see how much
Good
of a
morning,
role he has
DNA.
with his util in the post plants. Whereas Texture, I think, plays a lot more of a traditional dive.
Did you use
duelist
your
role
handle
right
now as your
He's
pro
always
player
first
name or
in, he's
change
always
it?
hard entry. He's playing jet. Zekin is I think, more definitely like a team player, but that's not a slight
don't
texture
know.
because the way he plays has clearly worked incredibly well too.
I don't have to
exactly.
think
me,
about it
the
'cause I'm not
definition
going
of
pro.
Gen G is the quiet kind of effort. It's like literally like a motivational quote of work in
Bobo.
silence. You
Yeah.
will see the results, and everybody else would see.
That is perfect, actually.
Yeah.
Right? Because they've made it here. Who would have thought that Gen G was one step away from making the finals in the fashion that they did it? And
I
it's what you're
feel
saying,
like
Mimi. It's on the
Sen.
fundamentals and
I
probably,
really want
the
Sen
way
to
that they
win,
play the game in a very
but
structured
Gen
way
G
and
looks
how
too
we
good right
would see
now.
it a couple
So
of
I
years
don't
ago, but
know.
They managed to evolve it into countering what
Would
we
you do
see
the
today.
show
I think the difference
match?
as well is that
I
Sentinels
would
is a lot
like
more
to.
flashy
It
with their
looks
utility.
fun.
They're playing these columns
Hi,
with a lot
Pickles.
of
Hi,
combos,
Crow.
with a lot of new
Hi,
Valorant.
Freddy.
Really
Life
gets
is
your brain
great.
excited. You want to open up Valoplant when you watch them play. Whereas I think that Gen G, it really reminds me of kind of what Korea's
I
always
don't
been in
know.
this
I
game.
genuinely don't know
Incredible
who's gonna win. I think
implementation
if one
not
of the Sun
craziest
players has
ideas,
a
but
really
just
bad
executing
day,
on it incredibly well.
Yeah,
I think Gen G
also
wins.
Too, it speaks volumes to the fact that you know, you got rookies on each side of the field, right? But you also have some veterans. You have some big matchups that are happening here. Like, for example, I think a really good one to highlight here would be Karen versus Tens, which I think was very
look at
fun
the
because
timing.
you got yourself.
How's
Hey,
Cheddar?
look at that,
How's
it's
life
also
right
fun.
now?
What I love about this particular matchup
He's,
is you got a rookie and Karen
he's
coming into
struggling a
this
little
one, really
bit.
shocking us all and impressing us all.
I think they'll ban
And then you have
split. Surely
Tens
they'll.
reinventing himself
ban
in a
split.
way
Are you
that
kidding,
has made him
Ramya?
not just a team player,
I
but an
know.
impact player as well.
Yeah, I think
My-
that
my
this
Chinese name means
head-to-head is
waterfish, so I
brilliant to look
wanted
at because of what you're saying, the individual
water
performance.
type.
I think that Karen
No, I
has been
graduated
the key
early.
to a lot of the success, especially when we talk about the comparison and how they implement the duelist and everything. I think that he's deadly. No matter what side he's playing, he has a lot of impact, and he will find any possible hole in the other team's structure to get a first kill, to just put himself in a situation of empowerment.
You
And on
look
the other
like you
side,
love
Tens for me
boba
is the
tea.
most fun player
I
to
feel like
watch
that's
right now.
racially
Wait,
motivated,
he
no?
plays Omen like nobody else. Not
I want to
even
be
like
the best
Karen.
Roman like him when I grow
Yeah,
up.
he's a terrible influence on any Omen player in your rankings
Yeah.
because he's teleporting forward. He's
What
in
is
these
it-
double
what
dive
is it
rounds per
based
second.
on
in the late
then?
rounds, he's repositioning in clutches. It's
Yeah.
so ingrained in his mind how he wants to use his utility. It
No,
just looks
I don't have a
seamless when you
cold.
watch him play.
Good morning,
Times they are
Obska.
changing. The fact that we're
Hi,
probably
Jamie.
talking about the two most impactful smokers, and it's Karen and
Yeah.
Ten. Especially if we take less out of the question, you know, if we think of him more
It's
as a
Viper.
sentinel.
I do listen to
and
Wave of
playing on the
Earth.
Viper.
I
But
don't
yeah,
really
even
listen
when
to
Ten is not
Kashi
playing
anymore.
on that Omen, the way that, for example, yesterday he was playing on the KO and playing
Yeah.
with a lot of
Hi,
the utility
Alpha.
of the opponent to his own benefit is what's going to set the difference today.
Hi,
between
Dawson.
Sentinels
Thank you
and
for the
Gen G.
We're really
bucks,
seeing these
Tay.
playmakers have such
Yeah.
such a profound role in
Callie.
these lineups here.
They
Thankfully, we
wave
got
at
some
each other. That's so
opportunities to speak
cute.
with some of the members over at Gen G. We had Karen actually standing by with Mika Fabs.
Hey Karen, 안녕하세요. Of course, it's a very important match for you. And
Honestly,
you are
I
just-
feel good
just
right
about
now.
months into your professional Valorant career, so
Right
where do
now.
you get the confidence to go up against superstars like Tens on
Maybe
the other
check
side?
up on me.
By the Gen G bundle.
I totally understand that. That makes sense. Yeah.
I've had enough of bundles.
Check up on me when Loud starts playing
You're
slow.
bundled out.
I'm all bundled out.
And then-
I have no more bun
and then
left
I'll-
to bundle.
You have no more bun to dull.
And then
Yeah.
we'll
There
see.
you go.
I
I
did
would have
just
liked
wake
it
up.
better if you would have said, buy the Gen G bundle, the better bundle. You know?
I don't
You know what
know.
though, guys? I can't get this feeling that we
I
have
don't know what
to
he
find
said.
ways to agree or disagree. Whoa, looks like we got a game. That's right, folks. It's time to play. Agree to disagree. It's actually
What a
the name of the
segue.
game. I mean, look, I'm
Can you
trying
explain
over
what
here.
the segment is about?
All right, guys. So here's
I
the
wonder.
thing. Here's the thing. I'm gonna read some spicy statements.
And I wonder
okay?
what we're gonna do with those statements.
And then what we're gonna do, mira, ay,
Oh.
Dios mío, oy. Okay, there we go. We got signs. All right, we got signs handcrafted that we
goodness.
flew all the
Just
way
wait
from
to the airport.
Americas.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right, so
Famous
let's-
location, Americas.
yeah, famous one only location, only one. All right, let's go ahead and check out our first one, and it's all relating to the games today. So, Loud is going to make a lower bracket run. Agree or disagree? Chat, make sure you play with us as well. We want to hear from you. Strongly agree and
Strongly
agree.
agree
I
and
want to know
agree.
what the agree
Jimmy,
is
I want you to
about.
hold up your sign too.
Well,
Hear me out.
America's biased.
here's
It's not just sad to see.
I look. I mean, come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You explain first, Ben.
Yeah, exactly. Because you two very strongly
Very
agree.
biased.
I can
You
understand,
and
I can
not.
understand one. I can understand one.
But you should
Paper
still
X is the
support
kind
the
of
team
team that might come up with a surprise. We all know that. We've been there. Do not forget. You know, history is set to repeat itself.
Fair.
And I feel like Loud
Fair.
definitely has a way to get back into the match. But based off on yesterday, Paper X might be in that downside, but we know that they won't go down just because they've been kicked a little. So I agree. I just don't strongly agree.
I rate Loud and Genji at about the same level right now, and I don't think PRX is there in their current form.
Okay.
I think the match is going to be a very close. I would kind of put it up to almost a coin flip, but I lean towards Loud's experience here, which is why I believe that they're going to be the ones to come in that lower bracket.
I wouldn't know what to do with my
This is
hands,
how
my body, or
water-
nothing if PRX walks out with.
I mean, but the thing is, it's
Bald already
PRX.
because of energy.
That's the
Yeah.
thing. That's why I didn't.
Clearly your
And
hair
if
should
the
grow
script
back
is
a
real,
little
they
bit
have
by
to get
now.
second place again. So.
Oh, the script. Oh, Brenna's eye show. All right, well, let's go ahead and check out our second one. It's going to be Forsaken will break the record for most aces globally today. He's 2 aces away from doing that. Do we think he's going to do it? Agreed. Okay, come on.
As someone who just loves good Valorant, I really hate to see aces because it really shows that the gameplay is degraded.
Okay.
No.
Okay. and you disagree?
Mimi, you know what? Live your
Why do you
truth.
have the
I
EP
strongly
fit?
I'm
disagree.
living it.
I think that the level for both of these teams is too high for that to happen. Somebody
When's
in
Drake
this
gonna
based on
collab?
those
That's a great
fundamentals,
question.
Yeah.
just based on
She's
those
been-
fundamentals, he will be traded off sooner than he get the ace.
Also,
Yeah.
if he gets greedy for it, they'll throw another like
Just-
5v4
just saying,
started
guys.
around.
Just saying, it could happen. Pistol
It could
rounds.
happen if
Yeah.
someone
Go
was
round.
going to
That's
do
why
it.
Mimi went on the.
I'm just saying, my guy pops
That's
off.
why I was on both sides.
Yeah.
Hey, right, look at you. Okay, now this next one is going to be a fun one, all right? Genji have a good chance to win their first major title at
The
this
missile
event.
is
How do we feel?
EP.
But Loud,
I mean,
Sentinels, Genji, I
Hey,
think they're
Ra.
all in such similar form. I think it's so close. I favor Sentinels, but I think it's very possible for Genji to win today.
I struggle with this statement because I would rate it mild, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I think that
Sure.
any result for Genji after making it to here is already good enough. And even if they don't get the
But
title
what
of
sign
winners,
do you have?
No, come on.
Boo.
Agree. I know, I mean, I yelled at her for that, so to be
I
fair.
No,
already
not
got yelled at.
me.
It's not-
No, it's time for me to
trickling
yell at you.
down,
Okay.
yeah.
Trickle
Person
down
that
yelling.
said it is gonna go
okay,
Works famously.
I
Anything.
have a
am
good chance, yeah.
gonna go with disagree.
Starting my caffeine
unfortunately.
detox
I
today.
do
Wish
think
me
that,
luck.
the reason why I'm not
Honestly,
saying strongly disagree is
I don't
only
think it's
because,
that bad.
there's always that possibility in my mind, especially with how they've been playing. But I just
Like
feel like
the most amount of
Sentinels
caffeine that
is
I drink is
really
like
just feeling it
I'm
right
kind of
now.
a
It's scary.
turncoat here.
You're a turncoat.
I think the
A
map
little
will work well
over
for
half
Sentinels
of the
today,
Red Bull
especially
now.
they're almost
Yeah.
guaranteed to get
Yeah.
to play Split or Sunset. I think both those maps are going to be a gimme for them,
Sometimes like a
and I
full
really
Red
see it being
Bull.
highly likely for them to pick up another in
Some
the
days
pool.
I just
And then I
don't.
think
I agree with that one.
I don't
the
have any
team who
caffeine.
wins this match today, the team who wins this match today is so likely to win the grand finals because
Yeah.
as we already discussed,
Totally.
Yeah.
double ban, extra prep time, that is so important. I think it's unlikely, but it's
Yeah, that's how
nowhere
much
near
pollen
impossible,
brings.
especially if they win today.
You
Alright,
think
so
he has,
we have
like,
time for a fourth
ADD?
one.
Okay.
This one would have been on the chopping
little
block,
treat.
Nice.
but I'm curious, so let's see what we
We
end
think
up getting.
Colin
alright?
has
The
ADD,
finals will be a
and so like
regional
caffeine
rematch.
helps him concentrate.
Whoa! I mean, but which way? I mean, I think I
But
know the way.
Which
but-
I'm-
No, no, no. You
I
said
feel like
regional
I
rematch.
don't
You
have
didn't say what
anything.
way, so strongly agree. Either one.
So-
It's a 50% chance.
I don't know. When I drink caffeine,
It's 50% chance.
especially right when I wake up, I feel really slow
Is that how
and then
percentages work?
nauseous.
Chad, is this
Yes.
true?
But if
That's
I
exactly how it works. I know a lot
if
about
I
numbers.
drink
I
it
strongly
after I've
agree. I
eaten
think that
already,
especially Sentinels after the pressure that they were put on
It's
yesterday,
pretty
having
chill.
such a strong start, making it into 2 overtimes and being able
Here's
to...
your American visa. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much.
You-
This is my green card?
Yeah. It's your green sign. I don't know if that's how that works.
Give it to
I
me.
know this is all over the place because they said that they were going to go on a run, but
Me, when I contradict my... Honestly, based. It's so close.
if there's one thing hosts are great at, it's contradicting
I see
ourselves
what
on
you
a
mean.
regular
That's
basis. So the reason why is because I would like to see a non-regional matchup. This is more what I want
Really,
versus
I
what
don't
I think will
know.
happen.
But hear me out. We're getting, right now, today, we're getting seed 1 versus seed 1 and seed 2 versus seed 2. Is
Correct.
that not good enough?
It is. It
Nothing's
is.
ever good enough for him.
You know,
don't know what that
I'm
means.
just. You guys are gonna break me. This is too much for me to handle. Okay, folks, we
Kirby.
asked you earlier in the day, well, just like a couple minutes ago, Massacre fan poll, and the question was, who do you think's gonna be going to the grand
Sentinels
finals?
will never lose a fan poll.
Yeah, I feel like you
Did
know.
you hear that? That's people cheering for Sentinels winning
Yeah,
the fan
I'll take the 71 though. That's pretty strong. But I do think though, if we kind of remove the funnies from it for a second, it does make a lot of sense,
Sure.
right? I mean, Kukuka, what we've been seeing from this Sentinels team has been so impressive. The way that they've been able to put this lineup together and really not just find an identity, but find camaraderie, I think has just been so awesome to watch.
I strongly agree.
I also strongly agree.
With what you're saying, completely based, Alex. But hear me out. I think that for today, I'm going to double down on Gen.G is doing a quiet round. They're literally
Fair.
the motivational quote. They want to keep the expectations. As I said, any further than they can take it is already a huge win for them. But I want to see them take it further.
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out where we're going to be playing. And, well, let's go ahead and take a listen in for our map selection.
Welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. Both of these teams came into this match with the same seed and the same record. So therefore it was a coin flip that was done before this that ended up being Sentinels Team A, Gen.G Team B. So we will jump into the pick ban phase. Sentinels, your first ban.
Ban Icebox.
Ban Icebox, your ban.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset, map number 1 from Sentinels.
Pick Split.
Split, side on Split.
I'll take.
Attack, and map number 2.
My mic is muted. Hello. Sorry, I was blowing my nose. I forgot. Thank you.
Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. All right, next set of bans sitting with Sentinels. You have Ascent, Bind, and
Why did
Breeze.
they?
Ban Ascent.
Why
And
did they
Ascent,
not
your ban, you have Bind
ban
and Breeze.
Split? Okay, but honestly, you know what it
Ban
might
Bind.
be?
Ban Bind. Map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze. Sentinels,
What if
side on Breeze.
Gen.G's
All right, good luck to you
taking
both.
the
Thank you.
risk to just learn about Sense Split and try to beat it for the next
A lot
time
of
that they
deliberation
play?
there. We don't have a lot of time, but I want to break this down real fast.
So whoever
Split
loses doesn't
first
go
map.
home.
They had to pick their poison. Sunset or
Yeah.
Split. Sunset is a map Gen.G plays way less of. I think Split is going to be so hard for them to win. If they're to win this series, Gen.G, it has to go to Breeze.
Yeah, exactly. And when we talk about knowing the teams, knowing the fundamentals, a split comp with the
They're
double
just doing
duelist is something
okay.
that you need to
He's
know
outside
to
with,
see.
Yeah.
We've also had some
Solid right
showings
now.
of it, and if the preparation is there, I
Gen.G
think that
Split
this,
is also good though.
overall
That's what I'm
takes a
saying.
bit of
Like
an
if
edge
their
for Sentinels.
if their split is
Lotus
already
the pick of
good,
Gen.G, but it's still a scary map. Both these teams play
and
that
it's not
same
an
standard
elimination
Fnatic comp
bracket,
with the fade, with the race, and honestly, they both
could definitely
execute
just,
on
like,
it incredibly well. I think they're the two strongest teams on that map
Totally.
that are still left in the
try to
tournament.
beat it,
So
you
that's
know?
kind of a coin
Even on
flip.
splits.
This is going to be such a tough series for Gen.G.
It's
Yeah.
going to be tough, but it's definitely if I could choose just 2 maps to see these 2 teams play in it, it would have definitely been Split and Lotus.
Yeah.
I know that Sunset was out of the question.
Yeah, well, it looks like we got our gift, and this
I
is going to be incredible. But folks,
you
let's get
up.
this show on the road because we have great matches on the table. It's grand finals on the line. Gen.G versus Sentinels, PRX versus Loud. Day 7 of Masters Madrid starts right now.
I guess so. Refill me.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 6 of Masters Madrid.
It feels amazing to have a tournament like this, like Valorant Master, right near my home. I dream about this and now it's real. I'm so excited.
Aww. Wait, the tier 1. Z8 Zura. Thank you. Bye, good night, Pickles.
To take their appointment with Gen.G in the upper final. feel good about our win against Loud. I think as a team we played really good overall, and I think we showed a good version of ourselves.
There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. Gen G, 13-9. It's on to the upper final.
뭐 사실 세계 대회에서 이렇게 성적을 좋게 내본 적도 없고 그리고
I know one of the
작년까지만 해도
teams.
세계 대회라는 것을 밟아본 적이 없기 때문에
Gen G, they play very.
I think a
slow,
month
methodical,
ago,
but at the
last
same time,
month,
they have very
they
individually
got
talented
knocked
players.
out because they miscobbed
이제
and
새로
picked the wrong map
리빌딩이
on the
되면서
wrong side.
팀원들과 친해지려고 노력을 많이 했고
Gen G definitely look like a tough opponent.
I was like,
but
damn.
people can't stop us.
That
That's
shit
not our
sucks.
그리고 우리가 만약 이긴다면
Yeah, it was an Archie. I don't know if I was allowed to say that, but
Where are you guys
it was.
From Madrid.
From Madrid, yeah.
From Spain.
Sentinels. We are supporting Sentinels.
Yeah.
I'm PRX.
Jason
Yeah, I just woke up.
He's the GOAT.
What do you think of his beatboxing?
It's really good, actually.
Okay, I just had no idea because I heard it from Colin. But sometimes I don't want to just like blurt shit out because I don't know if I'm allowed to.
We will show you guys on
But thanks for telling me.
Ir pra Lower Bracket é difícil, deve ser frustrante pra vocês assistirem, assim como é pra gente perder um jogo tão close. Mas faz parte, somos humanos, a gente também erra. A gente vai consertar tudo que a gente fez de errado nesse jogo pra tentar ganhar a PRX.
Lotus is a bit like us. They're really strong. They're also creative.
Come on! Wow, just can't lose!
A gente já venceu times com esse estilo de jogo, então a gente vai saber lidar com eles.
Dude, they should have never put him on Cypher on Lotus. They should have never done that. I think if they put him on KJ or put somebody else on Cypher, they would have had such a stronger fighting chance. Real Series starts game 5? Surely. That's alright. I feel great right now, comparatively to all the other days.
A grand final spot is on the line as well as history. Both teams looking to do something massive for their organizations. For Sentinels, it's about going back to championship form and fighting for a crown yet again. And for Gen G,
Yeah, literally any of those would have been fine.
Pacific as a strong region, Kukuka.
Yep.
It's about Gen G establishing themselves as a top-tier team in Valorant.
Exactly, Alex. Seed 1 is no longer enough.
Good morning,
Both of these teams
You're up
want
early.
the first spot in the grand finals. They want to be the top one out of the entire world. And of course, the journeys have been a bit different and so similar at the same time, Mimi.
The last time that Sentinels played a Korean team in the upper finals of an international event, it was over 1,000 days ago. Sen won that. They went on to win Valorant's first international LAN and haven't made it back to a final since.
Hi,
So much
Jackie
about
Jack.
this team has changed since then. Only Tens remains, but he's a completely new player from the star-locking Jet way back when. The difference as well for Gen G is wild. Back then, it was solo, playing alongside Lakia, who he's now coaching. They lost that match. It was the deepest a Korean team has ever gotten. They have a chance to make up for that again today against this new Sentinels.
crazy. I mean, when you set the stage and you really think about how this has all come together, it is absolutely mind-blowing. The fact that Sentinels, a team that people were clowning on, and now they are the top of the mountain. Gen G, I feel people were forgetting about them, and this is their opportunity.
To some point, people are still forgetting because we have seen the miraculous runs before. There has been teams that have been breathtaking. EDG last year made us dream.
Yes.
But it was most of it was because of Kangan. They had that one-star player that everybody was looking at. For Gen G, as I said, it's quiet. It's the group effort. It's actually relying on those fundamentals and how far they can take them. Exactly.
What's crazy is that people are still doubting this team. They've done this run quietly. They haven't gotten the same fan attention as a team like Sentinels. They haven't shocked in that same way, but they have consistently performed and played excellent Valorant throughout. Their players have come out with unbelievable form. Remember Karen, he's a rookie. His first global event. He played his first VCT match this year, and now he's a game away from the finals.
I still can't believe they found him in ranked.
That's the wilder part about this.
That's
as well,
crazy to
because
me.
you would think like, oh, the pressure's on, but it feels like for all 10 of these teams, they just feel confident walking onto that stage, and oh boy, it's going to be a good one. But here we go, Split. What we got for the comps?
Gen G is going into Sentinels' home turf.
I think
They have been
Sentinels win.
incredible on this map thus
Just
far.
looking at
Their
the comp, I think
defense
Sentinels
looks
win.
indomitable. And Gen G are playing a very different comp. They go for the double duelists on this map. They're very reliant on Texture and Meteor to be set up for insane individual performances on this double dive. That's how they beat PRX.
Yeah, exactly. And probably one of the reasons why they decide to start on the attack. If they want to start with a strong foot, it has to be
It already
through a
closed.
very explosive round. So watch out because
I didn't
the
expect them to
Sentinels
start kind of
have
late.
been on point this event.
If Gen G can beat Sentinels on their best map, there is no denying that this team is ready for a trophy.
That means you can save your points and then predict the next.
Now time to figure out who's
next
going to be
match.
going to the grand finals. Will it be Sentinels? Will it be Gen G? We got two excellent casters to tell this story. It's Mitch and Tom.
Hi, Bobo.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, Mimi, and Kakuka. We've got a barn burner of a game here. Sentinels looking to reclaim their former glory, while Gen G have a serious opportunity to make Korean history.
Surely you can.
You look back in the
I reflection in your eyes. Hey, Ella.
1,029 days ago, Tens sent Newturn down to that lower bracket from the upper final, a chance for a final, and on that team you had Lakia and Coach Solo. A lot has changed since then, but I can tell you now that Lakia will be there looking for revenge. It is a grudge match with so many stories, and we're kicking it off on Sentinel's home turf of Split.
They have been, without a doubt, the best team we've seen on Split in recent memory. Gen G have a hell of a task, starting it out on their opponent's map pick with Lotus up next, and as we saw in the veto, it'll finish out on Breeze. Gen G didn't want to pull Bind into the mix. Lakia's probably happy about that. Bad memories from back in the day. As we start out the pistol round, Sentinels on the defensive side, two Ghosts and a spread defense, but they are looking to crunch on mid after contact. For Gen G, they've got players outside A and some looking to move into mid. It looks like we're going to have a scrap on our hands.
They have Cypher on A
We've seen
first
anything
round.
from this match or this matchup. We know that Gen G are fantastic at adapting and learning. They played PRX in the regular season on this map, ended up coming back in this tournament and demolishing them on it. Meteor, though, in this round, he's just looking to sell a bit of a ruse, and he has done. A push coming down mid, but the rest of Sentinels are all rotating over towards that B side. Not a member, even in the right half of the map.
This is a pistol round that plays out a lot less like a coin flip. Both teams reactively waiting on mid. Nothing happens, so the fake info on A is given away, and the space is taken. Very nicely handled to set up for a post-plant situation. Sentinels send in a dog and some util, though, and they're going to deny the plant altogether. But in the chaos, Texture's able to pick up one.
That was
and then
good
A
counter
buys some
util.
space. They can secure the site now, get a plant, and look to play after. Meteor's also snuck up behind Tens. Didn't matter with Lakia shutting him down, and these other players now locked in towards the spawn. Up top is Zels is alone, but there's still some fight left in Sentinels.
he's
They don't
alive?
want to give this round up just yet.
Yeah, had to be a fallback from Gen G, not wanting to overextend. Karen still, though, holding on to some control, and they've spotted out Celsius. They know where both of these players are at this stage, and with the positions they currently hold, it's definitely not going to be easy for the side of Sentinels to get back into this one. Running out of time, need to try and isolate one of these jewels, and with the spot already coming in, the rest of the players line up like a firing squad. All left onto Junk. QT's been fantastic in clutches, but it's not happening this time.
Stop saying
GG. We'll take the pistol.
It's only round one.
This attacking side,
I
you
can't
saw, as we
eat.
said, Sentinels off red, look for mid control. They don't get it. The fake is made by Gen G, making noise on A, taking space, and they walk into B for free. But post-plant, the idea to just send the 2 players in spawn and they sit there, waiting, running the clock down. John QT couldn't go out and fight with his teammate because he's worried about a flank coming up through heaven. This is a really nice pistol round from the side of Gen G. I do like Sentinel's ideas as well, because they laid a trap.
Wait, does he have
Just
the
Gen G
first
were too
bundle
wise to fall
reaver knife
into
or the
it.
second
Now
one?
on the attack side, you know, it's an interesting buy, Tom. I have to say, Texture is surprising me, because I'll talk all day long about the benefits of playing this Outlaw. I just don't expect to see it on the attack that often, but he's found success with it right off rip. Nobody on the defense has shields, so this weapon, even if they have light shields, which they don't, it's still going to be an operator. 2 shots, very fast movement, and a quick reload.
It's a round as well, though, where realistically, nothing really for their opponents to be playing with. Sentinels just saving up for the next round. It does mean that you want to keep it clean. It means you're the only player that can really go down without being too much of a detriment. And obviously getting that extra information is a decent start. Zeka finding one. That's the spike down for John QT as well. This is starting to get worrying.
Well, Texture's down to 13 HP as well. You know, he's pretty much in an even fight regardless of who he takes on. That heal needed to come through. Luckily, there's been some time. As that clock runs down, the health goes back up for Texture. 100 HP. Lakia and Munchkin there to fight with him, but they have to walk into the open to take that spike into a big crossfire in play for Sentinels. Instead, they're going to take some space in heaven, get that little bit of extra space to play with, and here comes the snake bite. It's not gone fully into the corner. Still a nade to play with for Texture, flash for Lakia, but they're caught off guard, and Zeus is intense!
Oh my god, they won that.
That's a disaster for Gen G! Now 1-1 after winning the pistol.
Yeah, an instant response
my
with the
god.
MasterCard Thrifty and maybe some jitters for Gen G, because that was a heavy investment. 4 players with rifles. Already you're seeing the initial duel switch being won, and really isolated fights, like the spike going through the smoke on its own for Karen. That is an uncharacteristic error for someone like him. We've been singing his praises about his positioning, his movement, especially after the switch to Omen. I feel like he was fantastic. And that is a really rough way to kick off your attack. Rifles now fully bought up on what was meant to be an easy victory. Well, now Sentinels have the same chance.
Gen G with just a few pistols will struggle immensely on this. Now, we've seen this a couple times, this poison orb thrown up over right at the start of the round from Munchkin. It's causing a lot of problems for that Sentinels defense with the fact that he can slip out to the right side. You're going to need a trap there, which can obviously be broken by some of Texture's utility if he lobs it through. So it's not going to be that consistent. And if you leave it unchecked, well, someone's going to be sneaking through it in some round. You never know when. Always in the back of your mind. Now, the mid-hold, very strong for Sentinels. I don't imagine there's too much trouble. The close range and catches Zelsis off in 10-2. Looks like I should have kept my mouth shut. We're all of a sudden in a 5 versus 3. Showstopper popped and fired at random. It doesn't land, but they've got a huge advantage to play with here. Sassy needs to hold strong.
He's in a good position though. Already dropping a first, but the trade is instantaneous, keeping that huge advantage. What a chaotic start to this map already. The delay already put into position. Munchkin in a good spot, has a teammate alongside him, may not even need it, and it's going to be MasterCard Thrifty.
This has got timing.
Getting their money's worth in the early stages of
I don't think he should be standing there with no info.
They bought more than Sentinels.
That's true. You know, this is a hell of an argument for the bundle, but there's a few Sheriff shots landing there with the classic assists on the back of it. Just absolutely insane to see this in the first 3 rounds. That back and forth.
That was Zeus' orb as well that went down, because the other one was thrown in B main.
Yeah, you're right.
So,
you're right.
so that means that he got caught by his own utility. Again, it's an error from either side. Both in the early stages have made mistakes. All right, Tens. That's one hell of a start. They've still got a couple of rifles. It's definitely not the prettiest of buys, but even still, somehow the team with the weaker has got off to a good start.
Well, that's it, because they happen to take the fight up against one of the players who has that rifle. And John QT, other side of the map, he's running the Phantom, now actually swapping over. Gonna be sending 10s towards A. But for the side of Sentinels, those 2 rifles,
why are they swapping like
stand a good
this?
chance in any fight. Those pistols, though, they're left
Oh,
to do a
that's
lot.
why.
The
Never
whole
mind.
mid-control is
dear,
around
that's
those
so much
pistols.
info.
They want to be playing this
Good
off
boy,
the
Jerk.
utility. That's the nade going through, forcing them back, doing some damage too. Karen's now down to 83. I was a little bit of decay as well. The orb had gone up.
They got a rifle, but because of that neural theft, they used it to check if anybody was holding the rifle. So that's now a third gun picked up from Sentinels. So they have boosted this quite a bit. 40 seconds left. 3 players still within the B site, but you still have Tens with
Where's
a
this
paranoia
landing?
available to him. Nothing really on Zelsis though, so it is going to be onto him.
Oh, and he's forced out of position. That paranoia. It's landed on the players further up, and one was blinded. Caught by the trap, another now inside, and well, he's gone. 2 kills with a classic.
Break the trip, someone break the trip.
Wrapped on at least a chance to shut him down. One that they must realize. Meteor, there we go. It's a connection.
It's okay, he's good for 2.
Then the spike's gone up.
And they're chilling.
Heaven dropped. Even if the last kill wasn't found, I don't think they were getting that one done. 2-2.
You're never going to believe this, but that was a MasterCard thrifty.
Another thrifty? 3 thrifties in a row?
No, I believe it's the third
in a row.
Is there a record for that?
Obviously, because both teams are still sort of building up finances. What is this? The next one's not going to be, but if you've ever seen an advertisement for buying the SEM bundle, that is 2 kills off the back of Zelsis, the man who's been plugging it this entire event. We're never going to hear the end of it.
I think it's also because the smoke, the trip wasn't in the smoke, it was outside of the smoke.
Forgot the MasterCard in front of it, but I'll forgive him. I'll forgive him this once. Well, Gen G, they're not going to be too happy about the back and forth nature of this early game, especially the fact that they got caught by not being able to shoot the traps. It's a little unfortunate.
No, you can break it on one of the sides. I'm like 90% sure. I think if you're looking from attacker side, it's on the right side. They just don't know. It's literally right in front of the smoke, like it's outside of the smoke. So it's, I think the issue that they had was that in order to break it, because unless they just missed, they have to go outside of the smoke.
Hasn't stopped his push. He's still going forward.
I think they also just missed it.
It's a lot of space to take, a position you usually expect, but the big difference to this is Karen. He's also there with a paranoia in hand, and it's about to come through. There it is. The step was heard. But luckily, those players are able to round the corner just in time. Nade, not really going to force Meteor back, but he falls back anyways, concedes the space. They're going to commit utility to trying to clear that back out, at least in his mind. The paranoia is kept in the back pocket, now burned up to go towards elbow. Here comes the blast pack from Zekin. He's towards the side, picking up Karen.
Oh my god, this retake.
Had opened up the rest, leaving Meteor alone, doing so much damage. It looks like Munchkin was able to catch an angle, and with the snake bite landed, that's buying a little bit more time. Tens has to run for the hills now. There's no time left with another found. Gen G take the lead. It's not quite a MasterCard thrifty, but it is a Red Bull clutch.
the script really is just paying dividends at this point. A round break back for Gen G.
I missed the time when Jet's dash broke wires. That's still... How is that even a thing? Jet was so strong.
Positions that were held, but as Munchkin, the leader,
And even now she's so strong. Where's your Miffy blanket from? I have no idea. I got it as a birthday gift. I wish I knew.
Straight away, Bladestorm popped. The pacey side of this round looking to come out as they take early space towards this A side.
It's literally from Miffy.
Straight over the top goes Meteor.
Mason Dux. MAISONDEUX.com.
Still a player on B and one in mid. Gen G have a lot of space. You don't expect to see a Sentinels crunch just yet. Look at how much they're keeping in their back pocket for the eventual fight. Paranoia is still
guys, the actual Miffy bunny made this.
The big ones online. One flash just popped by Sassy, but Meteor turns. The blades are used up. Look, they're not finished pushing. Lakia went charging forward. Even though his teammate had fallen back, a little disjointed from Gen G, but Munchkin capitalizes on the chaos, picks up two, and keeps having control. That's a huge position for them to play with. And now Sentinels even send Sassy back to reclaim it, buying so much time as only John QT's on the site, flanked out and distracted by Meteor. The clock is running down. Munchkin late flanks up through heaven, and the classic fight's awkward. But it's too little, too late. Again.
What about the bundle?
For Gen G to claim the round.
C9 bundle and he would win that.
A second round in a row after what was a crazy back and forth. It is Gen G to come out on top, but again, it was close, and Oh, JungQT
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
he has got off to a fiery start. The way
you know,
that
the
he's been
people
playing,
that
he's been
I don't know. Some people when
punishing them
they
as try to
when they
rotate
talk
his
about
lane flanks in the
what the
backline have
correct
been
plays
so
in Valorant are, like, oh my god, crouching is bad. Never
spike
crouch.
to do the job. 4-2 in the lead.
I'm like,
As I said, this has been
this person has never seen a single pro game ever. Like, ever. Every single, like, almost every single game. Actually, every single game, at least one person is crouching. If not, like, most of them are crouching. It's just crouching when you don't have control over when you crouch is bad.
They beat PRX. They've been evolving throughout this tournament. It's not going to be easy just because
It's
this
so
map is solid
annoying.
for Sentinels.
Good cancel of the dog with
Sorry,
a deep snake
Suri.
bite. Genji denied some more information around mid. Looks
Did
like
he
the
see them
rotates
there, or
are
did he
underway.
random shoot the smoke?
Swinging all the way back to the B side.
I'm not sure.
Sentinels have been able to win.
Crouching is for leg day? Exactly.
Pistols before.
Crouching is for baddies, because leg day
Though Munchkin's game has been
is for
fantastic
the
this last round.
the
way he
cake.
Played and controlled heaven in the late game. Allowed that spike to explode. Now he's got a Viper's Pit. Thanks to his hard work, Seekers as well, but they're not used. Instead, it's going to be dashed straight out in front of the Seekers. Meteor, though, he's caught. He can't quite see anything.
Because their stat patterns, like me, I dropped 5 kills, my headshot rate is 80%. That's crazy.
Barely. And he'll eventually be shut down with the Viper's Pit in. This becomes a hard round to win, but a showstopper pop. It's going to be a gamble from Zek, and he has to pick a spot.
Oh! No, Rosa!
With his back turned to Munchkin, a quick execution leaves JungQT alone. But with Meteor down, there's a chance. That's the hat popped off the head.
Oh, unlucky.
Right back.
This guy has
Brim
so
had been
good
crouching
so
since
far.
World War II,
I
that's
just
what I'm
love
saying.
Watching his reposition within that Viper's Pit. He hears the
Maybe
showstopper, he goes,
Sin.
what's the chance of him shooting it straight down?
Is that
Very,
GU's
very low.
alt
You're gonna try
account?
and hit towards that plant spot. So he repositions forward into that Viper's Pit and just manages to isolate the battle, takes him out, and then this, well, I'll be honest, this was just prediction. Knowing that his opponent would eventually try and catch him on the ping, it has been such a worldie of a game. And here's someone as well. This is his 7th
Hello.
international event. The best spot the Munchkin has ever finished is 9th to 10th. He went
Yeah,
through
any
the
habit
likes of
in
Grazer
Valorant
Raccoon in the past has
where you
seen
don't know how to
never really
control it is
achieved anything.
bad.
As mentioned, he has already got top 3. This man is gunning for so much more.
Yeah, they were
Hey,
crazy.
Sora.
I remember a good regional team, but once they
I
came
already
to the
said hi to
international
you.
stage, and for a lot of
Oh wait, no,
Munchkin's teams,
it's
they
because he
got
just said
tested
hi.
in a way they
Sorry.
couldn't
They
stand
met
up to.
Gambit.
Yeah.
Maybe the EP
Even
demons
on
are very
Munchkin's
strong.
runs, it was always playing the same teams twice. Like it happened against Foot, it happened against Gambit. I can't remember the other team, but there was definitely a back-to-back as well. This guy always ends up facing a team and then coming back and being eliminated by them later on.
Does always seem to improve.
Anita Max
That's the thing
EP.
I
how
wanna
he got here.
Yeah, give credit to him as someone leading. And he's leading by example.
No,
right
they
now.
do crouch
He's
spray.
forced
I think
Sentinels
crouching,
into
like
position
crouching
when
without
they're taking
controlling
advantage.
it
You look at some of
and
the
not
results.
being
This is a
able to
team
control
that,
it is
well,
different
they played
than
loud a couple of times in their last 4 matches.
not being
Loud
able
only
to
managed
control your
4
spray
rounds
or
in 3
panic
rounds.
spraying.
So
I think you
Genji
can
already
combine the
way
two,
far and above a lot of the teams
but
Sens
it's
have
definitely two.
battle
It's
against.
two separate things. It just looks really bad when you're doing both together.
Bet you're going to see that outlaw onto Lakia. Clearly having a lot of faith in this gun, but having your Sky play it, that's intriguing.
I wasn't already a fan of Gen G.
Just
I'll tell you
crouch the
what,
wall
I'm gonna need a
game.
jersey after
Yeah,
this
you're about to
one.
have.
Been complaining
You're about
all
to speed
tournament
run
all month
Brimmy's
long
butt.
about how little this is being used, and they're coming in attack side on split and
On
using
Sky
it.
as well.
On Sky,
Crouch spray is more accurate though.
Is that what's happening?
Very slightly, but then you're committed.
Well, 5 on the
Like
board
when
already
people
for
crouch
Gen G, as we
spray,
said, this was
it's
not gonna
hard
be
to
a
get more
pretty
than
start from what
one.
we guessed, at least. Split has been
Unless you're
terrifying,
like
you're saying. But Gen G have
spray
already far
transferring
exceeded
because you're committed to the
They've got a
whole entire,
commanding lead early on,
like
even
the
after a
your
scrappy
movement is
beginning.
committed,
Even after denial of the
basically.
second round, I thought that was the start of the end. Tom. I
Yeah.
was starting to worry. But here we are, round number 8, and Gen G have another chance to extend this lead.
I saw a
Sentinels down to their
lemon.
last credits and used all
Like
their
if you're,
ultis
I
very
think if you're
recently.
crouch spraying,
They've been doing this a lot. Meteor left in a lurk. He's been able to take quite a lot of space. Now this is space that's given up. JungQT is
like you see when people spray into smokes,
and with only 40 seconds left,
like
we're
a
seeing
continuous
this late
spray
clear
instead of
position. Now, a lot of
tapping,
this
they're usually
probably off the
crouching.
idea that,
So you have
okay,
better
we could
control
have
of it.
double back through and taken
But that's only
control
if you
into
don't
heaven.
have like,
Cam already going to be gone.
if
but
you're not
now
out in the
30
fucking
seconds
open.
left. They look to head into this stacked up site. Sentinel and
It's our
Viper.
limit.
It's never easy to get past this util, but they're beginning to predict it, and now they have to try and clear
It does give you like slightly better accuracy, but then you're out in the open.
By John QT, a little closer, 12 seconds left, and there's still some harassment on the site. John QT drops the
Oh my
spike.
god.
8 seconds left, but players up in heaven surely not able to deny. No nade, nothing to clear them from position, and the fight's going towards Gen G. Oh, Zekin, full HP. But one hit to that outlaw, Tens, one hit to damn near anything. Zekin closes the distance, but a shot to the head from Texture pretty much seals the fate of this one. With Tens having 2 players to drop, and Munchkin way ahead of him on that fight. 6 rounds now for Gen G, a solid A take, and Sentinels left with scraps.
It also helps because like when you're in high ranks and everybody has like good crosshair placement,
Look at John QT right now.
crouching does help.
Because they are running into his trips, he's getting an opening kill, but every
Make
single
it harder
time
for
there's
them
a
to hit
response
you.
from Gen G. That's been one of the things I've loved about this team is the trading is on point. They are so quick and so committed as well. You're going into a site with 20 seconds left. There are so many variables that you have to look for, but this team is ready to trade whatever comes their way. And with 8 seconds left, they get that spike down, and from then on, it looked like plain sailing.
That's the point where most teams start to panic. It's the point where I start to panic a little bit, but they were just
panicking for them.
yeah. I can only imagine being in the coaching seat. You're screaming about the time left, but they had it all under control.
Thank you.
Cool as a cucumber. As we go into round number 9, Sentinels, as we said, they've got scraps, and the pistols are apparent to us. There's only a few ghosts, a sheriff. This is a round that they've won before, so you have to be careful. And, well, caution to the wind for Tens. He goes through the orb and falls right down. Let's see what else we've got, though. The weapon's going to be upgraded, and there's still some util to play with.
Hopefully it saves this game.
Controller players all the way through this event. We've talked about Karom. We've talked about the likes of Tens. Maybe we underestimated Munchkin. Because right now he is on an absolute tear. Again, just the patience. You're going to see the gamble. I don't really blame Sen at this point. They've had so many late A takes that they're reading into the fact that, okay, this is going to be A. And what happens? Texture just walks a little stroll.
Dude, whoever... Wait, who's the IGL for Gen G?
Looks over. Yeah, sure, the Sentinels retakes have been good historically. But if they pull this one off with a couple of ghosts, a classic, and a sheriff, well, we're going to be marveling.
Ice Spice Munchkin, that's
Yeah, there's something special about doing it in a post plant on your way back through.
That's crazy.
A site like this with essentially a quick fire, a semi-automatic 2-shot op in play for Lakia with everybody on light shields. It really is one of those rounds
He
where you
is a
start to think
munch.
about
That is
just
true.
going down to the spike,
I think it's the
maybe
Korean
dropping
one.
some weapons if Gen G
Oh,
do
thank
get
you.
a bit aggressive. And, well, that's a bit of... What in the world is that?
Huh?
Of all the ways to use that weapon, of all the ways I thought I'd see that weapon used, running through your own
Okay, to be fair,
double hip fire
yesterday, I don't remember who it was, but somebody satcheled out of B Heaven with the Outlaw into like 4 people. I was like, what the f?
In fact, he's going to buy straight back into a rifle again.
No, that's the only request I have.
The thing is, his
Yeah,
opponent's not going
Forsaken.
to pick it up. So
I was like,
realistically, all that's
wait,
happened
did
there
he
is
just jump out with a
Blackbeard's
Marshall and then somebody picks it up after? And I was like, that's a fucking outlaw.
But that's the thing. Again, it was spoken about in an interview with Alex after their last match. He said that it just feels like Gen G have a great read on us. At the moment, it's looking like they have a great read on Sentinels as well, because the way they've started this match off, they've gone the right way every single time. The paranoia, decent, but the counter there, Tens will be able to keep his life, and the aggression quelled for a second.
And look how quickly they've got a response. There's 4 players from Sentinels here. Make that 3. Tens is down. Zels is spotted. Wallbang. Second falling. Sassy here and expected. They even expect the 4th player swinging. And that is about as bad of an attacking start as you could expect, in that they run into the entirety of the defense and they still win it. Not only win it flawlessly. That's how this game is going for Gen G right now.
This caster is digging into Sen right now.
About 40 damage across the board.
Not only do they lose the fight, not only do they lose the 3rd swing, and not only do they lose the 4th swing, not only do they lose the site that they stack, it's Jover.
And they lose every single
He's
fight.
still going.
John QT, all he can do at this point is just look to hold on to the rifle.
Oh, shit.
Credits are flowing for Gen G. Of course they're going to try and hunt him down.
Yeah, why not? There's no
They
hassle
stay
of most
in.
of these players dying. I'll take an orb and give you one towards a neural theft. No worries.
It's great, you can have two.
Yeah, have them all, mate. Have the ult. Well, he's got one at least with Munchkin down and the others maybe a little too far away. Texture, no blast pack.
Safe now.
Nade, but it's not even going to blow up in time. So, 8-2. This is a scoreline that I think, hey, I actually don't think is that surprising.
I'm not gonna lie,
One
it
team
kind of
having
looks like
8,
butt
the other team
cheeks.
having 2. The fact
At
that
the
it's
bottom.
Gen.G with the 8 on their attack side so far, little surprising. The fact that we've actually, I would say, most of this game so far, I've been complimenting Gen.G, pushing and pulling the map, finding open sites, being able to run into the lighter side of the defense. Then we see what happens if they run into the entire defense, and they still win the round flawlessly. What else? What other kind of challenge can you present?
I don't know, my cam, my cam is small for you guys, but it's like super small for me, and that's all I see
Sentinels were
in
the
my
best in the
in my
world
preview.
on Split.
Yeah.
Might have to reevaluate that.
Wait, that's a fire cam for that
Because right now
orb.
it's not looking particularly close. There needs to be some sort of response here for Sentinels. They brought back in again the ults, not particularly close, at least the valuable ones, but they are looking to put pressure on. Looking to try and deny Meteor. He's going to go straight through. If he waited a second, I think he actually gets the kill, but he's still going to be able to survive.
No, I mean,
They've used a lot
yes,
of
but
utility
also
to try
like,
and shut this
what
man
could have
down,
been?
And he's not taking a lick of damage. Zelsis, though, the timing here could be everything. He's got it nigh on, perfect! Looks for a big play, and he's found one. 2 kills down, the first time they've really managed to catch them off guard. Texture falls, and just 2 remain. Meteor looking for a move. He's at least gonna get one, a quick snap back.
Okay, we were
Make this one
chilling.
a little bit competitive, and the man they're up against has been insane.
Jonathan Q-Tip is alive, so there's no way they lose this
Not gonna be
round.
an easy fight on any front. He's choosing the harder of the 2. Just 1 player towards the spawn. Whoops. There we go. 1 player towards the spawn, but 2 up top. Make that 3 now as they come into position. No snake bites. That orb only going to block
I guess,
vision.
yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
add some decay. Give him an opportunity, though, to play up top with the shorty. I
We're
like him
chilling.
trying to create some opportunities, but ultimately too big of a task for anyone to take.
I think whoever wins this
8-3,
gets
and the
a
last
spot in
round
the
could see Sentinels
finals.
find a 4th, Tom. That is
And then
not
whoever
something I
loses
was ready to
this
say
is
today.
playing the winner of the lower
Sentinels
brackets, which
fans
is
out there
next
is we
next
have
match.
seen mass landslide
I think
victories
today
for the side of Sentinels on either side.
PRX
They
and
have
Loud,
proven it
whoever
time
loses
and
that's
time again.
going
Look at their
home.
last match versus Loud, 9 rounds, so they can do it. It's not
And
a
then
death
tomorrow,
sentence,
tomorrow
especially if they
whoever
can get to
loses
4,
this
but
game is gonna play the winner
manner
of
in which Gen.G have been winning
Loud
that
versus
does make me
PRX,
doubt that.
and then
And
whoever
they're
wins
going
that is
straight
going
back
into
to the bread and
finals.
butter. The A take has been fantastic. Tens has been able to delay them at least a little bit, and the
Yeah,
Seekers
PRX
are
still
going
has
to
a
give things
chance.
away.
Oh.
The nade from Zeki
What?
is good as well. They've got off to a strong start.
Yeah, the util through from Sassy as well helps out. They're blinded.
No,
and
that wasn't-
paranoid by Tens,
that
who's
wasn't
now
me
making
who
his
said
appearance
that.
Up top. Boombot through. It's found a player, and the bullets soon follow.
Somebody in chat.
Only 2 left standing for Gen.G.
Oh, my cam. Oh,
Healthy
I'm sorry.
recovery for Sentinels towards the end of the half. It was looking a little bit shaky, but they found their footing now. And actually,
I don't know. I feel like their name is Purple, starts with the L, ends with the Reen.
They'll suspect it. Spike on the floor, and they'll attempt to take it. Problem is, Zelsis is stood on the
Not
other
even
side
like
of that
a
smoke. Sassy up top,
finals
spraying
game?
away with him. With 50 seconds left and 5 players to take down. Well, we said the last round was a bit too big of a task. This one, good luck.
Protect the KD at all costs. Munchkin can't really hope for anything else. Looking for the fight. And Tens is just being an irritation at this stage, just placing smokes in his face. This is all just a formality. No hope for this one to go wrong for Sentinels. And they will at least
That's Satchel
close
actually
out
saved
the
them.
remaining couple of flawless to give them their 4th round
banana.
onto the board after what was almost a flawless half out of Gen.G. An early, shaky
Oh, that's why he
back and
died.
forth that was competitive, and then a 6-round streak for the Korean super team. They've definitely put themselves in a good spot, but as we know, Sentinels can definitely turn the tide.
Hi, A's.
It's not over yet, that's for sure, but Gen.G have to be happy with how things have gone so far. In fact, we've got some friends of Gen.G stood by in the audience. Let's hear from them.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here in the crowd right now with Jules.
Is it actually their
Gen.G
first match
super
against
fan.
each other?
Hey Jules, where are you from?
I'm from Korea, but I live in the States as well.
Oh, okay, so this is a tough match for you, but clearly you are for Gen.G. I actually hear you're a friend of Textures, right?
Yes, I am.
Oh, wow. So how do you know him, and what is he like outside of the game?
I'm his channel moderator, and he's just a great guy, a friendly guy as well.
Yeah, you mentioned that he works really, really hard as well outside of the game, right?
Absolutely. We call him pro streamer because he's a pro player, but he streams like streamer. He always works outside.
I'm gonna be honest, because they don't have
and so fun to watch
they don't
too.
have an
Now,
actual
finally, I
sentinel
hear you're not just a Gen.G fan, you're
on
not just a Texture
Gen.G
fan, but you're an
for this
overall
map.
BCT fan.
The
You've
attack
been
is
to
very
so many
winnable.
events. Can you let us know what they are?
They should have definitely won more rounds on defense, but
went to LA for champs.
it'd be like
this
that.
year I'm at Madrid, and I'm going to Seoul for champs again.
Awesome! So we might see you again, and we might have to loot back this interview and come full circle. Now, finally, I need you to give one big shout out to all of the Gen.G fans over here in the stage and everywhere. Give your best battle cry for Gen.G.
Thank you. Wow! I think Gen.G is gonna win. Guys, Gen.G has been exceeding the expectations, and they're really gonna do well. So please root for Gen.G.
All right, let's hear it for Gen.G! But on the other side, we also do have to hear it for Sentinels before we get back into the game.
The Nightbot messages?
All right, Tom. Yeah, you know what? I got to hear a Gen.G battle cry, but the crowd didn't really turn up for Sentinels, Tom. Give me your best Sentinels battle cry. Hype them up. Give it to me.
Oh, buy the Sen bundle. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know.
Oh man, I was expecting him to start screaming.
I'll say that.
The battle cry, I have a tear in my eye. That was fantastic.
It was wonderful. Well,
8-4 though.
We've heard about Gen.G's hard-working nature in that interview,
Hey,
and
Sophie.
listen, hard work pays off. So far, a 4-round lead, double the rounds of Sentinels, hailed as the best team in the world on this map, Tom. They've got to show us why they're called that here on their attack.
It is time to prove it, because as we know, next map up is the choice of Gen.G. Lotus has been a home turf for them. 5-map streak. Not a bad map for Sentinels, but you wouldn't want to be going in this series with a deficit. Zekken now becomes the
Very
pinnacle. He's
cozy.
had a bit of a quieter game, but we know that at any stage this youngster can turn it on, can take over rounds, and especially on that raise, it's been fearsome. Blacky though, ooh, he's actually just looking to deal with utility. He's gone down, been having a bit of a rough map individually, and the problem is, this is all just the root. This is going to start pulling players over, put pressure onto Meteor.
That's a spot that you have to check on the way out. For Sentinels, you imagine they will. John QT, look at him. You see him in the X-ray just sneaking past towards the screens. They'll never expect him to be in this corner. And the steps heard on the rotation back. Oh, this gap is absolutely massive. No way.
Oh my god.
He expect someone to be on the site. He could think
Wait,
that's
he has
the
no
only
idea.
player. One guy in screens coming back to check there's no one and running back. This all makes sense. For Texture to be here though, oh, they'd have to be ever vigilant to see it, and now he's got an opportunity to trade it back further. It's huge from Texture. Completely bamboozling them. 10 seconds left. A nade on the floor. A blast back for the fight. But
What happened to the comms?
They need to plant it now. If they can deny this, it's done on the spot. Karen does well to find one, and there's
What happened to the comms?
with another round.
Wait, why did they not say that they didn't clear sight? Oh my god.
Sentinels map pick.
That is the second time in this tournament.
I don't think that was unlucky. I think he should have said like he didn't clear sight. He didn't even clear elbow all the way. The Viper rotation made it obvious though.
This one was disciplined. This one was waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike.
Dude, they should have said that they didn't clear it.
This man has been revitalized within this Gen.G roster, and that has got to be infuriating for Sentinels, because John QT basically did everything right. Gets an opener, catches the player rotating, but one man missed. And that's the pistol round to Gen.G.
That's got to be so frustrating. Even thinking back, he heard the second player running up in heaven. Chance of a third being there very low. Karen, not in danger. In fact, he is in danger. Three kills. They were close.
What the fuck?
Well, the numbers advantage doesn't really matter when the judges firing away like that. The last could have been his, but Texture finds it instead. One man lost on Gen.G. A fantastic follow-up round to their pistol, stacking them the chips even further on their side of the table.
History might be made in more ways than one today. Unless Sentinels come alive fairly soon, we could be seeing their greatest ever defeat.
Guys, it's okay. It's only map 1.
On this map.
You guys are like, "Ah, I'm gonna rip out my hair. I'm gonna cry on stage. I can't do this anymore."
Already in this tournament as well. Right now, Gen G are showing why they might just be the hope of Pacific to finally get towards a title win.
This is BO3.
Definitely
Wait, is
feels
tomorrow
Still a
BO5?
fair bit away. But in this round, they've not got a completely weak purchase. A few rifles, an outlaw as well. Okay, Karen's left on a pistol, and Munchkin's SMG is not the most desired weaponry.
No, it's
Also looking
lower.
at Texture being 2 orbs away from having that showstopper. The main thing though for Sentinels is they finally got the rifles.
Well, if anything, that's the pressure of this round. They've got the rifles, but they need to find success with it. Weaker weapons for Gen G. That outlaw is dangerous. What's even more dangerous is the 4 players on this A site. We saw Gen G run into this 4 of Sentinels up in heaven. And Gen G lost about 40 HP total with a flawless execution on the A site. Sentinels are doing it with a split through vents. 2 players on their way to crunch heaven. Problem is, Gen G can crunch right back. Lakia and Munchkin aren't in heaven. Instead, out on the ledge. It's a very unusual position. Lakia can flash up from down below. And Munchkin can always have somewhere to fall back to. Oh, not with his knife out. That's a big mistake. Now they know at least there's another player on site. They might even have heard them in screens, but again, they haven't checked for this extra man.
Wait, why are we not clearing stuff? What is going on?
And a 1 versus 2. They've bought themselves the space to plant.
Yeah, the one thing for Karen is he doesn't currently have a weapon.
Hey, Ian.
And everybody dying around the window means that he might even have to
Ooh,
put himself out
what kind
into the
of
open
art?
to give this one up. The reposition as well from Celsius is sublime. It would have to be
Sublime. It's sublime.
To pretty much all of Gen G, at least all of their weaponry. Sentinels do manage to weather the storm just about.
Well, Tom, you know, this is the expected result, though. 2-round win, 1 on the back of the pistol, the other the follow-up. You win your 3rd up against those weaker weapons. It still gets close. Couple of well-placed shots by Sentinels puts them ahead in those fights. A good reposition in the end. But 1 battle going slightly differently, and this
is first
spirals
game.
out of their control. They're holding on to a cliff's edge by their fingernails. And at 10-5, Gen G now pull out the showstopper.
No, wait, no, yes. Like I want him to hit like all 5, but then that would be so bad for Sen. Give the prime, Bayan. Thank you.
This guy's crazy. He's cloud bursting around to try and stay alive. He's still not running away, Tom. He's sticking around for a fight.
Balls of steel on this guy.
Maybe not expecting that many players to be there. Texture as well, he wants to try and recover this. Such an aggressive start. The paranoia showstopper combo could have eliminated half the Sentinels. Instead, it found nothing.
But like,
it does kind of look like Gen G
it's
is
not
scrambling a
looking
little bit.
too good.
Such aggressive positions, and the fallback is going to go towards that A site. The thing is, though, because they had so much map control, there's been an early read from the side of Gen G. Once again, it's looking like we might have 4 players within this A site as Sentinels go to push.
1 flash on Lakia, 1 nade on Texture. No paranoia, some smokes. The second just came online for Karen, and one's just been popped down. Here comes the showstopper, though. That's the big gun on the other side. And Sentinels find the opening with it, but there's a response. Gen G equalize things, catch them on the rotate up through heaven, and drop the spike. 20 seconds left, and the nade buys even more time. The rotation now from Texture
is John knifing out?
Hightail it, move to the other side, but look, he's already here. He's ahead of them with 10 seconds left. There's no time for delay. They need this fight. They need to win it. And they have just about 5 seconds. 4 as he reaches the side. It's too late. They've bought enough time. The spike plant doesn't come in.
This man's positioning.
Dude, what is happening? Thank you for the prime Pumelo.
Every single time he makes the right read. Texture is
Wait, why is Jonathan Q-Tip running out with this knife?
Walking into this trap almost every single time. Gen G's read to get 4
through
players
heaven.
there, perfect. He drops the spike and then instantly hightails it. Knows that he can have faith in Munchkin to hold on to that site and buys almost exactly enough time. The fact that it has to be slowed down just enough, that split second does the work. The heroes are there. The stars are aligning.
Is he mewing at the camera? Is he rizzing up the camera on his birthday? That's crazy.
Gen.G being bypassed on mid already, but that was heard. Karen knows exactly what was going down. This weapon, the judge in hand, it could be somewhat
Birthday
unexpected.
maxing.
LC's economy was low. Will they anticipate it upstairs in heaven? This is a danger up against any buy. And they're on their way straight into Karen's waiting arms. If he wins this at first already, that's another nail in Sentinel's coffin, and he's back. He's just creating some space. And not getting out of 5. In fact, sticking around for another fight, but 10's
Oh,
doubles
he's
up.
got it. It's chill.
It's a big double kill. They've still got to deal with Munchkin, though. Might not be expecting a third player within this site. Poison orb up. He's going to be able to isolate the spike. Already dropped to the ground. Good trade, though, from JungQT again. Bringing things back into an even scenario. The clock not so low this time, but Lakia already making a switch up. He's going to play into the orb. Has a flash ready to go straight out of it. It is being watched over. He drops one. He gets both. Lakia steps up. Puts the 12th round onto the board for Gen.G. Every decision, every battle just seems to be correct for this squad. And I can't believe what I'm seeing. A 7-round deficit for Sentinels on their best map, the map they chose, and a map that I'll be honest, we did not see Gen.G competing in.
I was
GG's.
already looking at Lotus once I saw the veto come up, and no team's being able to shine a light on Sentinels here on Split. A close game is the best you could expect.
Imagine fighting for your life and you just see somebody going,
Gen.G,
another
they
team.
really are changing the game. Round 18 could be the last with an early
No, I think they should have used a Roomba or a dog before they peaked heaven. Because, like, I get lurking up, but there's no way that somebody's not playing heaven.
And he won't stop. 3 kills already. It's left it all to Sassy, and it's done just like that. 13-5. You might have expected to see this scoreline, but not in the hands of Gen.G. A devastating start to this series for Sentinels. I can't imagine what the locker room chat's going to be like ahead of Lotus.
This now puts it down to one map to Gen.G, matching the best ever Pacific performance at an international event. This team last year didn't really do too much, but they have come out swinging. We'll be back after the break to see if they can do it in 2.
Alright, running out the predictions for the next game. Yeah, Gen.G played that really well. You're the 16 months. Parajason. Thank you.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin.
Wait, what was the
In this series, I'm gonna walk you
Pansy's
through
tweet?
attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Honestly, that was kind of a fast game. Cheddar is eeping outside. The next map is Lotus, by the way, chat. You guys need to simmer down, please. Thank you for the 5 months quick star. Thank you. You guys are making me take out my arm out of my blanket. Why do I have to do it for my own mod? You guys are saying that Gen G is gonna win, but the predictions aren't saying that. Not cool. I'm not gonna lie, Lotus is Gen G's map. Predictions can't handle the truth, Anita. No, you guys are just spewing. You guys aren't even confident about it, because half of the people saying that Gen G are winning aren't even predicting right now. Let me see it. Let me see it. No, they're not out. Oh my god. Wait, how did more people bet on Sen? Who you got against PRX versus Loud? Dude, I love PRX, but if they're playing like how they were yesterday, probably Loud.
Welcome back. We're here right now with Solo and with Jen to help with some translation. Now, Solo, once upon a time it was you and Lakia up there up against a very different Sentinels, but I wanted to know how it feels like now that you're seeing this matchup, but now you're in the coach's seat.
감독님 마지막으로 센티널을 만났을 때가 감독님과 라키아
What are you
선수가
even
선수로서
talking
뛰고
to?
있던 때였잖아요. 이제 좀 감독으로서 지켜보면서 옛날 생각도 많이 나시고 좀 감회가 새로울 것 같아요.
옛날 생각도 좀 많이 나고 처음에 이제 만나게 됐을 때 좀 저도 개인적으로 긴장을 많이 했고 뭔가 똑같은 약간 그전이랑 똑같은 승자조결승에서 만나니까 또 그래서 좀 저번에는 졌으니까 이번에는 꼭 이겨서 결승 저희가 먼저 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
It just brought back so many memories from back then. We were also in the upper bracket as well, but we lost back then.
Dude, I had one of those from the Korea trip, and it was their little tiger plushie mascot. It was so cute.
Really hope that Gen G guys can pull it off today and we walk away with the win.
Well, it certainly feels different, so let's see if Gen G can close this out.
Gen G heard the Sentinels really like Split, so they said, hold my drink. And they did the business. Absolute domination. Kukuka, this Gen G team looked absolutely on fire in this map. And if anything, it just goes
I
to
need to
show
ask Cloud9 to do one.
results, but just stay up, man. Anything's possible in this game.
When we saw the map select, we thought, you know, it's a bit of pick your poison, right? It's going to be Center, it's going to be Split. And they were definitely very sure about what to do with this split. Even though the beginning of the game was a bit shaky for both of the teams, we saw, you know, teams getting echo time and time again. It looked like JunQT was going to have all the effect in that defense because Gen G was a little bit lost on how to play around it.
And I think Gen G executed on a lot of the things that we talk about being so good on this map for Sentinels. On their attack sides, they had great entry pathing with this double duelist comp. Actually, I feel like in a lot of these rounds, after those initial few where John was getting the better of them, navigating the trips really well and getting into these sites. And in the post plans, playing these forward posts, Sentinels was never allowed to play the set retakes that they're so good at.
Oh my
and
god, that's a good idea
map,
too.
absolutely debilitating.
And I think it's brilliant the way that Gen G was able to interpret and actually read into what they had to do when they got to that post-plan situation, how to put the pressure and no allowing us.
Why are you guys saying this stuff at 9 in the morning? Not even 9 in the morning.
One of those retakes.
And beyond just the strategy, the individuals were absolutely hitting. When you lock a comp like this against a team like Sentinels, Sentinels. You need your two duelists to be going crazy, and they were dominating.
I'm good, Elmo. How are you?
Ridiculous this map, G.
Oh, well, I'm actually glad you mentioned texture because, you know, we got to show the clip again. You know what I'm saying? It's, of course, our HyperX reflex moment of the day. Kukuka, this was just like the best possible way to play this one out. The discipline was
This
absurd.
round made no sense. Like the fact that JunQT took a position that they didn't know, then Texture is doing the same, and he has to trigger discipline to get this far in such a slow, like 2 seconds this was.
Yeah, and Genji was good on the rifle rounds, but the make or break in this match was rounds like this. Was the second half pistol, was the eco rounds they won at the beginning. Those little
When will you be a commentator on the champs?
Yeah, and also Genji like reading onto the read that
Maybe when I can form a sentence.
They knew that they were going to do something aggressive, and they responded with even more aggression.
Whenever that
And all
happens.
the utility to shut down any kind of idea that Sentinels might have had to turn the match around.
What a match it was for Genji. Let's go ahead, though, and take a look at our aim lab shoot around real fast. Continue the conversation because Genji's in a great position here to do something that, you know, other teams in their
I'm always
region have done
mewing.
before, other Korean teams have achieved, right? Being able to hit that second place
Oh,
spot.
I'm sorry,
But
Sora.
the way they're playing, the confidence upon which that they're approaching this one,
Those are the
Mimi,
worst.
it feels like it's a different conversation.
Yeah, and it's been a long time since a Korean team has been in a finals. The last time was when Solo was a player. We heard that in the coach. He's nostalgic in that coach's interview. We heard him. He's nostalgic about it. It feels like he's bringing something up again, and really hopes
Guys,
his
I'm
team can close this
Chinese.
out because it would be a massive moment for Korean
I'm
Valorant, for the
Chinese.
Pacific region, and especially for the rookies like that guy that was just.
I do it when I'm
Charon,
ultra
at least
mewing,
top 2
but
in
it's
his
right
first
now.
global
Right now,
would be
I'm
ridiculous.
Honestly, I don't even know why
resting.
he goes into the aim lab shooting round after what we just saw with the judge. He doesn't need that kind of training.
by a
But then, exactly, just by a judge to do a little bit of
EP
crazy
viewing.
things. Now, moving on to the next map, moving on to Lotus, things have to take a quick turn, especially because yesterday Texture was having the time of his life. Genji is going to start on the defense, and I'm mentioning this because of exactly what he did yesterday. I think that the aggression that they were putting, especially being a very default-based team, was being the edge against PRX. I assume that Sentinels is probably prepared for that, but if he has the room, he will take it.
Genji hasn't lost this map here in Masters.
Am I tripping balls again, or did they not time out the last game?
But Sen is good here too. They're going to be playing the same exact composition as you see here in our agent select, the old classic, the Fnatic comp.
Sen did?
We
Okay.
see so much more from Sentinels in the implementation.
Did any of them do that after?
Particular, JunQT I think had some pretty solid calls on split, but a lot of those.
Why did Sen not do another timeout?
Saucy whiffing on something, someone kind of walking into a setup and dying in these post plants. These little mistakes cannot happen, or Genji will take advantage when they're so clean on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to go
I'm
back
up,
and talk
Tangy.
about the Zekken versus Texture that we were talking about the beginning of the day. Zekken with incredible numbers all across the board. First in most of the categories and the top four
It's too
final
quick.
teams. He
I
needs
think
to be
you
the
can
one
call it
stepping up,
whenever,
especially
no?
if they're starting on the attack.
This could be a massive moment for Korean Valorant, a massive moment for
Thank you,
Genji, but
Cozy.
Sentinels can look to force a map 3. Let's send it back over to your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, after
Nope.
a crushing
I
defeat
slept
on
like
map 1,
6. I could
Sentinels are
fall
going to need a
asleep, though.
Master Lotus in the form of Uncle Eero.
I'm struggling.
Equivalent to it, Tom. 1-0 down in the series. Need 2 in a
Sen,
row. It's not a
but
position
I
they
don't
find
know.
themselves in often.
No, it's actually a very scary prospect. I don't say, oh, I've got an interesting stat too often, but in the last
No,
9
not 6 a.m.
series,
I slept for like
Sentinels
6
have won the
hours.
first map.
5 hours.
They lost 2-0 to Loud. So that is the last time where they lost the first map in a series. They've even lost the series after winning the first map, but they always win the first map. So it's the first time we're going to see them properly have to fight from a deficit since the opener. And Genji just going straight in with such an aggressive start. Sassy is dead within a matter of seconds.
You may be dying from sleep deprivation, but finally with Masters I can catch you streaming without sleep depriving myself. It's a two-way street.
Sentinels try to take the fight through them to wrap all the way behind, and now end up
What
coming
the
back
hell
as
is
a
going
death ball,
on?
eliminating Texture, but the trade stay good. Genji in a 4 versus 3, grouped up in 2-man squads. It's a good spot to play from. Meteor tagged, Karen not too healthy either, and the head popped up. It's whack-a-mole for Meteor with both down and only 10 standing. This pistol looks to slip out of Sentinel's hands, and just like that, it falls into Genji's.
What a start. I
What
love
the
the way
fuck?
that they've come into this matchup. This is a team that many were seeing that, oh, they should just ban Split. Oh, them picking Lotus. That would be silly. That's one of their opponent's better maps. But the fact is, Gen G, I genuinely feel like have come into this series and gone, oh, we don't care what they play. We don't care if that's their best map. We don't care if this is one of them. We are going to play our own game. We're going to play to our strengths. And just look at the way they started off in this pistol. A highly aggressive defensive side push, got in the faces of their opponent immediately. This is a team running with confidence. Just having a great time.
I mean,
That's kind of cute.
Step down on stage, and the crowd
Bang,
was there.
bang,
the smiles
bang.
on their face. They are happy to be here. They know they're making history, but it doesn't seem like they feel that pressure right now. They are vibing and thriving, 1-0 up. Sentinels, though, Tom, they've put all their credits on the
You know
line.
what it is?
From the attacking side.
It was Curry's fucking tweet. He was like, ever since I joined Sentinels, we've been undefeated. That he tweeted yesterday.
An early back and forth. We know that Sentinels can do it, even with just the pistols. The C's fantastic. Even put in onto a snake bite. Lovely combinations from Sentinels.
I believe they, even before Zalsis went down, he threw
I was like, I'm bold because I feel like my jinx are match to match or like map to map. He put the whole thing on the line. I was like, damn.
And with these weapons close range,
it's gorgeous.
They have a lot of potential, more so when they can see you through the walls. A great reveal from
Yes,
Sassy to get himself the kill.
River.
Karen down extremely low as he emerges from that smoke. It's easy pickings with Texture the last alive. He doesn't stand too long either. 1-1 as Sentinels pull it back. Reminiscent of the last map.
This MasterCard aren't getting a shout out as much this time because it was a full investment out from the side of Sentinels, but what a way to get right back into things. That's the thing. They had a slow map in the last. They got outplayed by Gen G. But to say they can't come right back in and sucker punch their opponents, well, it would be foolish to admit. Either way, not going to be a mass investment on the other side. A few pistols, a Marshall put into play for Meteor. Definitely know what he can do. He's actually going for an aggressive peek around the edge of the one-way. But again, this control is being taken. Sassy farming up the orb.
Oh my god, this is so off topic. Ooh. But Colin made some like tacos yesterday. And it was so fucking good. It was not traditional whatsoever, but it was just like he was just freeballing it. He put the tortillas, he cooked, he put cheese on the pan. Oh. He put the cheese on the pan and then let it crisp up together and then put the tortilla on top of it. Because the thing about like corn tortillas is that they always break when you use them for street style tacos. So the cheese was so crispy and then also like made it so that it didn't break. And then he used chicken that was marinated in pineapple. And then he made like this sweet onion micro cilantro mango salsa thing and then like a separate sauce. Dude, it was fire. It was so good. And then the night before that, he made this pasta. He made it with like onions, gochujang, milk, because we didn't have heavy cream, and then some sugar and tomatoes, and he blended it all together, and it was so good. So freaking good.
Punished almost immediately. Most times the pushes come, but I think a little bit more confident with Texture being there. Munchkin toying with the idea of pushing up. Zalsis eventually bites the bait. He's down.
What's the best fruit?
On the angle, but 6 HP
Durian.
escapes with.
I love
Now
durian.
they've got to be worried about this position.
I don't like durian flavored
Cause
things.
problems, and look, he's already burnt up their paranoia. A very valuable flash used up for next to nothing.
Oh my god, Casper.
One of the major things is
Durian smelly? That's not that bad. I don't like
Paranoia
jackfruit.
really is a huge, valuable piece. Already, though, early rotations did actually pull players away from the A site. You can see that Sassy has managed to drag them back. He is selling a ruse. This is going to put serious pressure onto Meteor. He is now the only player. This fake from Sentinels is sublime, even using the Nightfall.
I don't know, to me it doesn't,
Meteor's
like,
even starting
it
to
has a
rotate
strong
away. They've
smell,
fallen
but I
for
don't
the
think
bait
it's
completely.
smelly.
Oh, they've seen him.
Ooh.
There's no way out. Zekin's caught. And now there's no way to stop this spike from being planted on the side of Gen G. They have to play for the retake. Spams are coming close. But Munchkin's dodging the bullets
Yeah,
for
because
now.
it smells so
Angle for
strong.
Karen as he sees the corner. Batanz will make it out of there just about. The shrouded step buys him the space. And he's hightailing it to play the post plant. 6 HP on Celsius, 22 on Tens, and Second and John QT are not too healthy. But they have to go for a save on Gen G because of all those players still standing. Fight, a bullet or two landed extra, and this round would look different. But instead, Gen G are out of here.
I'm not gonna lie,
We've given so much
unless you're in Asia, oh my god, my dad knows that I love durian. He was like, we should go to Malaysia so we could have really good durian. And I was like,
to sell the ruse, but the fact is, Sassy just reclaiming
I love
that fake play
sashimi.
was enough to sell that fake perfectly. Meteor was even rotating off the site. He was so convinced that
I think durian is like an acquired taste. I think either people don't like it or they're like mad about it unless you grew up eating it.
When you have someone like Zekin as your entry, even if there's one man there, you're not going to have too many
But
problems.
if you're not in Asia, I think frozen durian is low-key really good because they pick it or they harvest it when it's ripe, and then it's just frozen, so it just becomes so much sweeter.
Not much more.
Sorry, chat.
A showstopper could definitely change the course of a round. A lot of early pressure from Gen G around A. It's not in what they've thrown out, it's what they're preparing to throw. 4 players towards the angle. The first drop, the snake bite deep, but a little late. Lakia, good for 1. And damage done. It's still recoverable, but that makes it a little
Oh my
harder.
god.
With Munchkin down.
Wait, is
They know
Sen gonna
Karen
put up a
around this
fight?
angle. There's not too much that we can rely on.
Is it not
Gen
Jover?
G to finish off. The kills
You
that have
grew an
already
allergy? No. Dude.
He's gonna find it hard to even find an angle to use this.
That would be my last straw.
Might just come down to a save. The fact is they're almost having to gamble on where their opponents are going, but the fact is Sen are happy to just play patient. A second round.
You know what I
again
do
where
like?
they
I think the
use
only
Sassy as his luck. Meteor, though, he's just executed him. And Karen's managed to get a kill as well.
He peeked stairs, and now he's up top suppressing fire. The guy's got 42 HP. He swung out wide.
Oh, we're chilling.
Paranoia hadn't quite landed just yet, and that's a little disappointing. Could have been close with Meteor now having to clutch
Yeah,
it
but
out,
you can
and the
also
problem is he
like
doesn't know
your
where his
allergy can
players
also
are. They
get
could have
worse.
snuck away to anywhere. It could cost him a lot of time on the
go
way back
both
through, but it
ways.
seems he's relatively confident that they'll play towards the site, inside that pit. In fact, the lockdown is going to be used here and now. They have to open the door to run away or emerge from that ult, and
The timing.
Oh, it was so close to seeing Meteor fall. He catches John QT on the other side of the wall. Celsius is standing and now spotted and taken down. A sensational clutch for Meteor.
What are we
3-2
doing?
now for Gen G. I am flabbergasted at 2v4. Both
What
of
are
them
we
had
doing?
pistols, Tom. And they managed to recover an Odin
What
that
the
somehow
fuck?
does some work. But this man, that is unbelievable.
This is the thing. A Red Bull clutch, and at this stage, honestly,
Yeah,
you
they
can
need
look
some
at the
durian.
clutch statistics. You might head over to the PLR, and you'll see, Meteor's really not that high on the board. But there's been so many occasions where he's in a 2v2, and he
Wait, are
wins
they
the
supposed to be
1v2
showing the
while his
replay
team
right
is
now?
rotating. So I am not surprised that he was confident in the 1v2 because he's been doing it all the
I
way
was like,
through
am
the
I
tournament.
tripping balls?
He used his lockdown there to
Is the
force them
EP
out.
demon
He's
like
wasted
possessing me?
But more importantly, he's put them on the board when they
Okay,
should.
though I don't like durian flavored things, but I like
clutch
durian
coming out of
smoothies.
Meteor.
Durian smoothies and durian.
Now as an operator, they're putting in utility, but it's being destroyed. Almost just baiting the fact that there's someone here, but he's so clean with it. First kill goes through, instantly retreats.
Rambutan?
And a few shots
Let
landed,
me
but with the op
see.
refacing to land those last bullets will be a difficulty. Even the shot just here, whizzing past ahead. Sentinels, one man down early on. They've gotten mound control for it, but
I do.
not necessarily a worthwhile trade.
The
From here,
hairy
though, maybe
fruit.
they can posture a fake. Not really, though, considering Meteor's utility in play.
I do like. I mean, I honestly just like eating the actual sugar cane.
Reveal goes up and over C, confirming there's still someone on mound. And Munchkin's in position here on this B site. Wall up. That'll slow down any attempt at a push, and with 45 seconds left, we see the spike rotate around to A. Still stacked up, and look who's rotated into position, Tom. Texture's here with the operator.
That's the thing, they use some util to try and destroy their opponent's utility and bait out that they might be going in this direction, but the fact is Munchkin has sat around. There's still a showstopper available here for Texture. He might be able to deny them, but he goes through, takes a risk and is caught by Zelsis. Karen's still in position. 15 seconds left. It's getting late on the clock. The timer ticking. He's waiting for someone to go for the plant. They've done it right in front of him. Not hit him. And because of that, he's able to drop 2. Surely it's too far gone. Karen takes this round into his own hands. And Sentinels, they've been flabbergasted, flustered again by just one man on the site.
This is becoming a recurring trend for this squad. It happened on Split with Texture on the back of A, but this time it's a little worse, Tom, because they hadn't thread the needle. They hadn't heard 2 players around this area. They thought that op on the angle was the only thing there, the only element to this defense. And maybe part of that is the Texture ran through the AWP. Why would he do that? Like, he would only do that surely in their mind if the A side, if he's the last bastion of defense. But no, he wasn't. An unbelievable round, and one that's gutting if you're a Sentinels fan.
Oh, for sure. Like, the last 2 rounds probably should have been theirs, or at least got close. One of them taken by Meteor now, but they're not stopping. Great start to the round. Zekken on these entries in C has been unstoppable. The showstopper in his hands, and he's just not stopping. The youngster's had enough. He's in the conversation for best player in the world right now, and you've just witnessed why.
Well, that connection's got to lead.
He said no more of this tomfoolery.
And towards their spawn, there's not much movement.
No more.
You're not seeing enough movement?
I need one of the teams to time out so I can get some frozen fruit.
Sentinels, they have that heartbeat up, but this entry was just too much to handle. The fact that the players are already tagged up, caught, I believe, by a reveal on the way through, and then blasted with a showstopper, left to no HP, and you got a quick draw on that stinger to finish them off.
That's the
sensational round.
I feel like you have to look at someone like Sassy and just see how much under the radar value this man brings to the team. Like we saw his lurk in one of the previous round victories where he basically baits an entire rotation on his own using his ultimate. Does he get anything on the scoreboard for that? No. We've seen his lurks throughout this, but also just, again, the reveals.
I mean, if they're saving you, they're not going for it. They could definitely go
He
do
might not know
that.
there's a second player right behind it. But instead, it's just a freebie. And that's what this man brings. That's why he's had that sort of big move away from the Brazilian team of Loud, and why he was a hot, sought-after property. Fact is, though, Gen.G instantly looking for a response. 4 players looking to pressure onto A again. They put some real value in Meteor being solo, and he's got an op this time.
Yeah, changing around who's pulling that all about. Texture had the early pick before, but Meteor, the solo anchor on this side of the map. Only now having a player come towards him. Munchkin that's around. Not even, previously we've seen Lakia. This is where he'd throw over a haunt and figure out if there's someone in the area. That's a tough smoke to play around. Yeah, do you take the risk? Because if he goes down here and they close the distance, there's no way out. For Meteor, he's going to take that way out here and now.
He got dinked.
Oh, 10 HP.
Ruh-roh.
It's dangerous. The nade from Texture might delay them slightly, and he has a showstopper to work with. He's sticking around. That nade actually landed perfectly, and now the showstopper comes through.
Oh!
Kill, though! A battle in the air, and Zekken takes it. The site now under threat with Karen responding. Meteor's big gun shows up, and he's got the little one out as well. The one from the bundle. He'll be able to use it with 10 HP inside that smoke.
That's gotta be luck.
Posts up.
Killing him, yeah.
Again, the snake bite's coming for him. He's got it back off, and he does. A 3rd kill.
Oh, wait, winnable.
Eventually drop him. But John QT's got 2 more opponents to take down. One on the way with an ult in the back pocket. I don't know if they'll use it. There's 12 seconds left. This is where we want to see him stick that plant. Oh, there's no chance.
Man.
We're lucky.
That was crazy.
Through the wall.
That was filthy. A seize to catch him, hold him in place, and a headshot straight through the wall to put him down. Meteor, though, 3 kills on 10 HP. It's just absurd. Bear in mind, he got dinked in the first, before he even saw anyone, he got dinked through the smoke, and then just wipes out half the team before eventually, I think, going down to a snake bite. What a fantastic round, and again, another huge individual step up for the side of Gen.G. They've had so many ridiculous hero rounds, keeping things level for now. And yet, he's still going to give up that operator to Texture.
That's a good teammate right there. This door, it's going to give him an angle. You're not often going to be too scared about an op being posted on it, but no one reveals themselves. Sentinels hunkered down. There's 5 players here. They don't want to give it away and have the rotations.
Bro said my message got deleted. I'ma keep going.
They're going to wait, but anyone pokes their little nose out before that smoke is up. In fact, the smoke is for stairs. Texture's still good on the angle, but he doesn't find the shot. He's going back for more. He's sticking around, and he's caught his shot. Zeus is down. Blast packing away.
Pretty good for him.
But he's able to post once more, and the door control remains in the hands of Gen.G. There's no threat from his left-hand side. This man only has one direction to look at, and Sentinels realize there's no way through. There's no space for them to capitalize on. Instead, they'll break the door. At least that's the idea. But Meteor's waiting for that too. Oh, no, in fact, that was Lakia breaking the door.
Yeah, I think he's almost trying to give his teammate an opportunity to make a play through the door.
30 seconds left.
Still, Sentinels sit, waiting for someone to make an error, someone to make a mistake. They've still got utility. The Nightfall previously used by Lakia delayed them a massive amount. And it looks like they might just
They don't even have time.
Not finding any gap.
3-man save.
Into this round.
10 seconds left.
It is going to be another on the board. The question is, can they remove any of these extra weapons? Because they do not want to allow Sentinels to get away scot-free.
Well, they haven't pushed the door, so it's only the one player hunting. Meteor, no, it's not gonna land. Not this time, so few weapons saved. This man Texture, he swung into 3 players, but again, there's a lot of utility coming their way. It's pulling their crosshairs off the angle, and I think they just weren't expecting this man to be as unhinged as he is.
He did it almost off the rip of the Nightfall. Yeah. So that's where all of your opponents get instantly taken down to like half HP. They also don't have any of the sound as well. That's the main thing. It's that they're obviously not going to be expecting someone to just run through an insta-peek, and they're also focusing on trying to reclaim tree control. Definitely risky, no doubt about it. But that has been what Texture's been doing. He's been disruptive.
KR.
Now Sentinels clearly feeling after the last of the last 5 rounds, 4 have gone the way of Gen.G. They're starting to get themselves back into control. And from what we've seen from them, they definitely feel more comfortable.
I'm gonna go get
which is a very scary prospect for Sentinels, who, sure, there's no doubt they can do it on the defensive side, but you look at their victories versus Heretics, who had a 9-1 over on that attack side, 10-2 versus Loud the last time they played, 9-3 versus 100 Thieves. They've always been solid on this attack, and right now they are being challenged.
Well, after Split, you know, it can't be a nice feeling for this squad. One of the bigger tests that they've faced from a team that I think the community has been favoring Sentinels for sure, but we even heard it from the desk. You know, they're the favorite team, but it's not an upset necessarily if Gen.G win. Like, this is pinned to be a close game and one that Gen.G have chances in. Or maybe it's better to say not the most incredible upset we've ever seen. It's going to be marginal. But from what we've seen, they looked like the better team so far. Sentinels have to be challenged by Texture's aggression once more, but this time they're ready. Zekin's caught him. And Lakia, well, he's left in a bit of an awkward position. Does he stay around there aggressive? No, it's time to fall back. It's a good thing too.
But that's the thing. I think Sentinels are starting to learn that there's never really just been one player. There's always been a second layer to this B push, especially. Like the last time out, we saw Munchkin make a play and Karam was just behind. So they made sure that they cleared everything. The operator hanging out in the wall. That won't be able to be retrieved, at least for now. Still plenty of time, though. And you can see space being taken across the map for Sentinels. Again, they love selling this ruse towards the A site. Using this time John QT because of the fact that Sassy has his ult again. Not going to be used to fake it as he instantly catches both players. Karam though, has already made it into the corner. They've got to be careful of this. He's done this before. We saw this yesterday. Wins the first duel, but the trade is immediate.
30 seconds left.
I was hoping for a little bit more in the crossfire, but Meteor doesn't land the first, and now caught by some utility. He's brave.
Spike planted.
Sticking around on that angle to look for a fight. His teammate's miles away. If he goes down, the save call might be made. No, he doesn't go down. In fact, he sends them skyrocketing into this round with Sassy alone. Lakia, he wants to just contain him, make sure he can't cross out to main. And now he might have. Be in the back of his line. They're split on the angle, and Sassy isolates one to second.
Oh my God!
Matching that of Meteor for a Red Bull clutch.
This game has been a treat already. I thought Meteor had done enough. He is having a worldly of a game. Being able to take this much space, they even knew he must have been around this angle. Even putting in a snakebite just moments later, split second later,
what
to stop
happened?
him from being able to do that. But luckily, they have this man, my bald brother, in Sassy, to be able to clutch things out. We've credited him when it comes to his utility usage throughout the game, but he also has the clutch in his locker. Again though, this control instantly fought for by Gen.G. They are never sat back, they are never comfortable just giving up map control. And while this is a bold position.
I've seen an op whole day alone before, Tom, but you know, usually from a little bit further back.
Yeah, just well, he does have the short range weapon of the op, so you know.
That's true.
You do have to get up nice and close.
Yeah, see if he pulls out any hip fires with it. Well, this might be a surprise for Sassy. Snakebite up and over, that's probably for Rubble.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's a bit
That's
more
so
aggressive than you
aggressive.
anticipated, my friends.
It's got to be infuriating. Why would he be that far? He's going back. He's not shying away. Like, that's the thing. He's gone right back to the same spot again, confident that he'll hit the shot. Obviously, his teams have also sort of stacked it up over on the C side. Utility being broken, still a chance, but just look,
Probably.
2 players already. And Meteor goes through. He spots the majority. They're not, oh, just about. I thought that he might have flicked away. Karen's still here though, but he'll be traded out and back again, leaving it all onto Zekken. 25 seconds left, trying to fake out the plant,
no
but
jumping.
Lakia not wanting to overextend. They've pinged exactly where he is, and Zekken's gonna go hunting, gonna try and take this man down and do exactly that. He's also got a flank coming in from Texture, but already
Raise
make the
v
realization
raise.
that this is gonna be a push towards the B site. He's actually gonna go running in, that's the thing. Texture instantly puts the nade, he has to try and stick this, may even go down to it, just 25 HP. But Zekken's still standing, still holding on. Texture just sticking it though. Already gets it to half. And looks to try and bait him in. He's got so much time to play with that he has to.
Ooh.
But Zekken lands the shot anyway. It's a back-to-back Red Bull clutch.
Dude, he
for
could have
Zekken.
just stuck it. But that's
What
hindsight
an
too.
incredible play. That headshot, it's what it needed to be. Anywhere else, and he was going to be traded out by the bullet swinging back at him. And the idea here from
It
Zekken.
was a double check. I thought I saw him look away and I was like, there's no way, but
That was a fool me once, shame on you. You ain't getting away with it again. It was Karen, I think literally the round before. Certainly the last round that they went see. He was in that same corner, so of course they're going to check it. Great reactions.
Wait, why were they so in sync?
Well, they were all smiles.
Was that some
choreography?
choreography?
After that, but they're only one
Even
round
the
behind. And as we
8
said,
months
Sentinels usually
fitness,
have a
thank you,
very
thank
strong
you.
attack, so it's not a bad position to be in, even if it ends 7-5, and they've called a timeout here.
But that's the thing. I feel like it's one thing losing a round to your own mistakes, your own misplays, or your opponent maybe just doing something that you didn't foresee. I don't really believe that Gen.G did anything wrong in those clutches. Like, you look, the last 2 1v2s, you're sat there going, okay, they tried to play it together. Sassy manages to isolate the fight and win a round. Then you look at the next one, Lakia falls back so that his teammate can rotate, but Zekken gets aggressive, takes him down. Texture rotates quickly enough to nade him on the plant, and with 25 HP, he gets it to half, waits for his opponent, and gets insta-one-tapped. Those are 2 rounds where Gen.G are looking at going, well, there's not really an adaptation there. We played the round correctly. Sentinels were just better with those individual plays.
And sometimes that's all it is, man. Like, there are going to be rounds where your opponent just goes off, and there's rounds that Gen.G have had very similar. I mean, even earlier on in this tournament, Texture with a pistol over on Split, emerging from a smoke, 4 shots.
Thank you, Murphy.
3 kills. What? Got
Look
one
in
through
the
the smoke
stream.
already with 10s dropped. And Sentinels in this last round on their attack
Mhm.
side find
You're
themselves
gonna
in a
find Hex
disadvantage due to a
Mixie.
scrappy early A fight. Oh no.
Oh, the timing is perfect. Toxins down. Good trade from John QT though. They needed something extra. They needed to bring that back to at least within contention. And with the way the last few rounds have gone, wouldn't be surprised to see the clutch. Also, a plant for John QT will get him his ult online. You can see though, Meteor is already set up. The Viper's Pit is great, but it's not going to be that impactful if your opponent has a lockdown.
Especially on this side, Tom, you can very easily box them in, and the only way out is it's a long run. Probably not getting back in.
You guys need a room.
There it is. Ultimate ready. You hear the voice line called. John QT probably wants to use this a little closer so they have an escape. And in fact, very aggressively used. Immediately look at Genji's adaptation. They come pushing in towards the spawn angle, but that's where Sassy's waiting, and the orb's obscuring him for just a moment. It's a beautiful angle. He can even get out of here, but they drop it to take a fight together. Destroy the lockdown as well.
The push kind of scared me,
Sentinels,
but the orb was good.
And he doesn't stand a chance.
Ew.
Sentinels have earned their way, fought their way back up to 7 at the half. Not a bad score line, but their defense is going to be tested.
That was brilliant. Honestly, I'm thoroughly enjoying this match. The adaptations from either side, the orb put in play deep to give him a little bit of extra space. They knew exactly where their opponents would go once they placed the pit. That is honestly a John QT masterclass in repositioning, and they've earned themselves the 7-5 at the half.
Well, a lot of eyes have been drawn to Sentinels and Tens, one of the main players. He's been sensational. It's time to hear from some of his friends and family over in the audience.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and we are back in the crowd with some
Somebody
very
take away
special guests.
Curry's
I have
phone.
Valerie here, who you all know as Tenza's mom, and you have Billy here, Tenza's uncle. The whole family's out here. Let's give a round of applause. All right, I saw you guys getting really, really into the game here. Of course, how are you guys enjoying it so far?
Oh, it's amazing. Hola, Madrid!
Hi, it's been awesome here, watching the Sentinels play their game.
Yeah, and I hear that you were actually a big influence on Tens while he was, starting his gaming career.
Yeah, definitely. I started out. You're definitely a gaming family, and just making sure that he stayed competitive and
Oh,
focused
that's
on
so
getting better.
cute.
And he just took it off by himself from there.
And Valerie here told me a little secret. What is your rank, sir?
Probably Decade Ascendant, but my peak's Immortal too.
Whoa! Let's give a round of applause for that. Now, of course, it's massive that you get to see your son here. You go to another corner of the globe, and you have fans all over just applauding his name. How does that make you feel?
It's very heartwarming. It's, like...
Don't make me cry!
No, amazing. I'm so proud. Tyson, oh my God. So proud.
Speechless. We love him. We definitely do. Now, let's hear the both of you. Can you give a massive shout out to Sentinels and to Tyson playing up there right now?
Let's go, Sentinels. You guys are amazing. Let's go. You got this. We love you, Tyson.
Let's go, Tyson. Let's go, Sentinels.
Let's get back into the game.
We love you, Tyson! What was that, Tom? You just left me hanging.
Yep.
We agreed on that. Tom, you told me let's do that when it comes back.
I've heard a lot of people heckin' love that guy, so you know.
But not you. Okay, fair enough. 7-5. Sentinels doing pretty well at this stage of the game. We said they're used to a very strong attack, and sure, there were some stumbles. But now let's see if they can get off on the right foot here on their defense. The pistol round underway. One Ghost, and just classics to back it up on that defensive side. Genji not showing their intention just yet. They've got some control for the A push, looking for any B aggression, but it looks like the intention is to take this to C or open that door and quickly double back.
The smoke timing.
We'll go all the
We'll
way back.
deter them for now. A little bit of space towards that B side, but it looks like Sentinels have a decent read. Two players walking their way back up. The Prowler's actually going to give it away. There's a couple of players here. Zekken does have his nade available if he wants to.
Are you guys role playing in chat?
And he's taken out Lakia.
Sneaking into that corner as well. It's a beautiful crossfire if they do emerge onto the site. Deep smoke stopping for any C aggression. Turret watching the push up on the other side. 2 players on C as well. Sentinels have no worries on that side of the map or B. But A, on the other hand, has come under threat. They've lost Roble control. They've seen players here, and they're making a quick reaction with a 3-man rotate onto that actual site.
So well placed for this push. Tens of smokes has made it awkward again. Already though, Munchkin's able to trade one back. The paranoia
drop
missed.
should be on.
He's going to try and capitalize off it, but Munchkin lands another shot. Even gets a fight onto Tens, who's low. Somehow they're turning this. They've got to get that spike down. Snake bite into position, but it's not going to deny. Karen just holding, at least for the moment. But Zelsis, again, is going to be able to bring this back. Both players low, but Munchkin just isn't missing a beat. He hits his 4th kill of the round, and just whenever
Oh my god, he's blowing them kisses.
it always seems to happen.
Unbelievable. I mean, this guy was unreal last map. Don't get me wrong. Pretty sure he came out of the first map. Yeah, the first half with 2 kills.
2. Yeah.
He was quiet.
You think
now
you're the
he's
shit?
up at
You're not
such a
even the
crucial
fuck.
time for this squad. It's
I'd
not
be
just
going
4
hard.
kills. He's 1 hit, and I'm pretty sure his teammate is too.
Bear in mind, that reaction was Texture,
Yeah.
the guy who won them the pistol on split.
Dude, that must be so confusing to watch in Sense POV. You can just get shit on and this guy's like,
I'm sure he's going to be hyped up after that one too.
you know.
Around the corner, good for 1. Caught immediately. Good catch by Munchkin. Good react, and the follow-up from Lakia closes the round. Pretty clinical on the way through. 1 player lost.
I need that much slower because my brain wasn't able to comprehend how Texture got 2 kills that quickly. Even still, relatively clean. I'm seeing Meteor with a sniper on attack, and I don't mind it because at this point, not going to doubt him. 17 and 9. He may not be on the duelist anymore, but he definitely has that duelist mentality. And yeah, couple off. Actually, both players not that far away from a showstopper. It could be a big round for the Rays players.
Especially with the economy kind of low for the attacking side. Texture, there's 1 already. Now just 1 from the showstopper with most of his HP still intact. Genji, they haven't gotten away with it scot-free. Karen's been lost. Omen on each side out. Paranoia's no longer in play. Zalsis with one of the stranger angles you'll see held with an Odin. It's just a fallback, so he's covering C and B with his utility, and a wild shot through the smoke for John QT. There's the advantage claimed, although marginally considering Sassy's HP.
That's a crazy eye.
Sassy was able to trade off that first kill. I think it was actually a solid reveal from Lackey that actually gave up Tenz's position up close. There's expectations there for Genji that they were going to be challenged.
I don't know, Listerine.
But even still,
I don't know anymore.
have to be in almost
I'm not a knower.
position. Now they've got the turret, they've got the alarm bot, so they know that there's not really much of a chance that anybody's got this aggressive. But other than that, information is barren for the side of Genji. They have no idea what they're pushing into. You mentioned that Odin in its position. Well, depending on the plant spot, it might actually have quite high impact. And he's holding on to one of his nano swarms. With 20 seconds left, sure, it's probably going to end up in a retake, but there is a chance that this might be stopped by Celsius.
There's the nano activated that's on site already. 1 thrown through to delay even further. 10 seconds. Time to get that plant through. It's got to be safe in the corner. Got to wait a little longer after the nano runs the clock down, and that is a very tight plant. I think he's just about got it, but no spray coming through on the other side. That was 0.1 or 0.2 of a second by my read, but just about close enough to allow it to come through. But with texture down, the numbers thin even further on the attacking side. Now the defenders, I suppose, of this site. 1 found by Lakia. Meteor needs some impact with this, and he'll find it. Another kill, but he's 4 HP. 1 against 2, the nade, hunting him down.
He got dunked on.
Second. 8 found for Sentinels. Genji made a good attempt at this one.
Yeah, definitely made it a little bit more costly, but they did have a fair amount of rifles going into that as a bonus. Again, though, I'd like the delay. The fact is that came down to a split second, and I think there was a very real world where Lakia fat fingers that and they lose the round just off time.
Yep.
Like, it was so insanely close. Good positioning, though, meant that they were able to find a lot of these kills before things really got too dangerous. And now we mentioned the showstopper.
Yeah, Zekin is hauling ass right now.
Zekken has his available now.
These rounds are trickling in bit by bit. The lead only ever summed up by a round or two. It's never safe, it's never secure, nor are these players. Early aggression, again, from Sentinels. A lot of utility, and most importantly, 4 players here. Paranoia used, Zekken gets caught by the other side, so he's not able to get a clean shot off on the showstopper. It's interrupted, and Sentinels start to fall back, concede some of this space. It's a good battle by Gen G, and they thought they had a lot to work with Meteor sneaking through to B, but he's being caught.
It's now back into that awkward scenario. They had so much space, but also that takes off all of that extra Killjoy utility, so they can't really afford to dilly-dally anymore. They're gonna have to make their move again, walking into the Lion's Den. Zels is with his utility, but also with his Odin at the back. Hasn't been revealed. He's sat patiently waiting with his gun in hand, and he's gonna win the fight again. Oh. Even looking to spam through. He's done a lot of damage to Karen, but he's just buying time for the rotation.
Oh.
You don't really see plays like this every single day. Sat at the back with the Odin in hand. He's just
He really said, I'm done playing. Let's get the big boy out.
Another 4K comes out for the side of Sentinels, and a solo hold for that C site.
I've never seen anyone do that
I hate
before.
that gun.
I've never seen it. Just hip fire in the Odin. Every part of that was so beautiful as well. The realization he needs to go for the wall bangs, then that they're going to swing him, he swings wide ahead of them. Makes it a little more awkward for them to land. Like, this is good. The swing here, it perfectly offsets where Karen was looking to pre-fire on. Like, he could not have read that any better. What an unbelievable play, and then to actually deliver sprays like that, hip firing, when you're just beginning it, you have a lower rate of fire, unbelievable. I'm gonna dream about that tonight.
Well, the dreams of Gen G's 2-0 seem to be slipping away. Sentinels extending that lead, and now back to pistols and a hero rifle for texture. He's had his moments in this game, but most of it has been with an operator in his hand. Once again, Zelsis is waiting. And the thing is as well, that it leaves them with so little opportunity for where they can plant. Instead, they're going to go back, look to put some pressure onto Tens, who been having one of his quieter performances, that's for sure. But even still, all he really has to do is get that information, call for the rotations, and get some support.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see Tens flex a lot, and I think here on Omen, the way they've been playing it on defensive side, he's often just the guy throwing the paranoia and trying to get involved afterwards.
30 seconds
We go to a map 3, might see a little more from him. Gen G, few pistols, but as we said, you know, it was nothing but MasterCard thrifties starting off that first map. No reason we can't return to it now. Meteor's flanks have been caught again and again. This time it's Sassy to find him, and with 13 seconds left, they need to make a move onto the site. 10 on the clock as they get close. Blast pack still in play, going to be used here, but not booping him fully off. Just about far enough away that he can continue planting. Karen falls. Pistol standing, Guardian spotted and dropped, and it's cleaned up nicely by Sentinels. It's only Munchkin left, and he can't even get near that spike to stop the defuse. Well, a nice shot connected. That's where the hope of the round ends.
Okay.
In the end, he almost has to go down just to make sure that he's going to have weaponry for the next round. And it's going to be a small cost for the side of Sentinels. 3 rounds in a row, and relatively clean ones as that. They've got Zelsis now. 7,000, and they have got the crowd support. It definitely seems like they are the favorites, even if they're on a different continent from where they're normally playing. Sentinels have won the hearts of many, and now will have a comfortable lead. Even still, though, they're going to be put under pressure. An immediate push here as they take control of Mound.
What?
That util in response. Good paranoia, but too late. The player's already able to see and take down Zekken. As Tens fades from the angle, they find themselves in a 4v4. Good retake ultimate online for Zelsis. That can counteract the Viper's Pit as we've seen before.
Guys, 7-13 isn't even that bad.
Back of Lachia's.
Y'all are so dramatic.
As for Sentinels previously. Tens on the other side of this. Smoke has John QT covering the cross, but Karen's already gotten up close. A shrouded step that wasn't expected, and now Nightfall gone all the way through. John QT, 13 HP, but he fades into the corner, and now he'll be able to get his health back online. Even notices the Nano Swarm chasing him down.
Guys,
Snakebite
you
now,
guys are
landed right
on him right now for no reason. They're winning.
Sassy almost had it, but he's caught. Oh, it's Celsius in on the Odin, picking up one, and he's got his lockdown in prime position. Another swing, and a player spotted. Only one to root out of that Viper's pit. And Munchkin's already given up the angle, essentially. They're running for the hills as Zelsa steps forward. He'll catch Lakia, setting them up to close this.
Oh my god, he's him.
It's Zelsa's round as 11 goes on the board for Sentinels. They're close to a map.
He's
3.
him.
We've said it throughout this tournament. We've seen a lot of teams lose their own map pick. We've seen a lot of teams fight back. Mentioned it as well that throughout their last 9 series, Sentinels have taken the first map every single time. But we're seeing that they have no trouble looking for a response in map number 2. Zekken leading the way, but we've also
He needed to kill them.
Massive resurgence from Zelsis. Had a couple of really high impact rounds. Seems to love the seaside.
Because the ult
Moffat,
doesn't
Genji,
reach that far. Like they can still peek from
the legend
down.
that is Solo an opportunity to try and talk this one through. As said, we have seen him play against Sentinels the last time they actually won an event. He played in the upper match to go into the final and lost. Now he has to find some wise words to try and bring this team back.
You're not even whining from pain anymore. You're just whining from
and honestly,
pain.
either of these teams have looked fantastic on that map, so I have no idea which way it will go.
It's going to be whoever's made best use of the downtime, what little of it there is in between these games. Again, talking about the stakes of this
he
match.
wants attention.
I believe it was Kaplan that was talking about it, and actually it was because we showed it on the desk. The fact
That's what
that
he gets,
whoever
dude.
wins
That's
this,
what you get for
first of all,
humping
gets
our
to watch their
friends,
opponent
humping
play.
our friends'
Always a great advantage
dogs,
to have, but
peeing
mainly they get a
everywhere,
day off. They
drinking
can
other dogs'
prepare, they
pee
can
while they're
sprint, they can
peeing. That's
relax, get a
crazy. You
play
know how
back.
crazy that is?
Veto advantage, exactly. The impact of winning this series, it's not just about, oh yeah, they can get to the grand final anyways. They can, but they'll be on the back foot when they make it there, running off back-to-back game days.
Well, 4 rounds in a row. This attack side for Genji hasn't looked great. We're going to see the same again. This adaptation to the Seaside control is to have aggression, and then Zelsis now sits with his setup on the A side of the map. And I think they're going for this again because it's yet to be tested. We haven't seen the pressure put onto Zelsis on the other side. But they feel confident in it. They've left him there alone. In fact, there's no support at all. The rest of the team are massively far away. In fact, we're even seeing a rotation from Sassy towards the players over on that C site.
Well, he has to cover the B gap.
They want this man to go for a real hero play with no support whatsoever.
If he commits to it.
All the matches after this match are elims.
Look at the players creeping up towards the switch. Celsius doesn't know though. There's no information to play with just yet. He's waiting for his alarm bot to get contact. Now the door's open. He needs to run. He knows players are about to flood that part of the map, or that they might be. In fact, Genji have changed their idea. The direction now brings them towards B. Smoke up and a good kill as Tens is caught out of position. Nightfall through. And that is going to slow them way down. Keep the information in their hands, allow Celsius to go in spraying, and Zekken does much the same. This one's done. Karen in a barrel.
No, like
Celsius
the
spraying
PRX
away.
loud match is an elim.
5 in a row for Genji. Well,
The match tomorrow is an elim, and the last one is tactically also an elim because it's the finals.
Retake on see if they needed to. So Zelsa's only play was to just get out of there. They had 4 players ready for the B site, and the second the Nightfall goes in, Zekken, he can smell his opponents. He can sense the blood in the water and gets himself a couple of headshots easily. 5 rounds in a row now, and that's exactly what Genji need on the other side to take us to overtime. Feels unlikely with how clean this has been for Sentinels. And already they're getting the early read. The spam almost gets the opener.
Oh, it's going to. Because after you spam that, you spam this wall, and Karen's right there. The bullets get very close, but not close enough. Zels is now back on the site, reloading as pressure's applied. The door is open, but all the while Texture is creeping his way towards the stairs. 2 players spotted, one up close, and even suspecting one near the switch. Zalsis has a lot of information. Oh, and even the kill on Lakia. The blind fire pays off.
This gun is so
Karen's in danger
stupid.
too. He was getting sprayed at. All the while, they're just hoping that on the side of Gen G, somebody, look on Sentinels will make a mistake.
Look where Zekin is. He's pushed all the way up, so he knows that they're not going back in this direction. I like this, though. The adaptation that maybe Sentinels aren't expecting. Never mind. Sassy makes the play, but gets caught out. Even still, though, Meteor's found another. Somehow this round has become competitive. 30 seconds left on the clock. They still have themselves a lockdown available. The spam might actually just about get rid of it. It's still online, at least for now, surviving an extra second, and they haven't been able to put the pressure on. Tens has got another. John QT with one more. Leaves it all up to Karen. He's on 1 HP.
GG's.
Through the smoke, John QT will close it. We're getting the map 3 we desired, as both teams will win their opponent's map choice.
Convincingly at that 13-7 for Sentinels. They came in.
That's actually crazy that they let him break the KJ turret, the KJ ult,
score line, and then they ran away with
and
it.
kill him.
Gorgeous play from the Sentinel side, and we saw the resurgence of so many players. Zekin finishing 23-10. This is a good sign for what's to come. Breeze map 3 to close this one out and send one team to the grand final. It's coming up after this.
I don't know what the next map is. I was gonna say bind, but it's Breeze. It's because Anita's my name. My name isn't actually pipluptiny. Hopefully we see Yoru, that'll be fun. I'm gonna call you Luppy. Sure. I thought your name is Durian. I wish. I'm just kidding. Is Doggo watching VCT too? He does not care about VCT. He literally started whining and punching the door, so I was like, okay. I let him out. Alright, we got predictions open for this last map. I'm kind of tired right now. They're playing Breeze next. Yeah, they're per map. Wait, should I put that they're per map? I feel like every prediction on most watch parties are per map, right? It should be at the top of your chat box. It just makes it easier for me because then when I make the next prediction, I don't have to rewrite like map 1, map 2, map 3. Who do you want to win? I want Sen to win. But I don't know. Wait, how are the teams on this map? Even 2 months whole. Oh, that means you don't have any points to predict with. Right? Careful. If Sen wins, I'm buying the chat salmon. Oh, there you have a deal. Sen are a hit or miss on it. Genji are decent on it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna watch PRX versus Loud.
with this white hot crowd here in the Madrid arena. The Sentinels
You just have to keep
managed
watching.
force that map
You get
free, and what a
you get
way to
more
do so.
points.
Zelsis had to pray to a
I
Norse
think it's
god,
either
and then he
1.8
just went
times more or
brrr.
2
That
times
was
more if you're a sub.
unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, that second half, John QT was putting on a masterclass with the defense. Lotus calling something like 5 or 6 rounds in a row to win it there. They killed the lurker every round. Zelsis' Odin was holding A space every time, and the retakes were looking sublime.
I was going to say, great call in. John QT just said Celsius, you know, the Odin, just spam. We were saying, like, the economy was so good, why not buy a second Odin and have someone behind you that is either, like, when you're not shooting, somebody else is shooting, or they can reload for you and you just keep going on those plays because it was stellar.
Just
Not
wanna
only
say
on A, also on C.
real quick, just want to say real quick, I went to the back to go talk to Sideshow for a minute. I was like, what Sentinels need to do? He's like, they need to shoot back.
They
and
did
I think
it.
Zelsis
That's
was
it.
like, yes.
And honestly, there's not that really much of a chance of a refrag if they can't see you. You know?
It's also so easy to just be like Odin go burr, but the way they use it strategically to punish the A pressure, to repush, the way that they call around it as well, you kind of make the joke of having another Odin behind, but they always had someone else ready to follow
Has
up
Curry
off of
tweeted
it.
yet?
It's another showcase.
Not like he needed
how good the fundamentals are for Sen.
Yeah, it truly was impressive there. Of course, so let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment of the match because we got to give some love to 2 players here, Sasi and Zekin. First, Sasi, for this brilliant player, I thought he was cooked at this point. Manages to whip that headshot there. Kukuka finds a second, and then Zekin, here you go.
I am loving this place because these are the kind of rounds that get you back into the game. Something that definitely, and just based off on the score that we're seeing right now, Sentinels need it desperately. But also, I wanted to point out that even Kaplan, like, asked for a timeout this late into the first half, being like, guys, this cannot be the way. I think that he had a major impact also in giving them the keys as to what to expect for when their defense came.
Yeah, you absolutely need rounds like this when you're up against a team like Gen G, because they're like guaranteed to win at least 4 clutches a game, it feels like. But Sentinels can do it right back, showing us the John QT is quality tactics, but also insane clutches for everyone on this team.
I couldn't agree more. But also, listen, I said it on Twitter, Zekin's out here making a case to be the best in the world. He is trying his hardest out here, as I expect him to, because this kid gives you 110%. But look at the output difference. Santissimo. That is
Santissimo, yes, Santissimo is at least holy. That first blood success rate is unreal. Of course, you know, the stats based off on a 13-5 and what we just saw, of course, is going to speak volumes of it. But the fact is that we were seeing a Zekin that was comfortable, that he was reliable on when this clutch scenarios came on to play, and definitely one of the keys to Sentinel success.
By the way, casual 75% first blood win rate. The guy was electric. I love especially the way in that first half, Sentinels was approaching the C site with the double dive between him and Tens. They're so good at getting those openers.
Wow. It's just another day in the office for that kid. It's just unbelievable.
He just turned 19, by the way. It was just like
Happy birthday.
Yeah, when I was 19, I was really trashing Halo. Meanwhile, this kid is out here probably on pace to maybe go to a final if they keep playing like this. But what happens here on Breeze, guys? Because last time we saw Sentinels play this, it was not the best for them. It was not here, and it was not the best for them.
Yeah, exactly. And we also have a Gen G on the other side that decided to pick this map against an America squad and Loud.
Give it 5 months,
Blue
Blue Jay.
And then EDG picked it onto them, and they were able to win that. But I feel like there were 2 very different matches, and it also relies on the compositions that we can expect from both.
Holy
these
shit,
teams.
he has
Sentinels
4
were
cups.
Very like more standard note, and then Mimi, all the craziness that we see coming out from Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Sentinels play this map was in the match that didn't matter against G2 when they had already clinched
and
playoffs.
They played Leviathan beforehand.
Sure,
and got
but
clapped
even
there
that was months ago by this point,
That's
and they
true.
had some time in between. They had a little bit of time to prep. They let it through the veto. I think they can expect that Gen G would have wanted to go here, so I can't wait to see what Sen has prepared.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about those compositions, not only, as you're saying, on the side of Sentinels, have they prepared something? Are they going to change some things around? They're playing with the KO. We know that they can be comfortable with that, but also thinking about the composition from their opponents, that potentially having the Euro, having the Astra in this map is something that regionally you're not going to see anywhere.
That's true.
But it's going to be a third map here, and let's take a look at what comp Sentinels go for. It's the same thing as last time. This map, I think, is honestly a 50-50. It can come down to the duels, performance on the day, but what we have to focus on is what this would mean for either of these teams. Gen G, in the organization's first international appearance that they qualified to, they have a chance to make it to the finals with rookies on their squad. And for Sentinels,
I'm Monarchy, I'm good.
It's been so long awaited.
Gen G has been able to turn these things around. Losing
Astra?
their pick is something that they are very familiar with in this event, but they always win in that third map. This has to be the case if they want to make history.
The winner of this
I
match
have
has a
the
huge advantage in the
iPhone Pro
grand finals.
Max,
This last map
the
could
newest
very well
one.
define the winner of Masters Madrid.
This is it, folks. Map 3, and the winner moves on to Sunday. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's send it back over to your casters to close this bad boy out. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our fantastic analyst desk. Just saw the results come in from the fan poll, Tom, and it looks like Sentinels are pretty heavily favored to win this.
Sentinels are winning a fan vote? I never could have seen that one coming.
I wonder if we can get the stats from the Korean stream. It might be a little bit different over there, but we'll see if that fan favor actually carries any weight. As we move on to Breeze, the final map in this series, the decider that sets Gen G on the defensive side. They stumbled on the last with big plays coming out of players like Zekin on the side of Sentinels. Let's see what the Sentinel side has up their sleeve on Breeze, because it's not like the other two maps we expected a lot from both teams. Here, it's hard to really gauge expectations.
Yeah, and a lot of what we've seen already, the victory that came out of this composition for Gen G was an 11-1 attack side, so we don't know what they've got on the defense. We'll have to wait and see. Zekin, though, already looking to take that initial space. Again, the utility from the initiators is sublime. Sets him up wonderfully. That shock dart has done so much damage. Zekin's almost dead as well. I don't think he's got anything else to throw at them, but they are slowly making their move forward.
Here comes a recon, just came back online from Lackey. It was used at the start of the round, now buys a little bit of space. Zekin down, and Texture emerging from the smoke gets caught. They know there's a player in the corner, and they'll look to isolate that fight up close. Munchkin does well to find another. The advantage stacked against Celsius, but the spike is down, and he knows it's not being diffused. Sometime bought, but 15 HP.
Wait, why did he peek so early?
It's all that's needed, and it should be only seconds away. With Lackey as third, Gen G find a first.
Yeah, exactly how you want to start off on that
Right,
defensive
bro.
side. I think the expectations will be there for both sides to have the success there, but that's the thing, though. You're kind of facing off against what was a bread and butter comp on this map before. What Gen G's running definitely has a little bit more spice to it on that attack side. That's the thing that I said. That shot dart was sublime. It almost killed off Zekin as well and ended the round. And seeing Lakia, as said, one of the players looking to get his redemption versus Sentinels from a long, long time ago. And we're talking about a ridiculous, what was it, 1,029
They usually lose
days
pistols though.
since Sentinels
It's
sent
just the
Newturn
round
to
after.
the lower bracket. Will they do it again? Early days in this map at least, and obviously for the side of Sentinels, they don't normally invest much into these rounds, and they haven't again. It's either all or nothing. They're not like a sheriff team. They're not like, let's put a little bit in.
Yeah, we saw that right last map. It was the full force and a lot of success found, but obviously don't put as much stock in being able to claim that space on this map.
Yeah, I do.
You can understand why. Normally,
I do.
on the back
I
of
just,
Cypher comms that
I
are
think I
really
might
hard to
switch
break
to
through if you actually
my
play
headphones.
diving on towards one side.
Just because I'm taking it on and off in between games when I go like get some stuff to eat or anything. But if I'm just sitting down gaming, I like it.
Sentinels have claimed the space. They have got the plant down by the looks of things, and there's not a lot that Gen G had to push them out. Even the shock dart doesn't land. So a chance now for the pistols, most of which are grouped up on the back of the site. Good shots to start this off. And it doesn't look like there's too much being found, but you gotta look at the HP bars. Meteor's
The
down
HP.
a little bit low, emerging from the smoke. Yeah, Zelsis ran into heavy traffic, but Lackey is down. Another opportunity for kills here on Zekin. Low HP on Meteor, but not a shot to hit. And John QT's last alive. Hey, okay, 2 kills. That's not terrible.
Yeah, they do a little bit of damage. They get a plant.
Maybe I
they earn
spoke
some
too
extra
soon.
credits.
Thank you for
Weaponry's gonna be
Prime,
picked up for Gen G,
Jafu.
so
Thank you.
again, it's not really the end of the world, but I don't think either side is gonna be particularly unhappy, especially with how Gen G set up. That was basically working off the retake. Those where things get that little bit more interesting. And well, the plant in some cases will actually have
My
made the difference
turn.
of having full shields, having full utility, which, as we know, there is an outlaw on the other side, so that will actually make a difference.
Yes, yes, absolutely. You know, the outlaw
EP,
here,
EP.
it's
Hi,
really
Rector,
drawn
I'm
my eye how
good.
Gen G use it, but this is
How
going to
are
be
you
the more
doing?
conventional usage,
They're on
right?
defense for starters.
Yeah, attack
Motherfucking
side split.
SpongeBob.
You know, we're going to have a conversation about that. But here, so much value. The whole map is just long-range angles. You can do so much damage. As we see, Sentinels have got shields on everybody, the full 150. Those pistols, weaker weapon spams, could be able to take him down already. Texture's able to pick up John QT. Lucky on
No, the timing is so bad.
It's just Sassy left alone. I mean, this is not a round that I expected Gen G to win, but to
Even the 9
dominate.
months, yeah, it's him.
There's barely been any damage done, Tom.
No, and they're
Motherfucking Nella. Nella, as a Silva prodigy, what should Saucy do here?
Clear out the positions behind. That he will be somewhere towards their spawn. Already pings on the map. It might even just be a scenario where we're going to have to wait the full 50 seconds for Sassy to just try and hold on to the gun. But again, I want to shout out the utility being thrown in from Lakia. He's someone that I definitely don't think always gets his plaudits, has some rough games individually, but his dart basically gave a free kill over onto the side of Karen. Well,
30 seconds
it is
left.
just going to be Sassy holding onto the gun. All 5 players looking to survive. Upgrades as well.
Just take things one at a time. Like work on your,
none of those weapons
like all the issues that you're having as a player one at a time instead of trying to do it all at once.
It really doesn't get better than this.
No, that is a boost to their economy if ever I've seen one. 3 upgrades across the board, able to make it work with the weaker weapons. And you know, the funny thing is, the Viper Wall can be so useful. Viper Wall wasn't there. Viper Orb, same thing, not there. It's just straight up fights. Players spamming through the smoke, putting them low.
Oh,
no.
After all that time.
After we've sat there for 50 plus seconds.
What do I do if I'm hard stuck mewing?
That's
not a bad thing.
No, right, yeah, but that's just disgusting. Like, that's the thing. That's where you see actually just the usage coming out of Lakia, and then also just the denial. Like, it's having that second controller. Like, Karen's just been able to slow the push by putting that smoke.
Match don't start till round 5.
There you go. You got the Gen G watch party over in Seoul as well.
We'll see.
After what was probably a bleak 2023.
We'll see.
It is paying dividends to be
I'm
a fan of this team now.
very cozy. Yeah, I think my sub sound just cut out.
Jump ship over, but we won't call them out.
kind of feel like you did call them out there, Tom. I'll be honest with you. That's I heard a bus coming. I saw you throw someone under. But
Match don't start till game 5. Bruh sliding between bruh, sit looking at bruh, sit.
Most successful rebuilds we've ever seen in such a short turnaround as well. I mean, to be at this stage, to have challenged Sentinels on split, to move to 3-0 up, winning out a low buy round there on Breeze. We've never seen a Korean team look this scary, and we've heard about them. Hell, I talked a lot to Achilleos and Paperthin back in 2020, 2021, 2022. I'll even throw 2023 in there. But now, for once, they were right.
I think that.
Yeah, I only see the names.
They've built this team out of players that ultimately didn't have mass success. You're talking about Texture coming from G, Karen coming from Ranked.
It's because I have it on OBS.
2023, Meteor as well, expectations were high. Lakia came back from tier 2.
Yeah.
This team just works together. Nice start though from Second. That's going to be an instant kill. Looking to try and break back with what is some weaker weaponry here. They may even look to try and go through the smoke. This is awkward now for Texture. No dash, no escape. They're not going to expect him to be here though. Not expecting him to stick around because now he has delivered them a rifle.
It's being guarded though. Lakia's not giving it up. They've lined up for the double, the triple for Lakia. John QT, well, he'll find one unaware. That's a rifle to be retrieved, but in comes Munchkin to close that one out. Nice and clean for Gen
All right,
in those
let's
last
play a
couple of
game.
fights, but the damage was done by
We'll send win if I just don't watch. And also, a mini game. I'm going to try to guess what happens just based off of sound, okay? You ready?
But is this man again coming alive exactly when they need him
Ready?
most? 7-1 on the scoreboard. The comeback of Lakia
Dude!
may have been seriously understated when he made
I can
it
see
back
chat
into a tier
though,
1 team.
like do the crack on my
There
finger.
are many of us who have been waiting for this for such a ridiculously
No,
long
I'm not
time.
sleeping.
In jail over a Vision Strikers.
Hi, 3Z.
And then had a long redemption arc to even get this far. Texture about to come under pressure, but he's not shying away at all. Maybe he should have done. Zekka's removed him and taken the operator.
A reveal there would have been huge. The spam through the wall after, but nothing to be found. The swing out from Zek and confirms another
Hey?
kill, and Tens answers up. Finally, it looks like Gen G.
Wait, this is hard. I have no sound cues
With Munchkin falling, that's confirmed.
of like the map.
The first is his.
Oh wow.
Hold back a star, but well, that's going to be quite a while before that's up and online. We're going to bait out the op, but he won't hit the shot. Snake bite up and over. If he's anywhere nearby, it'll take him down. But playing ahead of it,
Is it a 2v2?
one round on the board for Sentinels. They found their first
Oh.
on the attack.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes back off the individual play of Zekken. Definitely up there.
It kind of worked.
The entry fraggers and just was
Dude, you know the only thing that told me that it was maybe A? It was the sound of the wall.
as well, just taking this round into his own hands. That's the value.
I don't even know how. I was like, it sounds slanted.
Just 19 years
I'm gonna need you to step away from the monitor.
I think it was
Okay.
during this tournament.
Wow, my room looks so fucking bare.
And you better believe that contract is
I look like I'm in
probably
a
as
jail
solid as
cell.
it gets. Again, they're just going straight back in for this play in towards the A site. And again,
Watch
no
party,
fear
but I'm
out
not
from Texture.
watching.
This time he will catch it, but it's a player that can be brought back. It's going very differently this time
Let me make
around,
my
though.
bed.
They're being destroyed.
That's like one of the first
Okay, it's not
A-side
working.
pushes we saw come out of Sentinels.
It's not working.
Ult used by Meteor, human drone, aggressive op pick.
I'm good,
to try to
Cod.
punish that op,
How are
and then they
you?
get swung by the smoke. They have a guy calling shoot me as well. It's never easy to play around
At a
like
self-reflection moment.
that. Even uses his decoy as he comes out of the ultimate just to bait them even further. You can see they're getting hyped up on the Gen G side, and understandably, as they now lead 5-1. We're a quarter of the way through, halfway through the first half, and Gen G have their hands stuck on the reins.
Yeah, we've heard behind the scenes that in scrims this map for Gen G has been going fantastic, even if the results don't display that.
Peek between my
When it
fingers.
comes to the officials,
I'll
they
do it
were
next
confident.
round.
They were happy to take it here. Again, Sentinels, we hadn't seen it. Successful in
The match is
Americas, and it's
tomorrow, and the
definitely
next
not
day
looking
are
great here.
BO5.
Tech's just so aggressive in his control. They have to be using the drone just to force him back out of main. Shock darts being sent onto him, but if you believe that he's giving this up, you'd be foolish. And look at what's happening on the other side. Gen G are already stacking up players into this B site. The read they have is bang on.
And there's not even an intention to have Meteor
I control
go
the
somewhere
script.
else,
Someone sent me a
rotate to A,
bajillion
pressures
dollars
there.
for a
His
Sen
game
win.
crashes on site, decoy used.
Can I send
Might
you
think
one
that's the
chicken
real one. They
nugget?
do. Flashed on Zek and he slowed down
Oh.
and peeked out from the side.
Someone
Munchkin
help my
wrapping
man.
To get a nice angle, and he found another.
Someone
They
help
still
the
haven't
boy
found
out.
Meteor. He's spraying away, catching the jump up and dropping the spike. These players have to come out of the pit. They're getting a reveal. Meteor staying alive for now, and he's up close to the pit, knowing that they have to emerge from it to pick the spike, but they already have. John QT's around the backside, and he's coming right back into the safety of the pit to try to get the plant down. A flash inside, but it's all a decoy to push them towards him as Meteor moves around the other side. This is beautiful play. They're not even looking as he goes back in. And now the plant, sure, it's going to be found, but blinded up, he is stuck in a corner. John QT
Dude,
doesn't stand a
Meteor
chance.
should have died
Huge
like
round for
20
Meteor
seconds
on
ago.
Mioru. And an even bigger one for Gen G, leading by 5.
That's the thing you love about this guy. Like you've watched him play these Sentinels. in
Viper's
such an
technically
aggressive manner.
a
The
Sentinel in
operator
pro play.
on Killjoy in the last
Technically.
map, happy to run in 1v2,
Like just
uses
like
all
it's
the
like
media
how
and
Sage
punch
isn't
out,
really a
but then you
Sentinel.
put him back on the duelist, and you almost miss it. If it wasn't for Texture, he'd probably be playing it on any other team. This guy is so damn good. 9-3, top of the board. Sentinels at
Yeah.
the moment, they just don't have an answer. They're coming back in with a buy, but it is one of the weaker we've seen. Ults, none of them are even remotely close.
PRX played
And
her
almost all
on
of them
Sunset.
are either close
last
or
time.
online. Here he goes again.
Half ending 8-4, but Sen win in the end.
He's crazy. He's absolutely
If you
crazy.
say
They
so.
baited him in. They thought they
Damn, that
baited him
chicken
in.
nugget really did work.
Fights, but he takes it with him. Zekking down, and he's sticking around. Texture's not going anywhere. Eventually, he has to fall back.
Oh.
The flash is good. Was that a leg or a spam from someone else? Indeed, it was a spam from someone else. Lakia, who's now down on the floor. The ult used by Meteor. 1 spot.
6-1 is when I surrender, man.
Taken down just like that.
We found
They
the
saw final
FFer.
player. They know exactly where he is. Nothing slipping past Gen G right now with a 7th round locked in. Sentinels have to be feeling stuck in the mud. They got one round, and this A site has not worked for them since.
Yeah, the problem
The FFR needs to BFFR. Be fucking for real.
Or they lose that map control immediately because it gets pushed by texture. Like, they have to challenge for it. The problem is they're not winning that fight. So there almost has to be a response. Mid-control...
You say, I own you.
It sounds like it. Mid-control has not been
Does
something...
he say I own you or I know you?
From Sen. I almost want to see the pressure put in because these A takes are just being slaughtered. And now we're even seeing the switch up of Gen G putting texture on the other side of the map. I think his expectation is, well, surely they don't go for that.
I heard I love you.
Be some
it could be literally anything.
He has given up the space. He's just going to drone it. Instead, close the door, shot dark close, and the follow-up. That is gorgeous. But
What?
Sassy does manage to trade with the ultimate, and look who's gone running through!
Wait, is Astra Fire on Breeze?
Walks up and surprises
Is this some new tech?
And the spike is on the floor again. Not just Karen anymore. Meteor's holding it. He's still got his flashes. Cosmic Divide, insult to injury. Sentinels are locked out as more.
I did question the Astra.
Munchkin, not even looking at the. He's
I'm
not
a
trying to hold
questioner.
anything other than halls. They know that they can't go back because of texture on mid, and there's two players watching for that walkout. Sentinels need a miracle to get away with this.
They also lined that up so that he can peek in front of it. It's a dual access ult. Trying to make their way out. The pop flash is perfect and it's instant. Both players executed.
Alright, so now surely they go 8-4.
Their own map choice haphazardly have come back in like nothing ever happened. 8-1 up. I want to see a second pause coming out from Sentinels here. Yeah, I don't know how he won that battle. And like the flash, a split second later, I thought Lackey was going to be dead immediately, and then we need to talk about what he just did.
In through.
Surely map 4.
Right through a smoke. Guy just ran through the whole opposition's utility belt and came out on top. Gen G have got Sentinels in their pocket. And so I don't know what they can say. Kaplan's got his task cut out for him and Drew. Better be combining in a fusion dance of brains to get this one across the line. It's looking grim. And the best part about it for Gen G, you spoke about how they had all their ultis online. They've used them incrementally. We had Yoru pop his, Karen pops the Cosmic Divide. Still now, they have a Viper's Pit.
Curry is shaking in his boots right now.
To have the Hunter's Fury back online. There's no way in which they're letting this slip without Sentinels running up against a brick wall again and again. They've got to be sensational to even have a foundation laid coming out of this half.
I'll give you one.
Genji's the ultimate underdog right now.
They won only one of them. And they got 11 rounds on attack.
Breeze, just on Breeze.
Yeah, on Breeze. So, if anything, they should be feeling more, and especially when you look at the composition they're running, the expectation is that they'll be able to cause chaos. You've got a double duelist, and you've got double controller to just basically create space for them. This is almost seems like doomsday for Sen City.
Well, I meant like in the very beginning of VCT.
Finally, we're gonna see some
I feel like they were both underdogs, but like Genji was definitely like
another layer.
a good amount under. Because didn't Sen win a lot of off-season stuff?
Even sticks around to fight. Maybe goes a little bit too far with that one. Not able to escape. And because of that, it's just going to be the 1-for-1 trade.
Well, the man advantage might not sit with any team, but TenZ has been tagged pretty low. That will stand to them in future fights. Not if it's Texture taking it with an operator, but he also has that Blade Storm. Of course, with TenZ online, that knife should be coming through fairly soon. It's just back online, and there it is. It's not caught them, though. Texture still happy, dash online in back pocket, but Sentinels are on the wraparound, moving in for mid control, moving back through mid, in fact, hoping the rotations have come through. There's an aggressive push from Lakia, so he'll be inside of main for this retake.
I don't know. I feel like it might come after or when the new agent gets revealed.
Off the smoke to give himself a safe haven to play from, and they're trying to root him out. They suspect that he's in this position, and Celsius has got him on the running spray.
It's whether they expect anybody to be in A main, though. Lakia might be the snake in the grass. It does seem like they're watching that position now. Enough time has gone through. Has to be an instant win on this battle. Otherwise, it's definitely going to become problematic in terms of the time. The thing is, though, in terms of finances, Gen G can definitely afford to throw some players into the win. Munchkin looking to lead the charge. The time, though, is ticking. Texture has already found one, but surely this round has to be going the way of Sentinels at this point. But it's more so how many players they come out with. The answer
Wait,
is
3 is he?
A solid hold after a huge hiatus from the board. Sen finally bounced back.
Well, as if I'm Cypher popping an ultimate. I'll take my hat off to you there, Kaplan and Drew. Good calls to change up the pace of this game. Look like it's a B play. Wrap back through middle, which is somewhere they've had trouble holding on to control with.
They've barely gone middle. That's been the thing. It's been mostly A takes, like battling to make sure that control can't be taken. This time it was taken, but it didn't matter because they managed to get those rotations back through, and a good call from John Cutie as well.
They have tried a few times with John lurking around mid, right, trying to get up through elbow, but every single time there's somebody there ready and waiting for it. John did also get a little bit of space on mid, but they've seen the constant aggression. Camera up, watching this, but gets a little closer than you'd like to see. John QT going to survive the round and rally the troops towards the A site. Good wall to cross in mid, drone clearing it out, and the pressure on. Lakia's close to the wall. Meteor's already rotated through, albeit he's only got, well, 0 HP now, never mind, not 40. But there's also Karen on the site, and they've managed to chop and change some of these fights. Lakia's in a little bit of trouble there, but it looks like it's going to be fine with Sentinels crossing the site, grabbing the plants, presumably for free. Tag is received. Hunter's Fury is popped. Push up by Sassy. Headshot angle, one by Texture with 2 kills and a third. He retook it all by his lonesome.
Yeah, it's almost like he just completely ignored the plan. The plan was that Lakia would get a tag, kill someone with the Hunter's Fury, and they retake together. Instead, he kills the guy who gets tagged immediately. He hits the most disgusting headshot with an operator, and then just peeks through the Viper screen to kill the last. The guy has no fear whatsoever.
Whoa, nice.
And while for Solo, we've already mentioned, he may not be in the server anymore, but there is a story of redemption. Elise versus Sentinels, and more so Tens. The MVP of that Reykjavik that New Turn finished 3rd. His move to coaching was something that anybody knew and was excited for. Now it's going to be a more direct approach, straight in towards this B site for Sen, desperately looking for a 3rd round.
Shot by Texture. That's 4 in a row on that off. He's making a highlight reel of his own, and still to be dealt with. All 3 players spotted. The info there. Bladestorm in the back pocket. Sprays are in, forcing them into this angle. The shot didn't actually land. The Bladestorm only doing marginal damage. Eventually, Tens falls, unable to be rezzed back anymore, but Sassy and John QT keep it competitive, keeping it Sentinel's favor now. And they know exactly where Munchkin is. Snakebite towards the back. It might force them into Texture, but they go the other way. And Sentinels handle every battle
3-9.
perfectly. 3 rounds on the board at the half. It's not ideal, but it's worth it.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary prospect going forward, but similarly to what we saw in the first map, a slight resurgence from Sentinels at the end. Of course, as mentioned, though, you look at the composition that's there for the side of Gen G, and you feel like it's going to be better on their attack, which really is a marvel to look at, because they have been truly unbelievable, making a mark as the best team in Pacific, and they are very close to making that final.
Well, a big factor on their attack is going to be Meteor, so let's hear what Meteor had to say ahead of this game.
안녕하세요. 젠지에서 활동 중인 메테오 김태호입니다. 일단 저희가 리빌딩 하고 나서 제일 성적을 좋게 내고 있는 것 같은데, 사실 아직 실감은 안 나지만 그래도 또 저희끼리 잘해서 올라왔으니까, 사실 페이퍼렉스라는 팀이 에임이 굉장히 좋다고 생각하고 있는데, 이제 저희 팀원들도 그 페이퍼렉스 팀원들 간의 에임 싸움이라 해야 되나? 저희끼리 그런 거 피하지 말고 우리도 한번 싸워보자 라고 얘기했던 것 같습니다. 사실 감이 온다기보다는 그냥 평상시대로 공격적으로 할 것 같으니까, 이제 새로 리빌딩이 되면서 이제 팀원들과 친해지려고 노력을 많이 했고, 그리고 팀들끼리 이제 각자 다른 팀에서 해오던 사람들끼리 모인 거라서 우리가 어떻게 게임을 풀어나갈 건지 이런 거에 대해서 많이 얘기했던 것 같아요. 그런 부분도 이제 저희 팀
This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. 1 bullet left. And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are. A peek out is perfect and he goes back with the pistol.
사실 센티널 경기를 자세히 보진 못했는데 사실 센티널에 대해 아는 것도 많이 없고 그냥 이 선수가 뭐 잘하더라 이런 것만 알고 있기 때문에 그냥 센티널이랑 하게 된다면 그냥 저희가 하던 대로 하면 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다. 일단 저희가 한국 팀이라는 게 굉장히 자랑스럽고 그리고 한국에서 또 많은 팬분들이 응원해 주시고 있기 때문에 저희가 꼭 그 응원에 보답해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 세계 각국에서 젠지를 응원해 주시는 분들이 계신데 그 응원에 보답해 드리도록 하고 싶고 그리고 저희와 함께 항상 달려주셔서 감사합니다.
Well, Meteor says they've got fans all over the world. I'll tell you what, plenty of them showed up here to support them today, and they'll be thankful that they did. Got to witness history already with Sentinels challenge heavily, and Meteor off the bat.
No
he
way.
Is swinging with Zekin down. The man advantage goes to the team. 9-3 in the lead. Winning this pistol could spell the end for Sentinels.
Well, that's the thing. He talked about the pride he has for being that Korean team in this tournament. They win 4 more rounds.
No, it flashed, but I think Meteor was looking to his left.
In the history of the VCT. Right now they've matched Newturn and DRX, and to do it on their first time out be truly impressive. The fact is they're building up into an A-take. The re-aggression could be caught. Karen waiting, watching, not going to be checked. Looks for the second, but Sassy will take him down. Even still though, it's bought enough for the rest of the team to make their way in towards that A-site. Sassy hoping maybe he could hit something with a miracle shot or a shock dart, but instead they're aggressive to try and take him down. Left on just 40 HP.
He has done damage to the other side though. 68 and 40. Obviously Meteor tagged up in the earlier fight.
Yes, grand final should be on the 24th.
With a few full HP players, goes back, opens the door, and is going to try to bail. Snakebite chasing him down, but he's out. And he'll close that door right in his opponent's face. That buys a little bit of extra time as he turns around to the bridge, ready for the fight. Munchkin wins his, and Meteor, that's a triple. Sensational pistol round with Gen G, losing only 1 player. They're now 10 and 3 up. Sentinels, I don't know if they'll consider the force. I think they'll play the eco, but either way, it's not looking good for the #1 America's team.
He could have been dead within the first few seconds. And instead, he ends up burying the pistol round. The stories with this team. Munchkin, the leader, had so many bites at the cherry at internationals, never even come close. 3 rounds from a final. This would be his 7th international event. 9th to 10th was his best placing before this. To say that this Gen G side, this squad is special, even if Sentinels manage to run this back.
Yeah, they play tomorrow if they lose this.
History is already being made. For the side of Sen, it's not a pretty picture.
It honestly might be another Sen Loud game.
Single Marshall in the hands of Zekin. He's had an amazing tournament, but he's got to hit some crazy shots just to give them a little bit of life in this round.
Or 10 bits, oh my god.
Off rip, textures down to 76. Wonder how much impact
I said it could be, Nella.
These players round the corner. It's classics waiting for them. Decoy leading the charge, spotted by Sassy. He's ready for this, and there's the finish on the earlier shot out of the Marshall. Damage done to Meteor. He's actually going to use his ulti already, thanks to a fantastic performance in early rounds. He's already diving in. Close, but that's a mistake. A mistake that Zelsis punishes and leaves John QT in a spot where he could get this done. But the first player lands the first bullet. 11 to 3. Good damage from the side of Sentinels. But
yeah, it's a best of
2
3.
away from sending them to the lower bracket. And with players like Sassy showing up, we had a great first map out of 10s as well. Both of them fighting for their 3rd appearance at a
Actually,
Masters
it's
Grand Final.
3-11 now.
For now, it's looking like they're going to have another fight later on.
That's the thing. As players on the
Yeah,
Sentinel side,
I'm gonna watch PRX.
Been there, done that. Masters winner, a Champions winner. But right now, it is the Korean squad that are proving This is a new world, a
Good
new
night,
realm in
Jackie.
2024. The time of the rookie, Karen. Maybe the time of the comeback for some of these players. The thing is, though, Sentinels are not out of it just yet. They're trying to find a pocket, get a little bit aggressive. They've got the better buy here, but already not the greatest of starts. Sassy does trade, but he takes damage. And Zekin's aggressive position should be revealed. He's going to try and play ahead of it, see if anybody gives him a fight, but they don't.
Oh, and there was cover as well, just in case the wide swings came through. That was through the wall. That was blind
Where is
fire.
it going?
Second, and Texture's got another up top, aggressive, still with a dash to play with. And Zelsis and John QT backed into a corner. All their credits on the line. This defensive side has a decision to make. Carrying two weapons forward wouldn't be that useful, and it won't be possible. Not with Texture on his 4th kill. A potential ace to put 12-3 on the board. John QT, all that's left of Sentinels, all that stands in the way of this accolade for Texture. And what a time it would be to find it. But for now, John QT's making the right decision. He's legging it to the other side of the map, but he's not away. Not yet. Okay, Karen is actually going the other direction, so he might have just managed to slip through to the next round with this rifle by the skin of his teeth.
It is going to be an escape.
Don't be
Unless he goes peeking into the
He
window.
made
but
it
I
out.
don't think he's ever going to do that. He's also had his cam spot them out as well. Not going to risk the rifle, but it means that the purchase that's there for Sen, 9 rounds in a row needed. We've seen comebacks.
Look at this.
Oh, what was it? It was the side of Fnatic managing it versus Loud. This is absurd, but this just shows the confidence that
Texture's
this man
just
is running
running
with at this
down.
stage. The Sentinels,
Oh my god.
it wouldn't be doom and gloom just yet. A lower bracket awaits them. Loud
What is
and
he
PRX
going
play
off
after
on?
this to decide who will likely get the chance.
That better not be Wingman.
Zekin's gonna try and get aggressive, but this time it's a be execute. They're looking to end this quickly. Straight into the site they go. Sassy has at least kicked it off with an opener. The spike dropped for a second, and Meteor desperately low.
But that doesn't deter him. He is still going aggressive and swinging into heavy traffic.
Oh my god, I was gonna say if you got 2 there.
But with 10s on 5 HP, those pieces can be picked up by someone else. Texture, Munchkin, and Karen. History on the line, but still plenty of opportunities. The pressure won't be felt just yet. Snakebite up and over from Sentinels. They look to push some players on backside out of position. Here comes the util from Sassy. The swing from Karen is good to start. Another for Texture, and there's only 2 on Sentinels left. Sassy does well, but they need to get on this spike, force these players out into an open fight, and it's Sassy to look to punish. John QT gets it half, but they're both extremely low. The time is running out, and now it's gone. History for Korean Valorant as Gen G,
GG.
13-3 Sentinels, an absolute demolition of America's #1. They booked their spot in the grand final.
Oh,
and anyone
man.
who faces them moving forward will be terrified of these new names. Players like Meteor, Texture, Karen. Unbelievable performances from every
I
one
don't
of
want
these
them to
players.
go out like that.
3 rounds for Sentinels, Tom. How is that even possible?
I don't think they're going to be playing Breeze much throughout the rest of the tournament, I'll be honest with you. And they'll go into the best of 5. That's the thing, though. There is still time to recover.
Hi,
It was
Subi.
mentioned by Kablan. He wanted that day off. He's not getting it. He's got to get right back to prepping. He's got to get right back to watching this next series, because the Korean powerhouse, the new look Gen G, they brought back some risky players, some players who didn't have success last year, taking a gamble with a youngster.
Alright, I'm gonna go make
Put Munchkin
a
at the helm.
snacky.
7th time's the charm as he makes a grand final with this team. What a performance from them. And this ragtag bunch of individuals has come together to build one of the best teams we've seen in a long, long time. They have already made history. They have matched PRX. They have outdone PRX and U-Turn. And now look to be maybe the first Pacific team to ever win an international event. They just need to win one more match.
They've already taken down tournament favorites, not necessarily 90% like the community poll earlier on, but certainly...
I don't blame them, though.
No, not at
Sentinels
all.
looked insane.
this is somewhere that coming into this game, we set the stakes. Gen.G could win, but it will be close. This was a demolition, 13-5 and 13-3.
And the maps as well. Like, the fact is they lost their own map choice, but they smashed them on Split, which is the map we were saying the Sentinels are the best team in the world on. So this series by no regard makes any sense. A map that, as said, Breeze, they looked rough on. They just won 13-3. I don't think anyone's going to want to play them on it anymore. I think their record now throughout this year is 3-3, by the way. One of those includes destroying EDG and destroying Sentinels. Like, this team has proved they can adapt, they can improve, but more so, they have faith in themselves. They go, okay, no, we like this map. It didn't work last time. We don't care. We're going to go back to it again. And they've done that a couple of times where they've made slight changes, slight adaptations. On Split, they changed from an Astra to an Omen. And that took them from a pretty bad team on Split to an unbelievable team on Split. It truly is impressive how much this team has managed to adapt in a short amount of time. Solo, you're doing God's work. Munchkin, he's got to be in a shout for being a fantastic IGL because he's getting shouted out by Lakia, who's finally making his name back in the scene. I'm so happy to see this team succeed.
Hey, long have we waited. We heard about Lakia for a long time. This time around, you know, I'm just looking at Gen.G, a team who's been in this game from day one, May 4th, 2020. Almost 4 years ago, these guys put together a roster to try and compete, and they've never even come close to hitting this level. Even before today, there were accolades that they'd never seen. Now, though, history has been made. All the way back on May 4th, it was the Phantom Menace like Meteor they needed, sneaking around in a different dimension. He was so fun to watch play. Texture's insane. But Lakia finally reaching that top level. This is what I wanted to see. And now I want to hear from Lakia. Let's toss it over to the stage.
Muchas gracias, Uli, que te estaba escuchando. Congratulations. Let's give it up for Gen.G one more time. I'm joined here with Lakia and Jen for some translation. Now, my first question is going to be, you, of course, have made it into playoffs in previous international events, but this is the first time that you're going to be in the grand final. I want you to tell me what makes this team such a good contender for winning the first trophy.
라키아 선수 그동안 국제전에서 결승전에 진출한 건 이번이 처음이잖아요. 젠지의 어떤 점이 결승전에서 잘해서 우승까지 가져갈 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
일단 저희 팀이 오늘 나왔던 실수 정도만 좀 줄이면은 좋은 결과를 낼 수 있을 거라고 생각을 하고요. 네, 그리고 저희끼리의 믿음으로 좋은 경기를 준비할 수 있도록 해야 할 것 같아요.
The fact that we believe in ourselves, and if we just clean up some of the mistakes, make sure that mistakes don't happen, I think we have a great chance at winning everything.
Bueno, le he preguntado que después de toda la carrera que él tiene, que sí que ha llegado a playoffs alguna vez, pero nunca a la final. ¿Qué es lo que hace que este equipo del Pacífico sea tan bueno y que consiga tan buenos resultados? Dice que lo único que tienen que hacer es limpiar un poco de esos errores que cometen y que de verdad creen en ellos mismos. Now, my next question is going to be about the opponents that you faced. Of course, you have already won against all of the opponents that you have left here in the tournament, but you most likely take it to that last and third map. What are the biggest hurdles that you want to brush off for the grand final?
일단 젠지가 그동안 2대1 경기를 많이 해왔잖아요. 풀세트 경기를 하면서 좀 힘든 여정이기도 하는데 결승전을 앞두고 좀 어떤 점을 고치면 좋겠다고 생각하시나요?
일단 앞서 말했다시피 저희끼리의 실수를 좀 줄여야 될 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 저희가 어떻게 보면 많은 영상들이 나온 만큼 저희끼리의 이제 피드백을 통해서 더 고쳐야 될 부분도 만들어야 될 것 같고 추가해야 할 부분도 이제 감독, 코치 그리고 선수들과 함께 상의를 해봐야 될 것 같아요.
Well, the first thing would be the fact that there's a lot of bots on us, but which is good for us as well because we can go review them and make sure we make the adjustments that are necessary, add to our game, build on top of that, and just, you know, not making mistakes and making sure that we don't drop the ball and we keep the momentum going. So we'll just head back to the hotel and have a little talk with the coaching staff and our teammates.
Hey, lovely. Le he preguntado que sus series siempre se van al tercer mapa, bueno, casi siempre, pero consiguen ganar. ¿Qué es lo que van a intentar limpiar, ¿no? Para esa final, para que tengan esa ventaja y puedan ganar. Dice que una de las cosas que pasan es que hay muchísimas bots en ellos, tienen los oponentes muchísimas repeticiones para poder sacar esas conclusiones, pero dice que ellos también los tienen y que ahora mismo se van a ir al hotel a darle una vuelta, a revisarlo absolutamente todo. Well, thank you guys very much. We'll see you in a couple of days. Thank you, Jen. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Esperad un momento porque desde luego que no nos vamos. Tenemos otro partido por delante. Don't go anywhere because PRX versus Loud is on the other side.
Meow.
A grand final spot is on the line as well as history. For Sentinels, it's about going back to championship form. And for Gen G, it's about Gen G establishing themselves as a top-tier team in Valorant.
Yo, what are you doing, guys? Wake up! It's leaving Meteor alone. The snake bite landed by Meteor. The clock is running down. Munchkin late flanks up through heaven. And the classic bites awkward. And an opportunity to trade it back further. It's huge from Texture. Completely bamboozling them. It's done on the spot. Karen as well to find one. And there's the follow-up. Hello, guys. Meteor the first to take it. And he won't stop. And it's done just like that. Devastating start to this series for Sentinels.
Two away, there you go.
Oh, what is that?
He's waiting for someone to go over the pond. They've done it right. He's able to drop two. Surely it's two.
Slates one and second. Right into his crosshair.
Buying time for the rotation. Sat at the back with the Odin in hand. Aja! John QT with one more. And through the smoke, John QT will close it. We're getting the map 3 we desired.
Black is not giving it up. They've lined up for the triple. And two taken down just like that. They saw the final player. I know you. See, Hunter's Fury is up. Push up by Sassy. And a headshot angle. One by Texture with two kills and a third. Whoa, nice. The time is running out and now it's gone. History for Korean Valorant as Gen G 13-3 Sentinels, an absolute demolition of America's #1.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Dude, Cheddar keeps headbutting me with his cone. Ugh. Yeah, I'm not the Jinx, guys. There he is. Hi, Elle. He wants the peanut butter. Look, I have some sweet potatoes and peanut butter. Yeah, I think tomorrow should be BO5. Good night, good night. My mom roasted some sweet potatoes and I'm eating it with peanut butter. It's just for watch parties. That smells good too. Cheddar, nah. No jumping.
The time, August 2023. The place, champions, Los Angeles. Loud and PRX, kings of their respective regions, meet on stage for the first time. PRX scores an overtime map win and bounces back from a 13-2 loss and manages to take down the defending champions on a run that sends them straight to the grand final. Hello everyone and welcome back to day 7 of Masters Madrid and our lower bracket semi-final between PRX and Loud.
Sweet potato and
their
peanut
second
butter.
meeting here on the global stage, but I'm expecting this one to be fireworks. Hopefully PRX gives us some funnies. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, you got Mimi, you got Kakuka. This is going to be a good one.
I think it has to be win or go
I
home.
mean, after the introduction that you gave, I'm kind of scared to say anything, but also the stakes were different in that time.
Because whoever wins this
it was the upper
plays
final, right?
Sen.
So nobody was going home from there. We're talking about upsets. We will be talking about form in just a
And
minute.
Genji is
But
already
of
in the
course,
final,
seeing
so the
either
winner
one
of
these
that
teams,
plays.
especially Loud after the standard that we hold them to, will be kind of a surprise
What the
to
fuck?
send them home today.
I agree wholheartedly with that one. I mean, honestly, it's kind of crazy to see that.
Mhm.
You know,
I eat this a
PRX,
lot
team that we
if
have really
I like want to
valued
feel
for
full.
them being a
Well, not feel
creative,
full, but
innovative
like
team. But this event, Mimi, it is really just
because
felt
a lot
like,
of sweet
PRX has,
stuff
struggled
isn't
to not
really
just find an
filling.
identity, but to find a
Like if I'm craving something
I think
sweet,
the biggest thing for PRX
but I
has
also
been,
want it to be like a
balancing the
meal instead of
confidence,
like a
right?
snack.
In these early interviews at the start
This
of
is
games,
great.
it really seems like it's not there. They're not
Yeah.
playing like themselves.
Sen already
but
played.
continually
They're
in
playing
big
lower
matches and
brackets
second halves where
tomorrow.
it matters. They continue to step up and find that magic at the very last second. That's what brought them here. But what we're looking for today is really consistency from this team. But this is the match for PRX to prove if they're ready to lift a trophy in Madrid.
Couldn't agree more with that one, Mimi. But earlier, Mika Fabs actually got a chance to speak with PRX's Divide. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Hey Devi, what's up? What's up? How are you feeling?
I'm good.
All right, I like the smile. So,
Well,
for second
Genji
place,
is
they
already,
had, I
like,
believe the top of Masters Madrid,
in the
rated,
finals.
PRX a 6 out of 10.
They don't need a second
now
chance.
That you've made it to the top 4, would you like to go back and maybe give a score again now that you've come this far?
I think we have to give credits to ourselves. I think now we are like 10 out, about 10, 10 on 10. So yeah, I mean, pretty excited to play Loud, and yeah, you know what?
No, Sen is not out. They're playing tomorrow.
What does it stand for?
It means less, so it means less coming for us again today.
Good luck out there.
Dude, that's a GV level pun coming out.
Proud of him. I'm quite proud of Divide for that one.
But by the way, least
I love
confident,
this
like,
spoon.
10 out of 10 I've ever heard. But it's good that he's at least saying
It's
that, right? We
long,
need to
it's
see the
flat.
PRX fired up for this match.
I mean, especially after what
It's
happened
great.
yesterday, right? And
I'm
the
f-
way
I'm picky with
not the Paper
spoons.
X looked, but the way that Gen G made them look.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
we know that Paper X is all about the flashiness, the quick plays, and Gen G had a response for everything. But it is an opponent that they know very
I
well.
do feel like, though, we learned a little bit more about what Gen G's capable of today
Yeah.
than what we saw. So now that makes me
Love the
wonder
context.
what happens here with Paper X. Was that a matter of Gen G just flattening people? Or is this a Paper X team that maybe has a little bit more to show here?
Yes, because I think in previous, yes, as in both are true. Gen G look incredible, but Paper X, I think in previous matches, we've seen them really push Gen G. That's one where they were making a lot of fundamental mistakes. Players were kind of going off, losing picks. They're taking the normal Paper X risks, but against a team like Gen G, with their structure and their firepower, they were ripping that apart.
Yeah, no, it's hard to put into words how just well this Gen G team is playing. I mean, we could probably talk about it all day, and that's why on the other side, you know, you're going to need some players to step up here, right? On the Paper X side, you're really looking at Munyet. This guy has truly been impressive, but I'm excited to see him go up against QCK because I do feel like, Kukuka, that QCK throughout this tournament has grown as a player, and his stonks have definitely risen.
Yeah, let me get my strongly agree card to show
There
with
you
you
go.
because it is crazy what we have seen from QCK, especially like the other day when he was sick, when he had to go to the hospital at the beginning of the day to then come in here, play the way that he did, and especially the performance that we saw yesterday. I am very happy with what we saw. I think that we have to be very careful how we talk about that Sentinels versus Loud that we saw yesterday, because in the end it was two very, very close overtimes, and a QCK that overall is feeling super comfortable, that has found his space in Loud. Many people have that question of gonna be better or worse than us, but doesn't matter, he's his own person.
The similarities between these two, I feel like, are kind of endless, right? They both had to fill massive shoes. Ching, the best Raze player in the world, and Ospas, the best Jet player in the world, on the other
Well,
side.
the thing is like that last game with Sen, it wasn't an elim, but this one
And
is.
they haven't necessarily perfectly filled those shoes, but they have stepped up and found
Little
their
scary.
own place in this team. Both got criticized a ton in their respective kickoffs, in the early stages of
Better
Madrid,
not,
but in the
no
playoffs, in
jumping.
the late group stages, where it really matters, both of these guys have stepped up for their squads.
Exactly, like probably the biggest question coming in from Loud into this event is QCK going to be a detriment to them? And I feel like I feel happy that all of that people can be quiet for a second.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
speaking of
honestly, if Sadok's telling me that this is what they wanted, I believe Sadok. Speaking of, actually, I'm actually quite excited to send it back over to Mika because we're going to hear from the Capitan himself, Sadok, as we get ready for this matchup.
He's good.
Hi, Kakashi.
Hey, Sadak, how's it going? How are you feeling?
Feeling super good.
Feeling super good. Love to hear it. So last time you guys went up against PRX, PRX came out on top. So what do you think you learned from that match that you think will be important in this one?
They're gonna be super crazy, so yeah, we're just gonna have to be super aware of what they are going to do at the start of the round and be prepared.
Out crazy the crazy?
Super crazy.
All right, excited to see it. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
These are definitely two teams that are going to be fighting here with very, well, unique forms, I would say, coming into this.
I tried.
Yeah, I think the last
It
two
wasn't even
matches
my
for these
fault.
girls
It was
very
Curry's
different. For
fault.
Loud, this was a game that came down to the wire. It was a second
Bro was
away
like-
from getting diffuses. It was one clutch making the difference.
They
for
haven't
Loud ending
lost
up
since they put
losing
me on the roster.
Versus a Paper X that's coming into this one after getting stomped by Gen G.
Yeah, so many of this.
Curry
round
tweeted again, someone stop him.
talking about, as you
Sen needs to take his
literally
Twitter away,
less than a
confiscate it.
second. And time after time, it's not the kind of thing that just happens once. But for Paper X, I feel like yesterday, Gen G just showed every single weakness that they had. And talking about votes and talking about what Lakia was saying in the interview, there's so much you
Hi,
can learn about
Parfum.
how to
Welcome to
exploit
stream.
those mistakes in Paper X that is very scary to go up against Loud today.
Yeah, I think Paper X are definitely going to have to dial down some of these individual risks they're taking,
Totally.
especially if they're shooting like they were against
Big question
Gen G.
to ask.
Yeah, I mean, giving away those opening kills, giving away those opportunities is the reason that Paper X ended up getting rolled in the way that they did. Loud is another team with fantastic fundamentals that will punish those mistakes.
Yeah,
Hi, Tragics. It's going good.
I feel like Paper X just really wants to try and like be
That was my computer.
ridiculous, and they kind of have to not do that this time around.
I love this lower third about talking about the pistol, because I think that is also a very important part of what is
Better
happening.
not,
Even though they are the two best pistol
jumping.
round teams in the entire event, for Loud, definitely yesterday it was not there on the first two maps. It was very complicated for them to push through all of that. Of course, but for PaperX, it was the other way around. They got pistols and not much else.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be fascinating to see how both of these teams compare against one another. But for now, though, let's send it down to the stage and bring out our teams for this epic battle.
I'm not tiny. My chair is just extra large. This is sweet potato.
Loud.
It's supposed to be ironic.
PRX.
There's no matches after this. At least today.
It's the unique and bombastic team from Pacific in PaperX going up against the well-oiled machine in Loud. But the question on everyone's mind here is, does that man
Wait, who did Genji lose to?
have the plan to shut down a team that sometimes doesn't even know what their plan is?
Yeah, Sadak has done this before. He always
PRX?
leads these top level events, but last time PaperX eliminated them. We're into the map select and we are starting with Ascent, which is wild to me. Both these teams play ridiculous comps. Loud was locking the Yoru. We see a Gecko from PaperX there. I think that this is a match of two teams with incredibly unique
Watch party
plays on
with
the game.
Curry.
I think that the surprise comes even before that.
Bro is cursing everybody. I feel like if I watch party with it, I'm gonna lose all my comp games after. I'm just kidding.
On the map.
But PaperX also hasn't been willing to play that map, and they get rid of it towards the end, which means we get to land on Bind here, which I think is also going to be a
Ascent,
really
Sunset, and
historically,
Bind. Thank you for the
some
tier
great
1
calling from
tracking.
Sadak on
Thank
that
you.
one. But that's been honestly my favorite map from PaperX's tournament. I love the way they play that Harbor comp. They haven't won all the maps they've played it yet, but I think they have some great ideas that are really tough to deal with your first time playing into it.
Can we get to 3 though? I think that's the thing that I'm wondering is, can we get to 3, or are we going to see Loud kind of do what Gen G did to PaperX?
I feel like for both of these teams, we have the question of if they're going to make it through, are they serious contenders to making it all the way through and take on Sentinels tomorrow, right? We need a convincing win for either of them.
I think that this map number 1 is really going to decide this series.
Totally.
I think Loud is pretty favored when we get to Sunset, but this first map, I could see it going either way. Both these teams have looked really good at times, have looked really shaky at times on Ascent. I think PaperX need to win this map. If they get to 3, I honestly favor them in this series.
Yeah, and of course, I think that fundamentally Loud should have the upper hand coming into this Ascent, knowing that is, the more basic map in those terms. Now, if PaperX, like shenanigans, all the crazy rounds that they put, are able to disrupt
Maps are Ascent, Bind, and
I can see them taking this 2-0.
Yeah, and if they... I mean, look, I feel like no matter how you go here, one thing is for certain, is that there's going to be just moments of absurdity on each side. Players are going to be pulling off some wild plays, but where I'm looking at here, I want to see if QCK is going to get rattled by a very aggressive PaperX team, and if PaperX, if they manage to find ways to kind of like wiggle around the brain of Sadak.
You got to look at the newcomers. You're talking about QCK. I'm looking at Munyet. What can he do in map 1? We're into the agent select, and PaperX is running back this double initiator, Raise comp, and Loud have returned from the Yoru back to the Phoenix.
Who would have said, that in 2024, no Sova, no Jet, this is a new way that Ascent is going to be played. I personally
watch
really
party
like the Gecko and the
this
Phoenix
Elim
combo. I
game.
think that the
No Jet and
information
Raise
the
instead.
hurdling that you can do, all the
Let's do a
flooding
bolt
that you can
cheddar,
do with
no
the
jumping.
utility and how recurrent it can be gives you an amazing edge. And I do think that Loud using the Phoenix here is something that can be countered easily.
This is a massive rematch for Loud. If they could beat PaperX here, send them home, have a chance to go for a run in a finals, and maybe get Sidok that second trophy, it would be incredible. But PaperX, they always show up at the right time.
Well, let's go ahead and get this elimination match underway and send it over to your casters, and they live for the drama. It's Bran Handside Show.
Yeah, we definitely do. I mean, there's plenty of it here. This is an elimination game. Loud versus PRX. Without a doubt, one of these teams going to be going home, exiting earlier than they potentially hoped
Prediction
for
should be how many times
Madrid.
Alex
And it's a
slams
weird
the
one in terms
desk.
of the expectations.
Wait, can I run two
Josh,
predictions?
Right down, going over storylines, whatever, putting a large focus. But for both of these teams, feeling like maybe they've got something to prove here, but maybe not so much for PRX.
I think at the very beginning, this is set up to be an explosive game. The Des pointed out that neither of these teams are playing meta, and both teams love to fight. QCK immediately has just spotted 3 people over towards tiles.
We got lucky that we didn't quite miss the action there getting into the game because
both of these teams are so fast.
Yeah, slow pause as well, just off the rip, waiting for the reaction of PRX. And look at this, there is that reaction. Loud wandering and waiting into mid, trying to go for the double setup, just swinging into it now with the fault line to set this one up. They want to try and take the brawl, and it's a delayed fight, honestly. At 1 minute, who can really call it? This is it, the damage now, finally. Bullets peppering through, and blind as a bat does not matter for Kawazine. There needs to be the response, and it's there. PRX coming out swinging. Heads have been found here, straight to the cranium. The shots, that's a little bit messy still. The job getting done. QCK. Last one standing, players are weak, walking right into it for the
Forsaken.
So a pistol round for PRX, a highlight focused on by the desk, talking about how much these pistol rounds matter for both of these teams. They're leading in terms of that metric here in Madrid, but it's PRX who are the victors.
And guess who comes out on top?
Okay, wait. Let me restart the poll
out of a
then.
rough situation from top mid.
If it's for the whole
against a
series.
tiles crunch, essentially. It's Forsaken, the guy who's been clearly, in my opinion, the best player for PRX at this tournament. I don't think he was during kickoff. I don't think he always has been, but he is right here, right now. Getting him online, getting something online, major win conditions in a match like this where we're expecting so much of this to be brawly. I mean, Loud immediately taking a gamble in round 2, going for a mid-exploration.
Might be caught by Mindfreak. I mean, Mindfreak only has the Sheriff. Plenty of shots. Rattled away. Narrowly missing the heads here. Snakebite dropped down, vulnerable. Kawazine's holding some util out into his hand. Doesn't know which direction. Flash through. There it is, the follow-up and double face. Might be cleaned up, though, here by Devi. Should be, at least. Nice
Oh my god.
reactions. Yeah. Beautiful business. This point, though, no real chances for Loud. It looks like to really win this round, but a good chance to highlight really how important winning that pistol round. And this follow-up as well is for them. I mean,
3
PRX
off that.
Loud with these comps, very ult generation heavy. They want to try and get these ultimates online, their attack sites. They want to go for these big XX with them. They've got util, they want to dump it into these sites alongside the ultimates.
Yeah, and I think they're going
One per match.
attack-sided map as well. It's one of the reasons I think that QCK's gone back to the Phoenix here rather than the Yoru they were dabbling with. They know that PRX are running this comp without a Sentinel anyway. They're not worried about a Cypher or being able to get into the sites. It is truly a bizarre situation we find ourselves in.
3 per
Very
round
different
is
from Meta's past
crazy.
when these 2 teams clashed. But they have been here through thick and thin.
Imagine if they just
all
never show
levels.
Alex.
Don't get me wrong, I mean, PRX have never been standard, even on Ascent.
That's very true.
Playing their Reina Harbor
They're
comp.
not standard on any of the 3 maps we have today.
And who knows which direction it's going to go into. Kawazine taking a peek
I don't
at
think
what
that
the-
slamming is a
will
brand
get
risk.
At least punished for it. Head taken clean off. Less. 3 peaks. Plays looking away, but a nice double face of PRX, making sure that they clean up those mistakes. And now the smoke's dropped down. More exploration into mid. Only a stinger, so Forsaken can't quite take a peek, but will they?
It makes it more serious.
Peak angle, Sadak might just be able to react in time. He's not going to push it. It's just holding for it. 2 years. Anticipating some sort of reaction there. Something now. He's in a forward close position. Sadak lucky to be alive there with a util out into his hands, but finally with the paranoia sent flying. Follow through with Devi. Watching all the appropriate angles and avenues of the plant down 2 versus 2.
Cover going out. PRX are going to be able to pull a lot of time off the clock here, even if Loud are successful.
In the smoke, flash around the corner, but it's an empty site. Fully evacuated.
I don't think
Waller,
he's in the
this is
military
cheeky right
yet.
now. Has to get a move
I
on,
also
pushing
don't
forwards.
think
QCK
he's.
half on the board, finds the first kill. 1 versus 1. Can he win it?
I don't think he's saying when he is.
Has he got it? Time? Just about.
Oh my god.
Half he got prior. Holy.
What a clutch from QCK. Now that is going to obliterate the Loud economy, because it was a bonus round for PRX. But still, to be able to find the 1v2 there, defending the wall against the buy. Look, he comes off it just at the perfect time to be able to grab that one. But like I said, it's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory. Loud cannot buy into the next. So despite the fact they get on the board, PaperX achieve their goals, essentially.
Alex Cam where?
And already, we're seeing an attack-sided operator come online for something.
He loves to pull it out.
He's the strangest Gecko player you will ever watch. Do not study his VODs if you're trying to learn Gecko in your ranked games.
I've been watching some old Kang footage.
Yeah.
They really do love to opt into it.
He's also got a vendetta against Dizzy. He tosses him away and doesn't ever pick him back up.
Contacting in could be spelling his own defeat and doom here. There's a judge close to the corner. Sadak, real specialist with that regard. Here we go. Thrash forwards. Wants to take the fight. Stray shots flying through. Pellets for no kill. Only the damage being done. Munyet now fast onto the approach here. Have to cancel that off for a bit of info. Divide. And they have taken tree control. Looking to slip into the back here. Now QCK has a rifle and he's watching for this. No swings yet, just holding for the right time. He's Light Freak with that one, with the pause being called. I mean, PaperX.
Dude, it's always so funny seeing someone die like across the map.
Two left standing, double face into heaven. That was the real threat, which was QCK with that rifle. With him dealt with, it looks like a sealed up, done deal, detained. You might see some knife action swinging around. We won't make the London reference again, but listen, you know the deal.
For a knife kill, I mean, it wasn't even a knife kill, but for the knife to be coming out for PaperX in round 4, yeah, this is going to tick all the boxes.
I think it speaks massively, I think, to their mentality coming into this. I mean, Alex did a fantastic interview, really going in deep in terms of the mentality.
What was that remix?
They were saying they'd be happy if they just got one win at this event. One win? They're treating it as almost like just a practice boot camp. Yeah. And so the fact that they've made playoffs, they're playing with house money. You might not think that's much, honestly, if you're listening to that as a viewer at home, but I tell you now, there is no team more dangerous than a team with nothing to lose.
The crowd is so loud.
And a team that's readjusted their expectations. Oh, this is a great idea from PaperX. They're making it feel like it's full A main exec, and they've got Munyet so deep into tree already. Faking as if everybody's coming towards A main.
Rapid. Here with a Nightfall as well. Sound cue's cut.
Ooh.
Away. It's going to be breaking the glass, and already in their faces.
Where's QCK?
Got a couple of trails, so that's why the nade's rebounding under, below, sees, connects, but there it is.
Oh, that's crazy,
Just
Util.
wrapping around and collecting onto 2 years. Too much to deal with. Rocket in your face. But yet, eager to really prove his worth. High and mighty now. One player left standing. You don't need me to say it. You can hear the crowd chanting. QCK.
I don't think he's got any intention of allowing the ace to occur. QCK's miles away from it.
Dude, QCK hasn't seen a single person this whole round.
PaperX get enough credit for the way that they set up some of their tactical stuff because they move so quickly and so fluidly. People just assume it's very intuitive and there isn't too much thought really going on. That round,
I don't think they're gonna find him on time.
A exec. All of the utility is coming through A, and Munyet finds the timing down mid. When you're a defender on ascent, if you see utility being piled into A main and you're playing in like tree or grass, you are going to focus on A main. You expect.
You know what's weird? I wonder why they put Phoenix on B instead of A, since he has that lineup.
As an A split, even though they're not throwing utility for those people splitting it, absolutely ruins this defense. The small adjustments that they make.
Yeah, they're paying very fast.
But I feel like we've seen this team evolve over the course of this tournament.
Like, it feels like there's only been like 1 or 2 rounds that's passed by, but we're on round like 6.
They were only looking for one win. And I was watching them in kickoff, and frankly, I wasn't that impressed with what I was seeing from Paper.
No, it was very slapdash, you know,
Yeah.
they were throwing ideas into the mix. It looked like they were really just improvising.
And just to pull another quote from that exact same interview that you're referencing, Brett, Alex, the coach, said, "We have problems that we need to fix. There's too little time, too much to do. We've been carried by our individual performances, in my opinion, rather than good gameplay and good Valorant." But to me, actually, some of that incredible individual performance has bought them enough time to start figuring out what is working for them. And they get into a match like this, and I don't think
Wait,
they are
did they
underdogs.
just
I actually
introduce 2 coaches being a thing
win
this
on any of the
VCT?
3 maps
Because
that
I don't
we have
remember seeing
And
it
it's
last
so difficult to
VCT.
predict because they play such off-meta styles. You know, when are either of these teams going to be practicing for what the other person is doing?
Never.
Nobody plays like Loud and nobody plays like PaperX.
Yeah. So a blistering pace to begin here from PaperX, but throwing enough nuance into their own game plans that it doesn't quite feel like the old
Yeah, but I don't remember seeing more than one person in the coach booth until this year.
Ever so slightly. Now, Loud, with that timeout, we're heading into the half bye. They're going to have time to think about some of the mistakes, the adjustments. Probably not going to be seeing them active here.
And I think one of the things that you're seeing from
This is a good read.
is that they're very willing to fight.
They're like just adapting to their aggression,
Kawanzin is currently playing at.
and now they're spacing it out.
Judge Kawanzin playing market aggressively. They want to contest PaperX and not just give them space. But finding those timings and being able to match the tempo of a team like PaperX is quite difficult.
Oh, they're showing both.
Especially if they
Okay, I
hit
see.
timing shots like that.
Just off the cue of the flash. Two players are left stacked now. Cat is being watched. You can see something. He's got his eye on it. Anticipating that there might be that reflank with a minute on the mark here for the round. Definitely time to play with. Definitely time to work around. But if they do walk into the Bucky, there is some level of danger here. I mean...
Good night, Listerine. Have a good one.
No, but Mindfreak is way ahead of the pack, so I don't think he's going to get traded. And he isn't, so Sadak's still stuck here. Might have to use util. Nade drop down as well. This guy is now a nuisance. A thorn in their side. He's buying them time, and the Moshpit has to be committed. Force him out wide into the open. Still alive, by the way.
On yet, he walked in through A main.
Okay,
This
well,
is
he
so
found that
scary.
timing from the classic, okay, a heaven position, 2 years. He's got his, and now it is a little bit messy and scrappy.
But they
are used.
But Monyet lurked in through A main, and now Devi is lurking in through B main. So because Loud are playing this composition,
Ew, that patience.
because Loud are playing the comp without the Sentinels that doesn't play spread around the map, that needs to group up and fight and peek for info, PaperX are finding those lurk timings real nicely.
They didn't get ahead of themselves.
They have two main.
Flustered when Sadak got that initial kill. They managed to get themselves into an advantage position, arguably here, lit up. A beacon pointing directly towards in a double face. There's no hesitation in the player PaperX there.
No, I
The
don't
goat.
think that they were anticipating the Horn coming out, though. Forsaken being deep on the B site, they just weren't ready for that Horn lineup in the slightest. Bear in mind that this was a light buy round, so it wasn't the most danger in the world. That timeout that you were talking about, Ren, that Loud took, that's for the rifle round coming up here. And we
That
can see
breach
that
poster.
QCK is going for an operator, so you've got the Phoenix op online. Get your bingo cards out. Did you have that one down? Phoenix op versus Gecko op.
Didn't Sadak just miss his
Just no
blind?
chance at all.
Or like it was timinged?
Fast though, a lot of util now being dumped straight into main. Instant response though, that was a paranoia fragment.
Yeah, actually so much utility being used there by Loud because every other team would cancel after they get full 5-person hit by the KO knife, but not PaperX. They will still try to apply pressure to you, trying to look for that timing. So Loud forced to use more utility than you would normally expect, but just giving so much.
Wait, how does he
respect.
know? Did he hear him TP?
Certainly thinking about it, wasn't he?
Yeah, almost expecting it now, and a call's been made
Good
here.
boy,
Sadak,
Jerk.
a re-clear into mid. Possibly some util to set this one up with the Prowler. PaperX going to be aware. Nade going wide here, but yet no one to cover. Kawazine, disgusting work, and QCK would have followed through.
Here are the lurkers. 1-3-1 default for PaperX. It's on Mindfreak or
Wait,
something to try
does
to find
QCK
timing.
stand for
The
quick?
spike dropped makes everything way more difficult.
Whoa, what a shot.
This is
Hey,
the
does
first
wind
one
up
that I'm figuring out.
Let's see if this gets working.
Yeah.
Crouched, tucked into the corner.
Quack.
Sadak, he's
I like Quack.
essentially alone in this
Actually.
spot. Doubled up through main. Now he's crouched. He does find that angle and fight. So
Ah,
1v3
flank.
looks just less and less likely.
Ooh.
Yeah, it is running and gunning. Okay, saves the day there for Loud. Finally getting that second one on the board.
I already
Choosing to try
forgot.
to fight over mid. I think they're getting the read now. After the timeout, the PaperX are playing pretty heavy for mid.
To be fair, like I was losing my mind
Loud goes for. They
at
have
the end of the stream.
in that cat kind of area. You see where the Viper wall goes? Well, assuming that Les throws the same one in this round.
So,
And you see that Loud
safe to
double
say I
up
didn't
with
remember
Sneeze and Sadak
anything.
trying to fight over that area. Now, you know. Yeah, there it is. There's the
I'm
ball
assuming
down
it's
and
quick.
getting it around. A judge for Sadak.
I don't think
as is
anybody could have
Traditional
guessed
classic. As is
John
tradition.
QT meant
Loves to pull it out.
John quality tactics.
Gold's now being earned and built up here.
That one was hard.
The war chest.
I don't know. Devi was Devi. I thought it was
Control,
David.
main control. Heavy priority here for Loud because they know how close PaperX are to a few.
I didn't know
of these
NRG
goals.
was energy.
That's a nice one. QCK punishes that one. Mindfreak usually going to be the lurking player.
What's
I like
another
that
one?
Loud swap it up. Previous round they were playing heavy for mid. Now they're playing heavy for the outsides of the map. And Sadak He's used the ult there. I'm not exactly sure what pressure that was off.
What's
but
it?
he certainly
I feel like
forced
I'm
something
missing
back.
one more that I've gotten wrong.
Did indeed Forsaken. Oh my, looked all the way up. Does Cowsey even expect this? No, he's backing away. Silo jumps
Monyet.
up, though. I don't think Forsaken knows.
No, I knew
Backed
Monyet
away
was
from the angle.
his.
Waiting for time, honestly, making
Thanks,
a lot
Christine.
of noise on both sides of the map. There's a Thrash and Monyet just making it feel like it could be present over towards any direction. The QCK layers down with a volley, but a TP forwards to just get right past it. Divide.
Do you know what FPX stands for?
Follow up with this kill
Forsaken
here.
Court.
There's so much going on all over the place.
Yeah, Forsaken
No.
working through mid-court though. And now Monyet becomes the other lurker.
25
Monyet
seconds
is
as he loses
monkey?
duel at 2 years.
Is it really?
Critical one at that. Even no gaps here into the play.
This
Just
guy and his fucking shotgun on cat.
operator as well. The barrel practically in his mouth.
First person xylophone. That's what I was thinking about. I was like, first person.
Very clearly trying to work their lurkers into position. It's just that none of them actually found any success.
Nice, Holy
Alex is calling a
Brave.
timeout here and might want to readjust the game plan
Beat pigs?
to have less of the lurk plays going on. But to be honest, look, Forsaken's got a chance of making something happen there. I don't think Cowanteam knows that he's around. And if Monyet is able to win the duel against 2Es,
Wait, what does that actually mean?
opportunities, but when they lose their duels, it looks
FPX.
stupid. It looks like they were just destined to
Hi,
fail.
Alpha.
But with PRX's style, if they win that fight, suddenly there's a gap in the defense, and PRX are very opportunistic.
Wait, I thought SMG meant small machine gun.
So certainly a weird round, not a successful one.
Does it actually mean still moving under gunfire?
Indicating a little bit of their game plan that Alex might try to adjust.
Good time to talk about Loud's expectations, I think, heading into this entire series.
Wait.
Yeah. The team that
Oh,
needs to
submachine
try and
gun.
take that battle again against Sentinels, who've just been
Okay,
knocked
wait,
out
we're
to
chilling.
Lotus.
Yeah.
So winning this matchup would guarantee that rematch, and
for the
you
fourth
know
time this year.
Small machine
no
gun
Loud
sounds
eager
better.
for it. They've been shut down, put down. The most recent 2 attempts. It was a very close series the last time those two teams played. So listen, they're going to be looking to try and
This
pave
is
that way
first
to
map.
redemption. Bit of revenge maybe on the cards too.
And both of these squads had to retool in the offseason after losing a superstar player.
We reduce it to
You
a
lost
TO.
Aspas for Loud,
Oh.
you lost Jing for PRX. Alex was talking about how difficult it's been readjusting to life post-Jing.
Wait, what's
Loud
the
were on nose
SMG
to the
org?
grindstone immediately. Started in October, only taking about a
Submachine
month break
gun
off the champs
suggests that there's a
and
DOM
tried to
machine
reinvent
gun.
themselves, find this new style. And this is what they've settled on.
Hello. Brawl to be taken here. This is an onslaught.
What are you trying to
from
say?
every single direction, and nobody can hang on. PRX didn't stand a chance. They're the ones that's supposed
Stop
to be
saying
going
GG.
And such a classic, great idea from Loud. You come out of your opponent's timeout and run a set
This
play.
is a
to steal the
international
tower. And
event.
they've wiped the floor with PRX. An absolutely flawless round.
Dude,
You'll see that so often.
I need an
It's a
Alex
great
cam. There's no
idea.
way they get
The opponent
flawless
takes
after a
timeout.
timeout.
They clearly want to adjust something about their attack style, and you say, right, well, we're just going to force the fight to them. And they go for a bit of a tiles crunch there, punishing a very wide jumping by Monyet. And ruining everybody over towards B.
Yeah, PRX players left reeling.
Oh, no cam.
Divide going for the glass cannon bundle.
Oh, I thought that was
The economy.
Shopify.
Weird spot. That is an unusual thing to opt for. Been watching the Howdong VODs.
Yeah, apparently. China gets wild with those. Strange economical purchases. Still, Prowler here setting it up. Disrespect by something. Look at this guy. He's up onto the angle. Doesn't care that he stand up. Hits it with a second shot. Finally, the second bullet. Dashing in with the satchel. And he's upset the aim entirely. Cowzine didn't know which way to look, didn't know which way to aim. Opens up the sight now for the plant.
C9 plays
His post-plant positions of PRX.
with your mom.
Pretty sublime. Divide falling.
With your mom.
Only chances here.
QCK's going to be ulting back in potentially with only an op to work with.
Is that a dropping wall? Down in his face, Molly. Oh, goodness me. How does that one catch? Everybody's giving this up, it looks like. What is that? Hello. 2 years. Chasing him over extension. No, I don't think there's any chances. Listen, surely time is running out, but handing these kills just over to him.
And
Yeah,
considering
I'm
that
surprised they
PRX's
don't go for
economy
the
was not amazing to come into this
defuse.
round,
They didn't need to save, I don't think.
these are not fantastic kills to be given in the other direction, but it won't make too much difference because we're so
Oh,
close to the
sorry.
end of the
Sorry,
half.
Ghost. They play on April 6th.
Maybe they're like, okay, let's just feed our life away. 2 years has already got it.
Sorry, usually a lot of
What a
people
way of entering.
like joke around about it and they're like, when does C9 play? How does this affect C9's legacy?
That
Sorry.
coordination not quite as good there. We'll keep an eye on that.
Did him dirty.
Oh, you know the camera operators are
Dude.
every one of those situations.
For it. Yeah.
You know what's ridiculous?
Set up with the Odin here to spam into B main.
I was watch partying all of yesterday and I missed when the casters were like, they saw two
That's going to be onto Forsaken, so the goal of that really
two Roombas and they exploded on each other and they were like, oh, they touched tips. How did I miss that?
They are getting absolutely destroyed here. Yes, something managed to win his one, at least through
It was
the
on
main
split.
angle.
I saw the clip
Also,
after and I was like, how the fuck did I miss that?
They cannot save you away from that one. It's explosive, high-octane action, but an adjustment there. Beautiful by 2 years. Really just expecting that reposition, and it's about catching the tempo and the timings here, walking right into it, but misses the opportunity. 2 years. Jump spots, gets a bit of additional information.
Good patience, though, not trying to force the fight in this situation.
Yeah,
They have a
I'm
player
sad I
advantage.
missed
Go
it.
for a retake.
I guess I just didn't hear it.
Forsaken and something to clutch this out.
Feels confident enough to use the Thrash here to try and clear his way forward. So popping up onto the boxes. Forsaken going walkabouts towards Tree, leaves it. Now 1v3.
Can something do something here?
Hasn't given it away. Holding the shift key this entire time, but if he opens himself too wide, QCK's already there. Justin doesn't see anything. Not too sure. Corby and Made jumping down, and there it is. The kill found.
Help.
Very competitive half that we've
Thanks,
had so
though.
far. PaperX have found some opportunities to burst into the site, but the more that they default, the more louder pick them
Thanks,
apart.
guys.
You saw there a cute idea from PaperX, like you said, going for that fake play. But the exec wasn't quite coordinated as well as you would hope for. Certainly not compared to the previous round, where Forsaken was right behind Monyet on the entry. Perhaps lacking that fade in terms of the pressure that they put onto B. Final round of the half, chances to tie this up, but PaperX's economy in the dirt.
Oh yeah.
Compared with double op setups I saw for a moment there on Loud. They'd probably toss them on the floor looking to play them in the early game.
A heavy stack of Loud as well. They can play over towards A because Les has got the pit down.
Cheddartons is holding me hostage.
Assisted with an early fault line of Kawazine. QCK,
Hey, Chris.
No, he's not. I mean, they don't, you know, you would be a little cautious in this situation for some pop flashes through the smoke or this kind of thing, but he's not worried.
Nice shot, 2 years. Expecting it from the high ground angle. QCK.
I feel pretty good right now. I think my schedule is just adjusting, which kind of sucks.
Getting past it, 2 years.
But
Position still with the operator, and it's PaperX who are the ones who aren't coming up
the
with
games are
really any of
chill.
the appropriate answers. Double smokes out to try and get
I'm
themselves
glad.
into position, but it's being spammed with
I'm
the
glad
rifle.
that PRX are
That work.
pushing really fast.
Hopes and dreams placed onto the end of the barrels, and everything stolen away from them. So evened up. Loud doing a miraculous job there, honestly, bringing it to 6-6.
I think this map is probably going to be a little attack-sided. I think it bodes fairly well for Loud that they were able to pick up so many rounds towards the end of that. It's a game of brutal. But I think the adjustments looked nice. 2-e's with the operator on Omen ended up playing really well.
It's getting tremendous value, putting in work. Well, earlier we spoke to QCK just before this match. Let's hear from it.
Sou o Gabriel, mais conhecido como QCK, atualmente duelista da Loud. Não sei muito específico o que eles tiveram de diferente, mas talvez eles tiveram mais momentos dentro do jogo, conseguiram otimizar esses momentos e ganhar rounds chaves que quebravam a economia ou faziam um snowball de ult, e aí o jogo ficou um pouco complicado. Falar sobre isso logo depois da derrota é complicado, tô me sentindo triste, sentimento ruim, mas o campeonato ainda não acabou. A gente tem muito para mostrar ainda, então sem muitas delongas, vamos pro próximo jogo. Sendo bem sincero, não importa, perder é perder, independente de round. Perder por um round ou por 14 é a mesma coisa, é derrota do mesmo jeito.
Our man is looking more likely. Finally fades away and it's back into him, and here it is. The follow-up. With all the rifles online.
He doesn't have the time.
Oh my God.
Eu não vim pra
What's
substituir
the,
ninguém, eu só sou um novo jogador do time. O time se tornou um time novo, com novas formas de jogar, novas composições, então acredito que estou me saindo bem. Não sei se é confiança a palavra, mas traz um conforto por você jogar com pessoas que já lidaram com essas frustrações antes. Então a gente vai lidar da melhor forma possível. A gente já venceu times com esse estilo de jogo, então a gente vai saber lidar com eles.
Really interesting insight into QCK and his ideas. You know, he's coming into this team. Obviously, a lot of players saying, and a lot of players, fans watching it, saying, well, he's replacing Aspas. He has to fill those shoes. But no, he's talking about how they've reinvented the team kind of around him, this new style that they've come forwards with. And there's parity there between them and PaperX. PaperX have had to do the exact same thing, missing Jing, one of their best players.
But I feel like Monyet is filling in Jing's
That's what I was
shoes a
thinking
little
about.
more.
I was
They
like,
haven't
what is
adjusted their
that
style yet.
drink that
That's
has to do with
probably
quick?
one of the things that's had the confidence knocked for PaperX is that they haven't really figured out what the new team identity is. The deeper they go in this tournament, the more they'll be learning about themselves.
Yeah.
6-6 at the half. Both QCK and Monyet playing well individually so far. But Loud's composition is devastatingly effective when it comes to site executes. So I'd expect PaperX to be doing their classic style of trying to disrupt things before.
Dude, that sounded like Chaos said depressed instead of suppressed.
Monyet was tagged, but he did not care.
Depressed.
Still holds his ground.
Interesting that PaperX have gone for a defensive wall that allows them to, you know, contest mid as well. So they're not worried about.
Wait, where did the name PaperX come from? PaperX?
Presence. Loud now opting to just contact in through A.
Because I kind of get all the other
Side,
ones.
it's a free side. It seems to be a bit of a read. Look at them, they're just fast on the approach.
It's
Maybe just
both.
hearing
They
those
have
sound cues
chocolate
out
and
towards tree, but
strawberry
they close the door in their faces. A bit of stray damage. Sadak is going to be safe though. Safe
Like
and
Loud,
sound, able to get that
yeah.
plant down.
Energy, yeah. Cloud9,
Apt to flood
yeah.
defend. Kawanseen are still really far away.
Pause in the play, a bit of a break in the timing, at least taken Monyet still with that nade. Now, does he choose to use it? Fragment. First wave of it being used out.
Papyrus?
Here it
Papyrus?
sends it. Paranoia go flying along with the Dizzy.
Hop,
Swarming
hop,
into
hop,
the
hop, hop.
side. Yeah, 3 players into hell. Anything to clear this one might have to just jump
This
in.
is a
It's
crazy
beautiful
eco
smoke.
strat.
Tears is using it to just divide up this side as well, and it's making it more than difficult. Damn difficult. Having a defuse might make a difference. PaperX mind free going forward
Ooh!
right away. An absolute bundle differential. Something running a mockery. Straight through main. Plenty of time available.
Wait a minute!
Beautiful, flawless with the execution of that one.
Holy shit!
I don't know how he's managed to pull that one out. 3 players in hell with the smoke set up. The spike is planted for them. Very clear game plan.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
Look at that thing. It shoots different.
Sale numbers up. Get the chart out, Leo. Get the chart out.
Why is there a dinosaur? Don't know. Don't care.
It
Go
looks cool. It looks cool.
Yeah, that's a nasty round from Mindfreak. Nothing more to it, really, is there? Loud had a game plan. It got dismantled by some right clicks from the Classic.
Sometimes it be like that. You
really
get
do.
shot, you die.
So again, PaperX being able to win the pistol round, right? They won the first.
Mind Freak is doing some mind freaking things.
One of the things that
Why aren't you guys clowning this guy? But when I say a silly joke,
Taste of their own medicine. It's not Sadak who's going to be receiving it though, but Kawanseen and 2 years grouped up side by side.
They can pivot this quickly into a B split though.
Oh.
Contacting, punish for that. Could try and pivot, but enough now.
They couldn't get away.
What
they
the fuck?
simply couldn't get away from something with this judge.
Chasing them down. And into mid as well. Pistols out now. Wants to
What
take a long
the
range fight. You know
hell?
the players are tucked into the corner.
PRX moment.
It's cleared out. Last one to stand here. So an important beginning really for PaperX. I mean, again, we talk about these comps. We expect them to be attack-sided. Big execute, generating these ults. It's a clear game plan for both of these teams. PaperX winning this pistol and the follow-up eco, you know, relatively cleanly. I mean, the economy is flourishing after this. They can come into this bonus looking nice and strong.
Just to talk about how Loud got anti-stratted so heavily during kickoff by EG.
Something is doing something.
Part of that was a Cypher, which doesn't exist for PaperX. Part of it was a double Odin buy, which we might see later on in the half, so keep your eyes open for that. And the other part was playing disruptively before Loud could get into execs. I think this is a perfect round to go for that more aggressive, disruptive defense.
That's a lot of util, isn't it?
It's a lot of util, but it's all a fake. It's to make you feel like they're fighting over A. And
It's that damn skin. That Spectre skin is so good. I got this.
Slowly contact re-clear this area, which is a serious
PRX.
Have called the bluff of PRX perfectly. What a read.
Sure who that is on the team. Give it to Sadak for now. Nade into the corner. Devi almost getting spammed down, losing his life.
Motherfucking
But here we are.
David.
Another close plant situation. Loud will be getting this plant down with no real pushback.
Don't put 3 in hell again, though.
No, probably not. Playing up close, though. QCK in front of the smoke.
Careful now.
He laid down. Backing away. Now, PRX did use a lot of that util just in the beginning of that round, so I don't know how much they've got now for this retake attempt. Weaponry's not too ideal either, but Diddy does the work. 3 revealed and suppressed out there. Forsaken is just in their faces now. Still trying to double up into hell.
Against the judges.
Just pushing them back as well, and it's just random spam running them through. And still now the sticking on. Broken.
Dude.
Destroyed in the process. Man's there, ready to try and pick up the pieces of this fight. But Carry set the aim and dropped.
Bouncing up and down in hell is so funny.
Pretty decent damage, considering that that was a bonus round. But Loud do come out on top.
One enemy remaining.
He just managed to get enough kills from 2Es, holding out in A main, supporting the rest of his team. And so here we see one.
No death slams?
This is what they're set up.
Ooh, this is some record.
That's over towards B main. Now, Les is usually going to be trying to take B main control, and the Odin's powerful there. But actually, we're seeing a fight.
No, he used wingman at the end, but it was mollied and then he just died. Oh my god.
Just takes it to him. And that's because Loud, you know, they're waiting for these right timings. And they think that they're ready for it. I mean, they're holding that with a lot of players. But someone just too quick with it, man. Too quick with it. 8 rebounds close to the corner. That's Munya hoping to catch a player that might have just repositioned there.
What I love about something is he's so good with Gecko's mobility utility, the legs.
Yeah, I love the way he presses 3 on the keyboard and pulls out the knife just to run away.
No, PRX has some insane highlights.
Have a paranoia to play off here. He's got to rely on the thrash.
Yeah, he's using the thrash to trying to set this up here.
Ooh.
Good return on the fire there from Sadak.
Down A.
Gets the trade off at least, attainment into the corner, so it slowed them down once more, but 50 seconds left into the round. No prior map control here for Loud.
Yeah, they've stacked everything in a fight over towards A main. They're losing it, and now PRX have 3 players ready to collect.
Deep orb. Placed by Les. Trying to use this to try and get themselves into position. That spam, the spray, a few stray bullets, TP forwards into the mix of things. But listen, Munya inside the smoke. Loud paving the way forwards here. It's brute force. It seems to be the name of the game, but only one player will stand. Sadak, the IGL, does not stand a chance there. Collected onto the position.
And this is a very classic round by Loud. They realize that their composition is extremely good at A executes. So they try to dominate A main at the start of these rounds with 4 or 5 players. And even if you know that they're going A, their comp is very, very difficult to stop once they send a big exec into you. But before they can even start to take A main control, something's already run out and got a pick at the very beginning of the round on their duelist player who has an ult to try to entry.
The tempo just at those extremities, man. I mean, it's a clear win
Giving
con.
him my
You know,
extra.
funnily enough, it reminds me of when PRX played against Gen G in the regional finals, and Gen G absolutely counter-stratted the ever-loving sugar out of them, and they were going
The
for
ever-loving sugar out of them.
Very similar manners. They were disrupting that tempo.
Yeah, and I think Loud's comp does struggle the more you force it to split through mid and try to take map control, these kind of
Oh, that's so
It doesn't
cute.
have, for example, a Fade or a Sova to be able to use drone utility or a recon to clear out close corners. It's much better at being able to get these big retakes, big execs going. Loud are skilled enough, talented enough to adjust the game plan on the fly, but they're always going to be limited by what the comp is good at versus what it's not good at. I think PRX has got a nice read here. It's also great to see something, hidden shots, feeling aggressive, going for
I'm
plays.
guessing not.
Because I feel like outside of one awesome game against Karmine Corp, he hasn't quite been at the top level that I expect from him.
He's a very confidence-driven player, I think, as well. I mean, if you take a gander at any of the PRX logs as well,
His desk.
Well, it's hard in his sleeve, actually. It has to be picked up on a
Like
frequent
how?
basis. You know, confidence around him, being the support staff and the players, his teammates. But when he has good games, you know, this guy is just unleashed.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. Well, they know where he's positioned at the moment, and that's where you should expect the op to play. Many flashes to try to push him off the line.
So to try and defend the line as well. Bit of Odin spam and spray through.
Kind of a scary spot
Jumping
to
spot.
op.
You do not survive that, apparently. It's a nice attempt and a nice clear run. But still,
David.
they're trying to swarm the positions. They're getting absolutely pounded with artillery. Pesto. 1 HP, man. 1 HP. And maybe more than a dream. He's managed to bring this to a 2v2. Doesn't have the spike, though. That was dropped down a little bit earlier.
Look how bold Forsaken is. He just jumped up on the same spot with a classic in hand. Tui's? He's seen it!
Just altered up there and he just sees him crouched.
That's unreal!
Knee or an elbow, I'm not too sure, but it just pokes out here. It's on the other
What
side of the map.
in the
And he's thinking, how on earth have my team
world?
lost this? What's going on?
Just no shot. I mean, less.
Oh, they have no
Course be the
idea.
difference maker. Now, they don't know where Munya is.
They have no idea. And PaperX are the kind of team to over-rotate a little on defense, so they assume that he's close.
30 seconds
Now
left.
Monyet's wondering, well, where have they gone? Because if they were just on B, surely they would have got the plant down.
Incredibly winnable with how low these two players are for Munya.
He could kill them both with one nade.
Exactly. The nade, and not just
Oh,
that,
he
but away
has
from the
almost
showstopper,
full
he really
util.
wanted to try and seal the deal. Here it is. He's got a lot to clear here, but maybe gifted yet. Bit of that information. Pulls out the rifle, expecting the re-swing. Both the players are towards the back of the site now. A smoke. Drop down, classic out. Thinks twice.
He has a
Thinks
Roomba.
second against it. Boombot forwards. That's going to have to be broken. Nade. Rebounds. Out wide. And now he's just firing. Here's the rocket. Talked about it earlier. Pre-fires in the corner, but he guesses incorrectly. And now he's left
Wait, why is
wondering.
he so scared? He's won.
Reposition. Time. Ticking. Ticking. Shortly getting away from him. He thinks he's
Wait,
behind
who
the ball.
pinged there? He's not there.
Away from it.
Somebody pinged that for him.
Wins it out. And the MasterCard Thrifty.
Do you guys see that?
Wild way to end that round. I'm really unsure how it even got to that point, frankly. But you could just see the mind games between both of those players. The less information there was available, the more it favored Les and Tui's.
The desk is getting torn apart.
Just a walk in through B
Yeah.
main. And this one.
One enemy remaining.
Who ults into that spot?
Unheard of. Truly unheard of.
God, that's a face of
Why is he so...
resignation almost.
It's a
on
scary
Alex's
face, isn't it?
He's normally a little more animated than that.
Be practicing stoicism or mewing. Not too sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Either inspired by Marcus Aurelius or Sigma males.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Very similar, actually. Very similar. So Loud now in a great position, right? Having won that round, it just turns the whole of Ascent, at least this half, on its head. Their economy is now flourishing, right? They're going to be in a position where they've got a good economic bank to work with. And they're also coming into this round with a huge rifle advantage, starting to get up to big ults. This is where Loud's attack side comp looks so scary, even though they're one round behind in reality.
That's when they start to come alive. This spot here, that's how pivotal that last round was for PaperX. They ended up winning it out. The weaker buy, Forsaken. How much is he really going to be able to do here with a runner back facing him? QCK going to be making sure to clear all the available corners. Has a bit of util to set him up. Knife out. One to the cranium. Does drop that one. Here we go. Second go of things. Forsaken doing quite well in that position there, but
I'm Max Sogan.
only going even here. 4 versus 4, but he has more time.
I'm not looking gloomy. I'm just...
Everybody on Loud playing on-site post
Alright.
lines. You know, even if Loud are able to get this, PaperX can make it extremely expensive just by holding B main and the defense spawn.
Being cleared out now. Smoke propped up.
Look at that one
Firing
way.
up to the sky. Expecting Dizzy.
Another one way.
Zindo now defaulting over towards the foul line, using that util to try and delay, but you are right, this could get pricey very, very quickly. Dizzy, broken. You're in there with the protocols, and now it is Loud who realise they have to really just barrel their way through this one. They are being penned in here with the guns, should be favoured. Almost
I got
nice
3
movement there
though.
from Divide, but shut down
Let's
there.
see, I'm
2 players
playing April
surviving
6th.
From Loud, 9-9, even scoreline.
And Loud keep enough players alive that they do still have that cushion to work with. Tui's can drop Sadak, and they've got a good buy going with some spare cash to float around. It's Loud's ults that now become an issue for PaperX. The more you let them get set up to go for example, the Rolling Thunder, the more difficult it's going to be. I'm looking at the minimap, and PaperX look poised to go for some serious A-main aggression.
That puts the pressure on Mindfreak, doesn't it?
Yeah, because as soon as Sadak calls that, they're going to be running into the pit, I would imagine.
Drop down, knife, spam into the corner. Mindfreak already dropped down to 50. Never mind, he's dead.
He's gone.
Finished. Dealt with.
And now, to be honest,
Paper ass
there's no
map.
reason to immediately go into a B site hit. Right? They know that PaperX are very fast on defensive rotations. They cleared out Gelato early. Loud can just pump the brakes here and allow PaperX to spread out a little bit around the map, or even force them into making a play that they can punish.
Oh, command. Smoke off the timing for it to try and block off B main here. Molly sent flying into the smokes available here.
Oh.
Ready with the spam. Damage being done. Salak barely alive, but does return the fire. Forsaken still.
What a
tucked
spot.
into the side. Yeah, but not going to be clear potentially, but faced by too many targets in opposition. This time storming into the site. It's going to be gained for them with that territory. Loud now. Reload. The Odin.
I don't know. If Loud wins this and they go to Sunset, I feel like Loud wins 2-0.
Flash is really quite excellent.
If PRX wins this and then Loud wins Sunset,
taking that lead, 10-9.
I don't even know.
We talked about it, that danger zone for them, but this is how the comp operates, how it works.
And you can see the PaperX are trying to disrupt it. If that had been allowed, taking a main control at the start of the round instead of B main control,
PaperX haven't lost
then
in
they would have
Sunset, I
had an
think.
enormous clash in Gelato.
Yeah.
Really?
And who knows who would have come out on top. But PaperX kind of gambled incorrectly. They were going for the hard read. Loud do tend to favor the A side
Carolina.
with the way that they call their attack sides. And it just happened to be the wrong one. They were hoping that Mindfreak could hold stuff down on the B side of the map. And Les has got the read just inside his head.
Well, we'll see, because Sen was supposed to be the best
Both
on
of these
Split,
teams
and
struggled
then...
a little bit to be able to impose their will on the defense
Oh,
side.
that
But
happened,
what
you
we
know
saw
what I mean.
from Loud on defense was that they actually found those rounds to be able to catch PaperX doing something. And we're not really seeing that when the sides are flipped. PaperX are going for a lot of early round aggression instead of mid-round aggression, and I think that timing difference has ended up being quite important for them.
I'm
It's easy to read
jinxing
when it's
them.
just straight off the rip.
Yeah, it is.
I main Sova on Lotus.
Why are they laughing?
I mean, honestly, there's worse things to play.
Why are they laughing? Let her live.
I've seen it firsthand.
Like League of Legends.
Okay. He said it, not me. I can hear cackling from the desk, man.
All right.
Elimination game.
PaperX are in a tough position here, though. They really are. It's about to spiral out of control.
You know who they need to
Sagan's
be
not really
casting?
found opportunities to have his will imposed upon the game.
Motherfucking Cardi B.
Fights, grabs one, and he gets out.
Ew.
He's the player
Hi, Justin.
this tournament, and he wants more.
Oh.
Jump spot.
So punished for that.
Two players waiting for
Wait,
him.
why did he jump spot if he already knew they were there?
Top. There was a bit of a team blind, but on site control for them. And now fighting towards market. Something dropped dead.
Maybe.
Difficult spot the PaperX are being put into here is that the fact that Loud
People overheat.
obviously to get to half by PaperX, but they're not having to use
PPX.
ultimates doing it. They can save them now for when PaperX have a bit of a buy round, the money's back into an orderly and sensible fashion.
A Cardi and Snoop Dogg Valcast might be peak. That would be crazy.
Playing a pressure that the ults do get invested. It just doesn't seem likely, though.
It doesn't.
And PaperX's game plan has broadly been, well, we'll see. No, there's no danger here.
Oh my god, look at the tracing through the wall.
To stack one of the sites and just kind of hope that Loud are going there. And the problem with that is, if you gamble incorrectly, Loud have just got into a post-plan situation.
Yeah.
And not just that, PaperX are not playing the other side for full retake.
April
They're playing it to
6th.
still anchor with like one player. For example, when Mindfreak was inside his pit. Or here where Forsaken is trying to challenge B main alone for a cheeky kill.
They need Paul. They need motherfucking Paul. The Stefan from
Rely on your double initiator comp.
for Vampire Diaries.
Something's enjoying himself out there. This is the round where
No, not
PaperX
Paul
absolutely
Atreides.
must get back in control.
That guy is. He never tries to be funny, but he's so fucking funny. Lisan Al Gaib casting. Dude, it would just be spoiler after spoiler because you just see everything, no?
A few of these players too is timely there with a TP.
But Loud are going for a lot of
Silence.
We haven't seen them go for big
Dude, I don't know why people like Damon. Every time like somebody was like, "Oh yeah, I'm a Damon. I love Damon." I'm like,
try and disrespect
You're on the
this
wrong
timing.
side.
Yes, the PRX players still holding their ground and basically rooted in place.
He no longer cares about the Fremen, he cares about getting your elo.
This is a call.
This
Sure.
is an amazing ult if you're planning to rotate and maybe split or go over to B. It's not that great for going into sight, but it keeps a lot of players on site.
Using a Nightfall. 2 tags. Here and out. Prowler sent straight through tree, wondering if that split's coming through, but now with 40 seconds, that's
I don't think that
wait this one
esports
out,
team
but
would function
direction
very
they're gonna
well.
take it towards. A seems like a likely contender.
They've smoked for a B split though, so Forsaken's worried.
30 seconds left.
He's had to watch and peel himself away. Top of mid, eyes onto it, Munyet. Paranoia settling in. Divide inside the smoke, wants to rule that position and take names away from them. What up? He's right behind them.
Oh,
What is
thank
that
God.
kind of play? Still, heads are falling and so are the bodies. Toppling down. Time working against them now. Over the top and running around. Oh my
Oh
God.
man.
That is the most important round though that PaperX could have secured in that moment. They got the read that it was over towards A. They're starting to figure out how Sadak's calling the attack side. Do you remember earlier on in this game, PaperX were throwing huge utility into A main,
Guys, I
and then
think
rotating away,
Justin
expecting Loud to
likes
pivot,
Forsaken. I
but
don't
you
know
don't
though.
want to hit a heavy site. And because Sadak's been going for re-clears and re-hits so often, PaperX had stacked so heavily on that area.
Dude, he's fuming.
That has got to be Alex's reaction to 2 weeks into play.
He's trying so hard not to slam his desk.
He's actually ready to counter-op something in B main. But something, for whatever reason, has got those tingles on the back of his neck. He knows it's not a great idea, but he's starting to creep a little closer.
Fuse has been spotted, tucked to the corner. Now it is Omen, he can reposition here, but sets him up onto the line nevertheless, but now he's going to back away and respect it. Important to note, you know, we talked about it that previous round, but Loud did end up using 2 or 3 ultimate, something.
That is true. You do have to. You have to coach 5 gremlins.
Away, covering fire from Forsaken. Making sure the evacuation goes off without a hitch. Walking
Not a
straight into
single
the line of
dust
sight.
slam. It's been round
Precision
22.
across the board for PaperX, wiping out the opposition.
Awesome round.
None, yeah.
This has really turned the tables.
Like he looks like he's about to pop, but he's just like
It's only
a statue right now.
They know where he is.
Oh.
Trapped in a corner. He's going to have to duel 4 players to be able to get out of here.
Util in the stun.
He's just stuck.
No chance. So
11 to 11.
And the adjustments coming in handy.
Yeah, looking lovely. PaperX don't try to contest super early. They've got like a slightly delayed op peek into B main, which is a nice timing to go for that. And they just catch this timing. Something is always a couple of seconds ahead of the play here. If he was a second slower peak in market, he might have died to
Wait, is he screaming Lisan Algai?
probably dies to 2
Or am I
It's all
cooked?
about those tiny,
Is my brain
fine
cooked?
margins. No hesitation.
Loud scratching their heads a little bit here, wondering how they can get that advantage. Now Les takes a load of damage off the rip, 61 health drop down.
Yeah, it's actually one of the first times we've seen Les try to solo take this area.
That was me.
Yeah, I mean,
I was the mod.
well, Les usually throwing the orb from that angle.
Something makes it feel like it's the same setup in this round, which broadly speaking it is, by taking that op shot into market. And now it's actually caused Loud to pivot away. They do not want
Jesus.
smoke.
Crack of an angle. Devi turns away just at the right time. Flash in his face, backs away now holding the paranoia. Now there is no contact for this kind of play, so he's going to be backing away to the site and gives up control of tree.
With all of this noise, something's getting on a more aggressive line, so if they try to go back into a B split, it's going to be difficult.
Clear, just can't quite land the bullets. No way, this is overzealous potentially. Perhaps, maybe over aggressive, but they're not expecting it still. They've sucked up that space right back away from them. Sadak, the sole survivor of a position in the tree, lays down the nade, but there's no follow-up. Flash now to repeat. It's a nice one, at least to try and cook up on the fly, but PaperX are online.
One more.
It's so reminiscent
Close
of
it out.
game against Carmen Corp. The late
Close it out.
resurgence in the final rounds. It's looking excellent. Loud dragged 2 of the maps against Sentinels into overtime. Are they able to do the same here? The economy is not good. Their game plans through mid have been countered. But they were winning when they dominated one side of the map and went for the exec.
Colin, how hot is Forsaken?
Oh, that's counter spam again! Les is trying to play it.
GG!
This is
Map 2 we go.
The same plays working out again for PaperX. It's like they just run back
If Loud win this, PRX don't win Breeze. Did you jinx Loud? They're not even playing Breeze today. Or did you mean the first time?
Little to no chance for Loud now. This map 1 sealed up nicely with a bow on top of it. For PaperX, all the right adjustments at all the right time, but fuel to the fire just running out for Loud as well with his composition. They are struggling ever since they haven't been able to get those ults online, but Wingman sends them out flying. Quite connect.
Oh, I don't remember.
Literally unwinnable.
And already something is there.
I mean, if they throw... Oh.
Jiggle it out, baits out the op shot at least, but right into the judge now Forsaken. Trapped in the corner, but it matters not. It's a 1v5, it would have to be the player to his career to stand even a chance in hell. For PaperX, a leisurely walk is what it feels like. Happy and secure in the knowledge that they are just setting sail into the sunset. Happy as anything, map 1 entirely wrapped up.
A beautiful late resurgence from PaperX there, figuring out how to deal with Loud's attack side at the perfect moment. And Loud, I think, straying away from what was working for them in previous rounds, going instead for more of a play through mid, trying to get value out of the Viper Wall and connecting so often with the Judge or primarily the Odin and the Op.
Absolute insanity, and guess what? We've got plenty more action left to come. Sunset on the cards. That is going to be a fantastic one. 2 teams that are potentially evenly matched. It doesn't stop anywhere near here.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes.
All right, new prediction is up.
Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as
Hi,
many photos of me
Vivani.
as your heart desires.
Thank you.
None.
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get
Oh
iPhone
my
15
God,
Pro
Cheddar,
and
you're
iPad
shaking
and
my
Apple
whole
Watch SE,
desk.
all on us, only on Verizon.
I'm on cloud 9. Then I thought these ads were on your stream, then I heard you talking. I had a stroke. I'm still here.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Cheddar is chilling right now. Hi Yoshi Solos. I like the name. Well, I have some good news. I'm playtesting her on right after Madrid ends, like the day of. So it'll be fun. I've been watching you on TikTok since 2020. That's crazy. Thank you for the support. Yeah, on stream. I should be. No more cone. Custom? I was a little baby 2 years ago. Just a baby. NB? Oh yeah. Non-binary. Now she's whiffing in front of 500 viewers. Hell yeah! I wouldn't have it any other way. And I'm still gonna do it when there's more. Anita and I'm. Wow. Wait, did you watch Dune 2 yet, Justin? Duh. I kind of want to watch it again. Like low key. I want to watch it in 30 millimeters. I didn't even get the Dune popcorn bucket. I think we did. Did we watch it in IMAX? I feel like we did. I didn't ask Colin, but I'm pretty sure we did. The sandworm ussy. Eating the popcorn from the sandworm ussy. Is Dune 2 better than the first? I think it just depends on what you like. Like, I liked the first one more because it was more like cinematic masterpiece. Dune 2 was more of like a really good movie. You know what I mean? Like, Dune 2 was like a movie action. Dune 1 was like, I paid a lot of attention to the details and the way that they shot stuff. It was such a beautiful movie. But the second one was very like,
yeah, I think you know, Loud is one
you know
of the
what I
most
mean?
intelligent and most consistent teams on the circuit, right? So they don't, you know, we don't even know what they're gonna pick on the map veto. They can play almost all 7 maps, probably can. We just have to focus on ourselves this game, you know. I think we
nice
haven't had
chance.
the best run, you know. So we really just want to get this.
Replace Cheddar's
get
cone
ourselves,
with the
like,
popcorn
more
bucket.
aligned
That's
with the
crazy.
Okay, keeping it humble, but that
Cheddar the
has us on the edge of our
sandworm.
seat, so let's jump into the game for more.
PRX proving that you cannot judge a book by its cover. You think when they're out of this one, when they don't have it anymore, they find the magic yet again, and they're up 1-0, Mimi, in this elimination game against a Loud team that I don't think a lot of people were giving PRX the time of day against.
The thing is, even if you judge them by their contents, the context, it's changed.
I would
a lot
never do
throughout this
Colin like
tournament. I
that.
think this team came in not looking in their best form, but they just displayed an incredible map against Loud.
He really
here.
said,
Their
I need to
executes were
lock
looking
in.
clean on the attacking side.
As for extra butter with my Dune popcorn bucket,
It was clear that with
was it worth
time,
it?
This team is really starting to figure themselves out.
Yeah, exactly. And on the side of Loud, even though they have a lot of experience with this composition, we still see some mistakes, like, you know, dry picking when you have a composition that has Phoenix, KO, and Breach. Cowan seen from the defense not finding a moment to even use his ultimate until like the penultimate round, and holding them and actually not using the composition to the full of its ability.
That sounds
Yeah,
good. I
a
want
lot
some
of people
buttery
watching this
popcorn right
originally
now.
was kind of bringing up that some of the combos looked undercooked. I was one of those people, but at this point, it's so well put together, right? The timings they're playing with, using the fade ult to deny noise, send that heavy presence towards A main, as Wanyet just picks the perfect timing. The coordination for the squad is looking on point.
Yeah, I think that overall, the way that they were working the map, sometimes
He held the
certain point in their
popcorn.
attack, it looked a bit of overcooked. You see that the
Wait,
map
what?
looks very different when
Oh.
you don't have a sentinel in both of the ways. And I also think it has to do a lot with the Viper play, right? Because
Never
we saw
mind.
a lot of very different walls coming from both of the teams. I don't know if we will have the time
Just
to
the
actually,
butter?
like, dwell on what each one of them do. But I think that overall,
Your lactose intolerance could not handle the buttery popcorn right now.
You know what's
I'm
what
not
I really
lactose
enjoy about
intolerant.
PRX is that you think that they, like, when they go for these,
Also,
like, wild plays,
doesn't butter not have that much lactose in it?
go their way, you're questioning, you know,
I'm pretty sure butter and like Greek yogurt. Sorry, I'm projecting. That's crazy. Thank you for the raid, Luna. I hope your stream was good. Hello, hello.
Of the get-go, but I think the way that they played it, in particular on this defensive side, was really good. Loud as a comp that relies on keeping extremity control with the double flashes and splitting into sites.
How was your
Something
stream?
that's really good at finding timings around flashes, taking that split-second
Luna
moment to take a
Algaim.
kill on an extremity. That was utterly shutting down Loud's execute in the first part of their attacking side.
I got a stat from Space, shout out from him. Something took 33% of first engagement.
Loud
and
loss.
88% of them. That is crazy. Coming in from a get-go. And by the way, you know, now that we're going into
Yes, you
Sunset, this is
did.
not the composition that is played with.
They're playing Sunset now, though.
This is his get-go when there is a duelist also in the composition. Definitely, this is one of the other things that throws everybody so off about PaperX. It's not that their duelist is going to be in your face.
League.
Which is going to be probably on your back because of that movement.
I'm not a leaguer. I'm a Valoranter.
Whoever the IGL du jour was for this team today, because they really varied up. Thank you. It's a very small.
I'm allergic to League.
I'm not a smart guy.
Actually, but they really varied up how they were going for that aggression. Early on, they were going for those extremity.
Dude, even ARAM pisses me
They
off.
varied it up and went for mid-round aggression instead. Towards the end, very last round of the game.
That's a crazy.
Win it. It was a beautiful map.
That's a crazy path.
Heartbreaking, close map
From League to Valorant. Cheddar's on a walk right now with Colin. Why would ARAM piss you off? Dude, every time we played ARAM, I would just get like silently annoyed. Like it wasn't even like a funny piss off. It was just like, I don't want to play this shit.
Against a Phoenix. Definitely, I'm looking at the
Drop from Gold 1 to S1 in 2 days. Oh.
For Loud, yes.
Well, I think also too when you pair in with the fact that these teams have played this map, where we've seen both teams go at this. But here's the funny thing: I was looking at the stats. PaperX a lot more success here, right? In this competition, they've played it a few more times. They've thrown.
I don't even play it anymore. Like even the one game will piss me off. Like I'll have a lot of fun if I'm winning, but then as soon as I'm losing, I'm like I want to uninstall.
Yeah, I really like the way, especially these two teams' comps are going to compare. Loud is playing the Phoenix Breach again. It's a similar win condition of playing for really heavy extremity control on their defense, getting QCK posted on those lines and farming him orbs. PaperX did a good job of shutting that down in map number 1, but I think it's a lot harder to deal with this breach when Loud will be on.
Because PaperX are better. They have 100% map win.
Already saw on Ascent. No Sentinel for this team. So of course we see the stage, but it is not the same. A Sunset with no Cypher, but both Vipers on both the sides. I'm looking at the Vi and how he's going to be using those walls, not only for him, for Moniette, and how Loud is going to read onto those.
He's
No
back
matter
from
who's
his
on the team
walk.
around him, Sodox Loud has an expectation of making it deep in these international runs. They lost to PaperX.
I think he's getting brekkie
They have
though.
a chance to make up for it here if they can push us to a third map.
This could very well be a fitting battleground here for the final battle between Loud and PaperX. If PaperX end it here, they will sunset the run of Loud, or Loud can force a map 3. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Exactly right. It's Loud who are now on the chopping block in this elimination game, our first one of the playoffs. And PaperX coming out with some surprising form, surprising improvements, against all regular expectations, I will say. And now we set our sights onto Sunset, the second map here of this series. Should be relatively even. Both of these teams, they like to play this map. They're quite good at it in their own way and form.
I love the way the PaperX.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I would not have expected Loud to go home this early. If they do.
Yeah, they're just trying to fight them. They're
Oh.
watching for it. At 2-ease. I think he got a collat there with the.
Wait, what is this smoke?
A ridiculous beginning here. Now they can expect Mindfreak, who's worked his way in. He's
Wait, did he fuck up the smoke?
to market. What a beginning. I mean, the smoke deep down, not expecting that Tile's aggression there. That just comes down to a game of chance.
Yeah.
It's on purpose?
So happy to opt
Really?
into the variance that is ever present in this game. I hope that it works out in their favor. The smoke there to try to block.
Because they have Breach and Phoenix.
Mid. But as you say, they just had no idea that Loud
I mean, I get that, but then the
also
way that they were
involved
moving kind of looked like it was an accident. Like they weren't expecting it to have a gap, you know what I mean?
They want to take the fight straight to it.
I can
try
also
to
see
do more
that.
of these ults, less onto the corner.
It's a good idea for QCK to try to push through that. See if he can
R.I.P.
fight the kill. Yeah. It's going to be his ult that they try to build up early, but that's not exactly the way the cookie crumbled to open things up. It's actually very close. Two
Really
kills under
good
death,
beginning.
plus the
I mean,
ult orb.
yeah, we'll see how that opens up. I mean, yeah, they're just using that deep smoke to hide from a potential deep dart that gets used. Loud just above the sign of market.
Yeah. It's a specific counter-strike pistol, and Loud just happened to utterly destroy it.
Right here.
And now, PaperX stacking towards the A site.
Standing ahead.
Smoke and mid in the exact same fashion.
Have a good night. Thank you for the raid again.
Just a call.
I'm also EP.
Les completely alone here. He's going to get overwhelmed. And now PaperX are going to understand that this was fake pressure early on over towards A. So Salek's got to accelerate. They've got to get into the B site. But you've always got to be worried with PaperX. Is there still one player hanging around this area? It's going to slow them down slightly.
That's why they're clearing it.
When will you buy a GR86? I don't want one.
As well, making sure they're into the back of the site. Players though, deep flash. Along with that, I mean, a Dizzy, a Wingman, everybody collided and collected into that deep corner.
I don't want to be paying 30K for a car when I have to. I have to plug in my phone for CarPlay.
Smoking onto the spike, it's turned just like that. Wall up, Divide blocking it, has to be broken here.
And also the turn signals when we rented one out.
Just needs one to really hit and connect. It's not happening.
Oh my god. Mastercard Thrifty.
Cleaning up too easy at the end.
The turn signals are hard to like cancel.
What a round for PaperX. And that is immediately in round 2 showing you some of the power that PaperX have on defense. And it comes down to the fact that their comp is so good for flood defending into B. That flood defending back B is one of the most successful ways you can possibly play this
If
map.
I had the fucking money, I would buy one.
Dizzy combos to get into backside. And then Sage Walls to block stuff off, and Smokes additionally too.
A Mark IV? You guys think I can afford a Mark IV?
Nice, 4 spotted here. Wonderful indicator. What danger is there in this round? Maybe if 2 years you're able to just flip the back
I would
ahead
not
of
buy a
Divide.
BMW. I know a Supra is basically a BMW, but I think the
Fast
BMW,
to get into position to make the play.
like the look of a BMW is so
Players
ugly.
Doubled up, Divine something, looking to re-clear.
Yeah, good level of awareness.
And Forsaken also with pretty decent awareness on the other side, even
He's
though that
trapped.
one-way missed.
Yeah, into this corner. He's really stuck here. There's no repositioning. They've overwhelmed them. Doesn't matter about a superior weapon.
You out of all people should know that I don't got that money like that.
Well, a little bit strangling the beast that is their rifles. Aftershock can be walking too far into this one. Dodging of the flash. Dizzy up into the air. But Sadak, he's taking a fight straight to them. And now, frustration really
Did you guys see something scam?
No, the dart just reveals and towards the back. And it's back-to-back thrifties, man.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the newer ones are so fucking ugly. Like it's like if you took somebody's nostrils and expanded them super big.
I'm confused though.
Like the older ones are fine, but the newer ones, I can't stand it.
Whilst keeping his crosshair focused towards A-Link, they could have set up a double face.
Yeah, they could have.
He's just kind of shoved himself in a corner looking to try to take the fight. I assumed he was just going to continue backing up. Very odd. Opened up the door though for Loud. Opportunism.
There will always be fast cars that don't also look ugly.
There's that same smoke to try to deny.
Oh my goodness, you're
What the fuck?
You're joking.
And it gets Karanzine down
Not again,
with
that's
the
a
spike.
spike dropped. And they've gained control and ground and another kill. You cannot be doing this to me now. I'm telling you, the MasterCard representatives will be very happy, but it's not exactly the most picture-perfect Valorant that we've ever seen here. Wingman alerting the presence, at least to know now that a few Loud players are here. Spike still dropped down, but it's coordinated off, and they've obtained those rifles, and they're using them to great success. Now, I'm going to really just brute force their way through. They've gathered the spike up, but listen, they're just spamming it through. One left to stand, Sadak. You can't overcome it. It's
Back to back 50. Can they do 2 more?
This is ridiculous. This is so similar to Split with
Can they go a couple more thrifties? They should have a record for it, no?
The aggression coming out, very similar to the pistol round. And Loud, think of things from their perspective just for a moment here. They're in an elimination game. The pressure is on them. They're playing against a difficult opponent. They've only matched up against once, and they lost that time. Expectations are mounting for them to try to make a podium finish.
One more
You get the
thrifty.
pistol win, you throw it away, you win it back, and it disappears out of your hands again.
Relation to disappointment back again here for Loud.
A true
You're
roller
getting, like,
coaster of
two
emotions.
of the
Now,
gold.
Kalenzine's trying to get Tiles to use this fault line that goes sideways and covers both sides, and they use it to pick off something. So once again, Bren, the team with worse utilities.
Honda
winning it out.
NSX or
Okay.
I say worse
918
utility, I scrambled my
Spidol.
words. I meant worse weaponry. The utility was fantastic. But that's Kalenzine's trying to get that deep Tiles position, and this time no one from PaperX punishes him for it. It's just a game of playing over various different areas of map control and a little bit of gambling of where PaperX want to fight.
CK will lead the charge here. Making control
like
the areas.
I have seen him try.
Into the side, Kawazine dart into a
I've seen him try.
position. An attempt of a timing by Mindfreak is immediately
What's your realistic
punished.
dream car? Like one you could possibly afford?
Two left to fight. PRX.
Your dream car is Colin? Excuse me?
And he's going to get beamed down straight through the wall. Devi does have the money to make a go of this, but does he really still opt into it?
Well, hopefully it will become realistic for me in a couple years.
We've just been sent through the tombola
I don't know.
machine.
Right now,
You never know what's coming out the other side, and we're all getting shaken up and down.
Backside position though, quickly.
yeah, send one.
Swarmed from this position. Molly at the feet.
Wait,
Down
no, Sun didn't win.
nailed shot, man. I mean, so much
Wait, I'm tripping
precision
balls.
there.
Sun didn't win.
I'm not doing it.
I'll activate
Right
the sponsors.
now,
Make 'em happy. MasterCard thrifty.
Look,
my
Loud are
parents
now in a
need the Acura
where
back.
They're starting to get huge.
So I'm getting a new car, and I'm probably gonna get a new Miata.
7-8 points to be able to get online.
The
You're not
MX-5.
supposed to really have access to these big ultimates as soon as the economy starts going for your opponent.
No death
PRX
slams.
are one away from being broken here.
Why you no get Lambo? Dude, if I had the money for a Lambo, I wouldn't even spend it on a Lambo.
Now I'm looking at Cowanzine's positioning, and he sends an early fault line up towards A.
I think the Rivians look like Fall Guy characters.
He is quite exposed in mid here, and he's trying to take.
My mom's gonna teach me. I'm gonna get a manual, and then I'm gonna have my mom teach me. I'm gonna make a whole video of my mom teaching me. Like I know I understand the concept of driving manual. I just haven't ever tried it with the actual manual car.
But they have multiple tools for these map control plays, and this time decided to invest the drone. No tag.
But you guys,
Ult from Sadak.
electric Rivians look like Fall Guys.
If you break it, you give away that there was serious pressure behind that.
Does it not?
Top of it. I mean, Devi loves to play on top of this here. Great
I don't have my
flash.
phone with me right now. Look up a Rivian car, and then look at a Fall Guys character side by side.
Make a go of this one here. Pop Flash plays a Hunter's Fury at his back to set it up, and then we're in anti-flash position. Okay, so Loud have the protocols to deal with that. Themselves now into this site. Will they choose to use any more ultimates? A bit of random spray once more by Devi. It's that Phantom at play at work. It's a bit of chip damage, but nothing really more to show for it. And here it is.
Four players blinded.
There, big one with the Dizzy on top of it. Rolling Thunder now has to be.
I also heard that if you damage the body of the Rivian, you have to replace like a giant part because they're not separated.
Something, no chance here on the retake. Not with the operator now, so he has to just run tail between his legs.
PRX is.
I see it now, dude. It's not that I came up with it. Like that's the only thing I can see when I see it.
Flying towards Loud, and they still.
Yeah, if you fuck up one part of the body, you have to replace the whole thing, or like a whole giant section.
They were thinking about investing it. You could see Cowanzine positioned in a spot where he was thinking of ulting sight towards A, but they took the gamble, saved it for the post plant, and came out to the good. Now Cowanzine.
Taking already up.
Cowanzine dying to spike there. Don't ask me.
Luckily they've got money to spare.
Yeah. But that's a great punish onto Forsaken.
Somebody in our apartment complex has a Cybertruck, and it's so fucking ugly.
Perfect. Lesson Cowanzine stepping up for Loud.
Yeah, and now a timeout being taken here for PRX. The trouble is, how do you get a grip in terms of what is replicatable? Because the rounds that you're winning have been you know, seemingly down to just hitting a few stray shots, going for the mid-aggression.
Well, you can clearly see that they have an anti-strat prep with regards to Monyak's smoke to try to deny info for Sadak's recon, right? So maybe you try to lean into that a little more and put pressure onto tiles. That was clearly their game plan coming in, and just because you lost the pistol round doesn't mean that you're always going to lose a fight happening there. But I think the other part of it too is that they just allowed, because of the craziness of how this map began, allowed to start getting some big ults online. And to be honest, in my opinion, that was the biggest problem there. If PRX had been able to run that same retake scenario, but without the breach ult, I really think they're favored.
Looked like it.
And it is.
Dude, I'm not gonna
so
lie.
in moments like this to not
I've only ever seen 2 clean GTRs in person. All the other GTRs I've ever seen in person have been like extremely fucked up.
Like I was talking about earlier, PRX do have a lot of variance in the way that they play. When you have two teams like this that are so down to just opt into fighting against each other, It is going to vary. Form is going to play an enormous factor.
I feel like just a coin flip at times here. We could buy 4 PRX. We'll see if it makes a difference. Mindfreak is sole recipient of the rifle. He's going to be holding down a B angle just by himself here.
Hi, Tragic.
Giving up. Acknowledgement there with the dizzy going down, so they know that there's players lurking around, a slow default play, which, you know, isn't anything out of the ordinary for Loud.
No, and you can see that Loud is starting these rounds really passively. They're making sure to not go for any deep plays over towards mid.
Or Mindfreak.
Barely going into B main until just now. Spot the shoulder of Mindfreak, and he hops away. Did they even really get confirmation there that he has a rifle? I'm not sure.
Free position. Always trying to tuck himself
I
up into the
do.
box here. Are they even going to be
What is
aware
your?
of it?
What do you got?
Slow
Oh.
orb at their feet. Kawazine. Few random bullets. He might think it's cleared. It's not. Patience. Played to perfection here by Mindfreak. Might be looking
He
for
knew, dude. I would be so mad. I'd be like, I fucking knew it.
now. Ready for the spray through.
Motherfucking David.
Tucks to the corner. Sidearm out and wide, but less. We'll put him down and put him to rest here. Dodging to the flash, but he's got a lot to overcome now. Positioning flipped around.
There's no way he knows the rear behind him.
He doesn't know.
Honed and ready, showcased by PRX. Now listen, the spike is on Less's side.
Oh,
but
now
he's
he
gonna have
knows.
No opportunity to really get a free plan off here. Molly down, running through it, Monyet, and there it is. Round 1, they know it. Tucked to the corner, something.
Oh.
Recognizing the win conditions. Guess
Oh.
what? Another massacre, Thrifty.
Yeah, and also
nothing.
Just to cap off how absolutely
What the hell was that
crazy
round?
this game has been. We have another Thrifty round, powered by Mindfreak being able to get a Q play in this corner, and Kawanzine not really able to clear it.
Dude, they've had like
Divide
4
following up
thrifties
with
by
the
now.
rifle. And Les does what he can, but it's not enough.
Why are they all in racing chairs?
Taking the risk, playing for that variance, and it pays off for Mindfreak. Now Loud, change up the pace.
Oh my goodness. It's PRX.
Wait, he just TP'd up front?
Yeah, Loud opted into that pace increase. They
What
wanted
kind
to
of
try and fight,
balls?
but it ends up them being punished. One-way smoke as
Ooh.
well. This is just sharpness on display.
That's wild. That caught me completely off guard. I mean, Loud have been playing such slow defaults to start these rounds off. Focused on A-main control, but not that fast. Forsaken almost caught a timing. Surely will.
With the gun, yeah, sticking wide and out. Tap,
Force.
tap, tap with the AD. Yes, 2 years. Survives the duel and encounter. Has the spike in his hands, but he'd have to do a lot more
Ow.
to make this winnable, especially
Better.
with HP.
And I'm not exactly
Get
sure
out
what the
your
read
ear.
was there for Sadak in this round, but PRX have been fighting with 2 or 3 players every single time over towards A-main. I think you've got to start trying to take space in the early round somewhere else on the map. You can go back and late re-clear with the fault line or the drone, but I think trying to just run in and take that fight straight up is going to be so difficult. There are so many tools, though, that PRX have at their disposal with this no duelist composition. If you ignore A-main completely, sometimes Divide might just wall it off, and then they can just ignore it. I mean, what are the chances that both teams just decide to fight A-main that fast? The flash connections were so perfect.
Yeah, I would not let him sleep in our bed.
To get the kills.
Not even the fact that he would like make it dirty. It's just literally he would just trample us all night.
And that was something that I
Did
was
you
a
and
little
Colin
concerned
get
about going into this
Helldivers?
game,
What's
actually.
that?
Loud are going to take a tactical timeout, but I
Oh,
felt like
no.
from what we had seen over the course of the rest of this tournament, Loud had more players stepping up with their individual
There's
form.
the-
You know, Les is just consistent.
Yeah,
He's
there is.
always a monstrous
The
player.
tacos?
But I feel like QCK's had some big moments. Tui's has been playing better than expected too, and Kawanzi's been like putting in some solid work at times. When I was
I
looking
don't
at the
think
other
I'll
side of
have
things
time to
for
play,
PRX,
but
it was only
he
really
might.
Forsaken that was blowing me away. Something had some big moments, but wasn't always there. Today, he's been on fire.
What is he doing to the penguin?
One individual.
Leave the fucking penguin alone!
And you've also
What
been
the
getting better and better
fuck?
performances from Monyet as he spends more
Someone
time
get that
with
guy.
pressure on him on the stage.
Something that Alex has been alluding to as well in these interviews, but
Surely he gets a
so
fine for
valuable for
that.
a team like PRX to be making these adjustments.
The most furnished room of a Valorant player.
But,
Dude, leave me
listen, it's
alone.
form that carried them to this point right now. The ideas and the
I'm
timing
trying.
are kind of flourishing, honestly. They've
I don't
got
even know
good
what to put
reads,
in
they've got good
here.
adaptations, they've got good counter strats, prepped and planned. They're making it so damn hard right now for Loud to try and deal with.
Again, PaperX start 3 players.
He was just pointing at the penguin, guys. It's okay, bro. He was pointing in the penguin.
Sova, Viper over towards A, Cowanzine in tiles.
I have 2 nightstands.
Sure, but not actually
My
taking
guitar
aggressive map
thing.
control in B main or market, anything like that.
I'll decorate it eventually.
For mid, face
Maybe we
wide,
get some
doubled
wall
up in the
decor.
high-low, but no
Maybe.
casualties or kills. Hit Devi, he's making a go of it. He's making a mess of it. It's Kawazun who puts him to rest.
How did QCK die?
The Mosh got a kill, and Sadak's just sticking the orb right in the middle of all of these guys' faces.
Oh, win. Oh, no.
Wait. He's
what?
Oh my god, thank god he got it.
That's wild. Just hoping that he would find another player involved. Cowanzine sprays down 2, but something gets the response. And it's all left to Tui's, who, of course, is not in A main where the fight is happening.
No, he wouldn't be. He'd be on the other side of the
They're
map.
being a little too silly.
Without the Omen ult to be able to make the play happen. Thrash hunting
Giant Espa poster.
smells blood in the water, but can't quite get a sniff this time.
Yeah, I can see that. Nice Sam.
Misdirection might be working to the
30
favor
seconds
of
left.
Tui's. Now, time pressure will work against him. Spike has dropped down into no man's land.
If something
You
gives
know
him a
what I
free kill, though,
want?
this is winnable.
That's how
I want
clutch
like
really
hanging
begins. But
light.
just aiming in the wrong location. 4 kills
hanging
in around for
lantern,
something.
And this round, Loud did actually try to... It wasn't early round market control, but QCK started walking into mid after they realized PaperX weren't fighting it, and then was looking to prod towards that area of the map. Yeah.
Justin, he just said that he would put a C stand in here and call it a day. What is your opinion on that?
And so
You need that Che one on the American flag wallpaper.
I guess to the good. And Sadak's trying to make it fake like it's happening over towards A, and the PaperX players just peek. The more mess that's involved here, the more I think you start playing towards PaperX's strengths.
Giant poster of Espa holding cheddar like Lion King.
To the corner, Munyet's here with the judge. No clearance. No clearance. It's starting to get sloppy. It's starting to get sloppy. Indeed. And guess what? Exactly where a team like PaperX thrives. Pound for pound, this team were born and bred in the chaos. And they're showcasing exactly why.
Is this the first time Loud is being silly too? Kind of fire, just have a hold an Espa light stick and use that as a room lamp. That is crazy. What's Colin's dream car?
Another Loud player in a 1v6.
Super
Completely surrounded.
Mark 5.
And PaperX are coming out here. They're really not adjusting their defensive setup too much. It's that Loud cannot come up with the answers.
You don't want to use this trick?
We've now seen 4 rounds in a row, roughly following the same kind of trend, where Loud want to take control of A and push PaperX back, and they can't figure out how. The judge, the paranoia, the swings from both sides.
Thank you, not Fox.
Just getting pulled into the maw of PaperX.
I saw smiles on the faces of the PaperX players. Of course it would be.
Yeah, not the coach.
Never, Alex. It's scary when he smiles, actually. You don't expect it.
This is the first time PaperX decide not to fight over towards A, so we might see a very different round here. Loud are actually being given this space. PaperX anticipating that they would change it up. Surely they don't go A main again after we've just been beaten them.
Was 30.
Allowed not to be
And
deterred,
strawberries
though.
and ice cream.
One away from the
10%.
ultimates. Sonic builds up his. The drone that wasn't used to clear elbow, so they can start to use that now towards the site. Munyet, his position is vulnerable here. It's a pop flash play to set him up with a bit of supportive utility. He wants to disengage now with a smoke dropped down. No command, feeling the heat, feeling the pressure.
That's a weird one, actually, because it looks like they're playing for retake, but they've popped the null command. And Loud think that they're anchoring the site, so they haven't committed. This is a strange standoff.
Line in the sand has been drawn. Deep TP
No,
into mid here.
That's not that bad.
I believe just sticking that one, so he's given himself a deep position to mid. Probably won't matter too much. Munyet
That's not that
might
bad,
be eager
then.
though for a challenge here. How's your reaction time? Sun flashes on flashes. Paranoia to meet their match. And a deep dart as well. That's not going to be accounted for. Hunter's Fury though tucks into it, gets the connection, gets the collision course straight into these players. And Munyet does a decent job of just avoiding
30
it.
would have been kind of
Dodging,
crazy.
ducking, weaving, but not enough there. And a repeat with the Outlaw. Something has something to say.
Something has something to say.
Jumping around the punish, and they're out wide and open.
Ooh.
Ready for the taking.
Even when Loud are given control of elbow, PRX still find a way to come out on top. This is 5 rounds in a row now. After a very back and forth beginning, when no team could really get a handle on the economy, everything that Loud tries, bearing in mind that this was a lower eco buy as well, but it's all just been getting crushed. Surely Loud are going to change things up. And this time,
He kind of looks like Logan.
Setup, sorry, does look slightly different. PRX have already anticipated it though. Tiles flash
mid. Winners here already. Forwards in the approach, and he is set up with that util. Runner back, dealt with, and dropped immediately. These ults just tumbling before our very eyes here. The deep hit into B main.
It is a great read.
Do you think Loud is better on defense or
Fighting
offense?
over mid, they can't be doing their normal A setup. So he takes this timing into elbow.
Okay.
There is a chance that a bullet could find the back of something's head here.
Yeah, he's not watching for it, so he will be falling. Flatlined to the side, and a sight gains now for less. Going to be calling for the rotate and the pivot. Smokes.
He could drop a pit.
Falling down, he certainly could, and really turn this into more than a winnable spot with 2 years. In that late lurk player dropping like flies. 2v3 here. Loud have a massive
This is winnable. They have res. Oh, never mind. They don't have res.
Here. Sky high. What? Flying forwards and won't be able to withstand any sort of
No
pressure.
res.
Just a Mind Freak now.
Mind Freak's been good at catching 2Es in all of these previous rounds, but finally 2Es gets his value on the lurk.
My bad.
Loud with 5.
Look at his little leg.
About whether or not that's going to be enough.
Who knows?
There was a serious streak there of dominance from PRX on the defense side. And I do like the way
fuck?
attack too. I think both of these teams are very confident on Sunset. Still, anybody's game, but Loud, the team under the most pressure.
Of course, listen, it's elimination. They're already 1 map behind. It's going to have to be that comeback standing in the pistol round in that second half. Before we even get into that as well, earlier we did hear from Forsaken just heading into the series.
Hello guys,
He's
I'm
not
Jason,
happy.
aka Forsaken, and I play for Team PRX. Against Genji, we lost, but I don't feel anything and I don't have any regrets. I mean, I can tell that we're gonna lose because, I mean, they play well, but at the same time, I would say we just want to go lower bracket, you know, because I know that they're good, and also we're not in the good shape. I mean, like, we have like shaky map, shaky roster. Also, it's like, we're not doing as great as last time, so I didn't like regret or whatever.
Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2.
He went through elbow. He lurked up.
Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit
And
more
he
of a chance.
wasn't.
Something
He wasn't paying
delivers.
attention.
Okay, he's up top and not spotted. Easy peasy.
If we meet Loud, I mean, I'm just gonna go all in, and I hope you guys enjoy our W gaming, you know. Actually, I feel like we shouldn't
gaming.
have been in the playoffs. We
W
should have been,
gaming.
like, lost, like long time ago, maybe against TH or KC. Because
What's
I
your
feel
favorite
like
color?
lucky, I would say
Green.
last time, but you know, like I said, when we
Who
go lower
told
bracket,
you?
And every time we
Wait, told me about
already
what?
played the match, finished the match.
Bye,
no matter
Pickles.
we win or lose, we will like improve very fast, and hopefully in lower bracket, we will show you guys on our improvement.
Yeah, Forsaken just handling, you know, that pressure like water off a duck's back. Coming into this entire tournament, just with the lowest of expectations, and now they're just improving at a meteoric pace, looking to really just take it to a team like Loud. They have the lead here at the half of a decider map.
Yeah, I think that one of the big problems for
You're
PRX
still
is that
EP.
their previous
I'm
playstyle involved them
slightly
being
still
in the flow
EP.
state of all just having the same understanding of what was going on. And the more that you try to force that kind of thing and
Thank you,
worry about the
Matchup.
fact that you're outside of it,
Apple.
the worse it gets. But just getting absorbed into this tournament seems to have brought back some of that synergy.
Sleepy.
Some of the single-mindedness that we see from them, the hive mind of
Fucking
PRX.
dog shit. It's been dog shit.
The pistol rounds have been, well, I hesitate to say
I
more
literally,
because
if
they
I
did
don't
flip
fall
from the
asleep
beginning
by
of
like
this map.
midnight, I know I'm gonna be so fucking tired the next morning.
Decisive.
And I'm
Everybody
tired.
PRX grouped up to try to punish
But then afterwards, I'm still gonna have to take a nap.
Expecting for that one here, 2 years.
And so I literally have to
Away
block
with
off
TP,
my
off
entire
the approach
fucking
now,
day until
Paranoid.
nighttime,
So
and then I
flying
can't
on
even
the
spend that
left-hand
much
side, 2 years.
like
So they
at
can't
night
afford
because
GCK
I have to
to
sleep
try to back
early.
him up as well as bail him out, and they are just collecting all sorts of kills, but the damage done through the wall, not enough to collect the kill onto Divide.
Too far forward and not playing great angles. Pushing themselves into spots where they couldn't quite get it. overextending to deal with Divine. Sadak shocks himself on the corner, but does pick up the kill.
Getting flustered, perhaps. Okay, there eventually with the reset of the aim. Less. 1v3.
Yeah, except it's 7:30 to
You can't get through this wall. It's so powerful on the
like
pistol.
3.
On both sides. For the retake, to block off angles in the post. It's such a nice addition to the KO Gecko comp that a lot of teams have been looking at.
Look at this, too much to clear really for Less. Man in his face, follow through with the bullets. Kill collected.
Surely comp after.
Too much to do.
I think I'm playing Premiere tonight, so I'll probably like take a break and stop streaming for a little bit and then Premiere. It's just a ghost.
One out for them. It's been so damn important. Like you said, you know, we've been talking about the details of the importance of it, despite the initial start of this first half. But really, it
He's
sets
a
them
hater.
up beautifully.
Look, slow up there. Divine is used as bait. And they really do bait Loud into taking bad fights in that situation.
He's in
All
our
of this was set up
region.
as well by an underhand KO flash combo with the Dizzy.
I would want our region to win.
POV.
The only time I wanted them to win, they managed to fucking blow an 11-3 lead on Fnatic.
Hello?
About how he doesn't, you know, recycle the Gecko utility as much. Use a second round of Gecko util. Les takes an opportunity
What the
to
whip?
be aggressive, gambling on the fact that PRX would not have everybody stacked in B main.
This is where the danger zone presents itself for a team like Loud as well, because yeah, you've lost a pistol round. And PRX on our attack side again. Very ult generation heavy. Something now.
That's a fat gap.
Into the bonus round, into the next. Assuming Loud can't do too much more damage here on their retake.
Ooh.
On the flash peek into
What the
backside
whip?
as well. Whoa! Picking up 2.
Oh my god.
Still got
Oh.
that wall, but 2 is on the flank.
Yeah. Peppered here, holding the util. Good adjustment by Blue Freak.
Close. A decent opportunity, actually, to turn that away. And send us down the spiraling path of thrifty after thrifty. It
Bro
was
is
to be.
not in
And as you
pain
were saying, Brett,
anymore.
building up something's ultimate here is really devastating for Loud. Difficult to deal with. And I think the addition of the Sage Ward just makes so
Wait,
many
can you
of these boss
guys
plans a
hear
little
him?
easier to play. This is a map where we've seen a lot of teams develop really solid retake setups, where the amount of utility coming in just ends up being overwhelming. But if you force the retakers down a certain path dictated by that Sage Wall, things get a little easier.
He's like actually throwing a fit. Like he's like kicking my leg.
Plans of a lot of teams. I mean, Sage is so unorthodox on this map. Early Thrash. Used to set up here, out towards A.
But a fake in terms of where the pressure's actually coming
Feels like,
from.
yeah, I mean, he did have the spike on him, but the rest of his team not working into mid. Pop flash, wall up. Hearing all this noise, hearing all these sounds, but he can't survive it past the box. A call is made though. Loud want to commit into this fight. I'm going to commit heavily, out wide. Miscommunication perhaps. As something drops down as well, forced into the spectator's seat. With the spike drop down, it's a favored situation for Loud now.
They have spike.
Oh, they have the bomb.
Very difficult to retrieve. If Monia gets another smoke online, which he does.
Oh, he got it.
Sneaks in, sneaks
That's
out.
true.
And now all of Loud are in a pretty rough spot. They don't have any map control or information. Could be worried about some lurking happening here. So just like that, suddenly there's a lot of doubt.
The W round if they win the round.
Heads of this Brazilian team.
Yeah, Sentinels is lower bracket tomorrow.
You'd expect the spam to be coming through as soon as
Whoever loses this or whoever wins this game is who they're playing.
So heavily stacked up.
Good night,
around that spike
Montage. Have a good one.
They've lost all map control.
Yeah.
They're having to triple up and reclear everything together just in case.
And they're slow to do it as well. What you see from PRX is that after throwing that A utility, they were immediately up mid. And I was praising Sadak in the games that I've been recently watching of Sunset. He's very aware of those mid-lurk timings, but PRX are faster than Loud are anticipating. And didn't we see that all the time on Ascent? With individuals finding timings ahead of when they were going to be expected. And look at the map here, how far away the nearest Loud player is. PRX have got tons of time to try to reposition into a spot where they can upend the player disadvantage.
Miles away. PRX seeking to try and fight them.
What a
deep into
peek!
these angles. Now Loud already for it with those
Wait,
protocols.
why?
Left to loan to his devices. Only the Spectre in his hands. It would have to be a miracle. It would have to be mistakes to be made. Less though. Hot on his heels as well to really collect up that kill and get that trade online. So that was a bonus round for PRX. The 2 players surviving for Loud. They might even consider that a bit of a success.
Yeah, I think I would. PRX's economy is in a really nice spot. And not just that, they did find a timing through mid. So anytime one of these timing-based macro plays works, it's going to add another layer of confusion in Sadak's calling.
Yeah.
Because with a composition like this, you have to be mobile to plug the gaps. And if you're slower than your opponents,
Just
you're
lost
gonna leave those gaps
35k
open.
comp send versus PRX.
Something, of course, he is
Oh,
being
man.
the attack side operator here on Gecko. His opping was sublime on Ascent. One of the big
Sublime. I
reasons
love that he
Loud
uses that word so much.
now one map away from
Sublime.
elimination.
No.
Massive round for Loud. Have to really lock this one up.
Wait, is Quick actually about a pie? I don't know why I thought he was doing like very well.
Economical
Or like
investment
decently
across
well.
the board from Loud. I mean, 2 players with a bit of money to spare, all picked up as well. So Forsaken just doing his darnest to try and build up
Oh,
towards
man.
that big ultimate.
And a very slow beginning to the round from PaperX. Loud choosing to try to fight a main there. Recommitting to the angle after this utility was thrown.
Pushing them up. Here's a pivot though, straight into market. They've
hitter.
got anything to try and push 2 years off. Here are the sound cues. Tidy placement there with a snake bite. Less well timed on top of it. Here we go. Drone into mid. Munyet. Second tag. Fakes like he could be TPing away, but he still maintains his position and his composure. In through mid now. Deep knife going to be landing into market. Wall through. Broken immediately. Couple of shots sprayed out.
Something has an op.
Might break
It's
it though,
GG's.
Munyet could really be that insurance player now. Coming out from the back. Here's the rotation.
What the?
QCK.
No pie.
Quick on it with the trigger. Now we see it. Players lit up like a beacon. Something only to one. Instant trade. Something Forsaken just trying to play in tandem with each other, but they are overwhelming them. Mindfreak towards the back. Less.
Wait,
Dodging and weaving,
what?
gliding across the floor. Finds it now, leaving it to Devi. Time ticking away. What is the call here? Tapping again, this time less sticking, not making the same mistake as the prior game 2 years.
They threw that.
And approach.
Okay, wait, but I don't want to just not be talking this whole time.
Really crucial that they picked up that mid lane.
There's still no death slams.
Bottom of the scoreboard, but most of that
Map 2?
It's so difficult on the attack side to get in through a main. You just got beaten up over
No,
and
he's
over again in that
isn't
same
he
position.
4 and 13 now?
It's not really that he's even been able to take some fair duels. I'm surprised at how much the PaperX economy was hurting there. They came into that round with a Stinger and a Spectre, even though...
Wait, maybe there'll be a death
this one as a
slam right
bonus,
now.
clearly they didn't.
Oh, there's not.
PaperX messing with their
Do you
own
guys think that
economy
they're
a
just
little bit, has put them in a
cutting it
really
out?
Tough spot.
What do you want?
Oh, they're going to be happy with it. Ooh, wall down. Face potentially can hear it. The footsteps rumbling towards him. He's looking for a tussle and a tumble. Less backing away. Will be postured away from that
You've
angle.
already had a walk.
Very rare that you see less scrambled.
Can't even play.
But he did seem a little less than his calm usual self there. Forced to backpedal at some
This guy.
Here for PaperX, making sure that they can absorb up all the orbs around the map. PaperX now defaulting back over towards B main.
And Tui is getting posted on A with the AWP. This is something that Loud have brought out fairly recently, but Tui's has been doing quite a lot of opping at this event so far.
I think Viper.
Allows them just to
I don't
post
know if
him up on A,
Viper's
and they're not
better.
too worried.
No, it's just that
The
Cypher's
rest of the
not.
site. Having said that, Loud are mostly playing B for retake here.
I think people run double smokes more than they do Cypher.
What's that connection there onto QCK? So it looks
And
like
if
the
you're
wall
playing
is
ranked,
intact, wasn't
Cypher
able
is
to smack it
better.
down in time. Forsaken
Because nobody in
cuts
most ranks know how to
both sides
play
play together
double
now.
smokes correctly.
Something here,
Like,
run it back
it's
forward,
not even just the
facing with it.
smokers,
flash
it's
is not
also
connecting here. Less
the
run it back,
duelists.
feeling
Like, I
really
hate when I
pressure,
play
but
double
Kelsey seems
smokes
to
and then our
really
duelist
now
doesn't know
back
that
to the
they
action
literally
of the
have
fight,
nothing to
rolling
worry
through.
about because
Committed.
literally
Don't get
everything's
away
going to be
with that
covered
one
for
yet.
them.
TP to evacuate and escape the IR, still after shock. Plenty of util left. Where that come from?
3?
2 on the table now, 2 left to go. Dropping down, knows they're not on it.
Wait, this is actually
Looking
one.
through, another tap. Will force Mindfreak
For
out
who?
into the open. Kawazine
Oh, yeah.
deny this one.
Oh!
Performs magic before our bloody eyes.
Oh my god.
What a ridiculous round for PaperX to get. That was them on basically an eco round as well. Gonna be labeled as a Red Bull clutch, but could just as easily be called the Thrifty.
Red Bull Club.
Their economy was not good. It all came down to Mindfreak. And Loud could not find a safe position to go for the half.
Hesitation just to stick it and trust that they
Oh,
can
he's
potentially just
smiling!
hold down the angle. The Kawazine in that
Wait,
spot.
he's a
Really
changed
super
man.
day.
it's very
Loud are playing Sen, John QT's playing the clutch. They can't decide who's sticking, a bit of miscommunication, maybe getting frantic.
It's very tough in those situations where you don't have smoke utility because you don't isolate angles that the clutch player there, Mind Freak, could be peeking from. So really, you got to just tap and push.
Do you want sweet
They were,
potato?
you know, Sadak's trying to tap, wondering if he can, trying to tap to bait out the peaks, hoping that they can rely on their individual
Dude, this
skills
is a
to win it
crazy
out.
game.
And Mind Freak simply better in that moment. What a way for things to turn around. Because other than that, the game plan is actually not really working here for PRX. So weirdly enough, it's Loud to take the tactical timeout, but I think Alex will be happy to have a little chat with his team here.
Yeah.
Because what's happening is PRX are getting into post-plant situations quite a lot, and then they're forced to go for some post-plant aggression, and there's a bit of anti-synergy with the Sage Wall and the positioning. You saw them swing with just stingers into market there without too much util at hand. They're finding it difficult to pick those timings to disrupt the Loud retake. And if they just sit there, they can do that against other teams, but not against the comp that Loud are running. They're going to get obliterated. See if they change things up or coordinate that post-plant aggression just a tad bit better.
Strange buy though for Loud.
It is, yeah. It is a
Invested into
force.
it. Yeah.
But Les would rather have a Sheriff than anything else.
This guy, I mean, he is incredibly consistent with it.
He is.
It's insane.
Got some of the best calm, raw aim based on his crosshair placement that I've ever seen.
Slow beginning though for PRX, nice and cautious. Off the rip. Trying to see if Loud will overplay their hands. Initially, lots of volatility
Wait,
to work with.
are
for
any of
PRX
the
on top
Loud
of that,
players
so
using the Loud
given
bundle?
that B main control essentially for free. Looking like there is that hesitation though in terms of how they want to play it.
I feel like I haven't
They've
really
spotted
seen it.
Tuis, and that seems to be a hard read that if they see
Oh my god, do
Tuis
you know
over
what skin I
towards
haven't
A,
been using?
it's
I
not
haven't
the
been
Breach
using
Phoenix setup. Because they were ready to go for the B exec there, and now they've just come all the way back over towards A. And that's got to be a call from Mind Freak, I think, because he's the only one getting info on this side of the map earlier. They're going to hit a fairly weak
I
site.
don't think I know they're not required to use it, but
Orb rebounding, 2 years chance to play
I feel like they
spoiler.
should if they're
No,
getting
he's out
like,
of there, so
you know.
I'm sticking around to find out with this one. Hunter's
Gonna
Fury
get
to
a
try
little
and
bit.
deny this one. Plans will be disrupted. Flash up into the air. It's actually a nasty one as well. Connected onto a multitude of players. Now the plant and the pit all layered down onto the site. This does make it difficult. Toxic Screen going to be covering much the entirety of the field.
No way of really using these flash players to retake in this spot.
Absolutely. Paranoid.
Maybe I did that on purpose, Nella.
Early, still holding for the shotgun. Molly at your feet. Mind Freak going to be pushed out to the open, and he is the critical
Dude,
player.
Justin, did you see that Genji has the light stick?
Away from these bullets, Led just flying straight past him as they're trying to attempt to clear through. Look at the ore placement on high. 2 years.
It's so
He's got
cute.
so much more to do from this position. He just doesn't have enough info to really work with. Disastrous
This is
here.
the first time I've
for
seen
Loud.
it, and it's so cute.
The fact that it
Ooh!
was that weaker investment. In fact, the total investment. Correction from me. Loud, they did put everything into that one.
It was weaker because it was a force. They were coming into it with at least one Sheriff and I think a Stinger to work with. Yeah. But they forced into this to try to stop PRX
Welcome
from
to the
getting
gang,
to 11 on the board.
Pangu.
Loud are now
Just hit up Arnold and he'll get you one.
being eliminated in 4th place.
I want one for every team.
I mean, top 4 of the Masters, listen, that is not bad by any means. They made it to playoffs, but when there's only 8 teams here, sure, 8 of the top teams. Look at this, another boost play coming out from PRX.
Or like they should have one of VCT.
They were
Like the
innovating with
VCT
that
logo,
over
and then
towards
you
A.
can change the
They do it
colors.
again, very reminiscent of when they first
Oh my
brought
god,
out
right
the
needs to
Sage
hire
Map
me.
Pearl. Bait out the fights here from QCK and Tuis. This tower is going to be crumbling down. Making a fool of Leicester boot.
It's pure whimsy. Smiles on the faces as they're having it. I mean, they have brought this.
Oh my
to series
god,
point,
is it
match
Jover?
point. Loud on the verge of being
Player photo
eliminated.
cards?
And I don't
That would be so funny.
had PRX winning in
Hey,
2-0
Emfu.
fashion. Loud now need
Newly.
5 in a row to be able to pull this out. And for them to go for this boost play,
They should actually do that. They should make light sticks for every single org and then have it come with like a couple like photo cards.
by the force in round 19. Or round 18, I should say.
And this is now going to take some heroics.
That would be fire.
There with a knife. What's
He's so
the call
fast.
now for PRX?
He's so
fast! Mania doesn't care, man! Disrespectful in nature. Back
Oh
though,
my
on the
God.
head.
He's
Looks
all the
like
way up
Howard as
mid.
He does seek out that trade, and he will be granted it. Now to Thrash, though. Set this one up forwards here, still slow. Seeking to reposition. Kawazine lays down the law and potentially gives them a fighting chance.
Can he be the hero just when his team needs
There's a delay. There's a delay from the arena, so people who are at the arena, I believe, have like 1 minute or something.
Out of seemingly nowhere, 1v1 and Loud. Desperation, QCK
Like 30
knows
seconds
the
to a
position,
minute.
Throws the molly, flash round dodge, juked, avoided, QCK.
Oh my
saves
God, wait,
the
maybe it's
day.
not over. Dude, I need to stop talking.
It takes such heroics from Loud to just put the
No, like,
first of
from,
5
if
necessary
you
rounds
had
on
a
the board.
friend that was watching at the arena, and then you guys were FaceTiming at the same time as we were watch partying, they would be 10 seconds ahead, like 30 seconds, a minute ahead. Because when we watch partied at the Riot Arena, I think we had to restart the stream at one point because we didn't have delay on. My friend can time travel, yeah. They'll tell you who was winning.
Ideally with a couple more players intact because taking some nasty hits.
You don't need to pay 3Z a bajillion dollars to
If they
tell
want
you.
to stay alive in a series, stay alive in the tournament.
Something looking to try to take an early timing here. Dueling against less.
That too.
Don't see how he's gonna
There's like a very slight delay from the broadcast at the stadium and who's playing. So every time we were watching a round, we could hear all the players screaming before the round ended.
Out. It's not the res online for this one, but Divide with him falling,
Yeah.
no longer available.
The reaction from PRX looking to try to hoover up this B control. Given that Les was peeking over towards Market.
Are you saying that I'm slow in the head, Alpha?
Committed by something. He's looking to see if he can get himself onto the deep
C and C9 stands for cheddar,
Drops
actually.
it, 3 versus 3 now. The knife attack. Info gathered, at least that they know that Les is going to be there, but he's already playing now. High-low setup. The rest of his team out wide here.
No, thank you.
Something going for the peak, going for the peak!
Ew.
Catches it in the perfect timing. A bullet to the chest with the IGL down and deleted. 2 left standing, Les. Again, heroics are necessary. And it has to be coming out swinging, traded. 1 to stand, 2 years to do the most. A fake with the TP, a paranoia evaded and dodged and juked.
Dude, what do
But
you
the
even
crossfire
do
setup is too
here?
strong, it's too damn strong. A PRX
Oh my
sealing
God.
it away. Loud.
Who's stronger, NRG cheddar or
See you later,
C9 cheddar?
sent to the airport.
Well, obviously C9 cheddar.
And something closing out Sunset, doing everything.
Because he's on cloud 9 right now, if you know what I mean.
The best player for
Okay.
PRX in match 1
Hi,
sending home
Sushi.
one of the VCT giants. What a clash. What a way to have this rivalry.
Dude, while he's in a cone, I left him outside while we were initially streaming in the beginning, and he's just trampling all over Colin while he's sleeping on the couch.
With that, we will say goodbye to Loud. Not the run they wanted, but an admirable effort nevertheless. Top 4 really gets heated when you have 8 teams at this tournament because the competition starts from the get-go.
PRX versus Sen?
Honestly, this new style that they've come up with, it does kind of cause them to have to plug gaps constantly without that sentinel. They have to be mobile, they have to be aggressive, and they're playing against a team that wrote the book on playing an aggressive, mobile, constantly doing stuff kind of style.
Certainly did.
And PRX still had that diligence to their play today. Still had a really nice, close, steady attack side.
Absolutely insane stuff that we've witnessed as PRX
Yeah, that'll be
squad
fun.
lives yet another day.
Because
Let's
I
send it
feel
out
like
to the
both the
LSS to break it all
teams
down.
ride on momentum, so I'm excited to see how it'll
Unbelievable
go.
stuff from PRX. So many people doubted them coming into this series. A lot of people were just flat out.
Are you cheering for PRX and PRX versus Sen? Dude, I think the key is if Alex just doesn't slam his table, they win.
Steps up. They've improved so much. From the
How did he go
first
through a
match
whole
showing
game,
Madrid to
whole
the
2
crazy
games without slamming his
final
desk,
two
and he was
Gen Z, to now
smiling?
showing up here. And honestly, I think playing an exceptional game against Loud. They knew
He
how
did
to
slam
deal
the
with this
desk?
comp. The individuals
They just
are
didn't show
stepping
it?
up. Somehow something looks like a top
I'm
5
gonna give him. I'm gonna say that he's a change
Yeah,
man.
it's
Okay.
But you know what though, I gotta
Him
say, I'm
smiling
liking
is
the
crazy.
ideas that I'm seeing there, even though sometimes they look a little bit rough. I like the way that something's just proactive, wants to get out there. He'll send Wingman to go and handle business and give him a little bit of more information. He's using the kid in a way that is working
It's
for
called
him.
growth,
you know?
exactly.
We really didn't know what this team's style was going to be.
Yeah, we didn't see it, it didn't
They have
happen.
continued to find themselves. Manyet has
identity.
improved throughout this event, and they hit that flow state again, it seems.
Yeah, and that is very scary for anyone else that they will go up against. The question is, obviously, can they maintain this momentum? But here's the fascinating thing about this game, is that, quite honestly, Mimi, and I say this with full respect, it was like a boring game to a certain extent. PRX were kind of just doing their thing. They were drilled. They had moments where they just looked very well put together. They weren't trying to go for anything too wonky, but when they did, it looked like they had a plan. It looked like they had an
Okay, so I did
solid
spoil it
approach.
a
was
little bit,
honestly
but I'm gonna
a
be
joy to see
streaming
this team
later
evolve
today.
throughout.
At 7, I'm gonna be playing. I'm gonna be playing some Premiere, and then probably ranked after, since I'm finally feeling not like shit today. PRX 1. Let me find someone to raid. All right, I'm gonna raid Mr.
On Ascent, we do have a duelist.
Mrs. Mr.
It's not GG's. I believe in them.
Mrs. Vesrain.
It's 2v4.
All right, thank you for the good stream. I'm gonna be streaming in like 6 hours, probably. If that changes, make sure to join the Discord. Watch the new videos if you haven't already. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye-bye.